nobody compete. Turn up your screen, the hottest gems alive. Music videos dropping, making you vibe. Trivia's on, prizes for the best. Shopping spree's the deal, forget the rest.
You are watching Hit List and Cruising, the only TV show that celebrates Nigerians. Right now, we're at the shopping mall and the list of the lucky one is right here with me. Walk with me as we shop for the lucky one.
Hit list and cruising, Nigeria's dream. Hit, feel the fire inside. Vibes so lit, come on, let's ride. Yeah, all across Nigeria we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, can't nobody compete. Yeah, spin that track, let the rhythm explode. Hit list and cruising, we own the road. Watch, play, win, the spree's on deck. Hit list and cruising, cashing that check. Hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Gems alive, music videos dropping, making you vibe. Trivia's on, prizes for the best. Shopping spree's the deal, forget the rest. Download the app, don't sleep, don't delay. Win big every single crazy day. The cruise is moving, shaking up the scene. Hit list and cruising, Nigeria's dream. Hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit list and cruising, feel the fire inside. Vibe so lit, come on, let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, nobody compete. Hit list and cruising, Nigerians dream.
Nigerians are watching you right now, and I want you to tell them how you feel to be a lucky one on Hit List and Cruising.
I'm very excited to be the luckiest winner. I've been trying for a long time. So actually, my brother is the one watching the program every Saturday. So from there, he introduced me, we watched together. So from there, my brother now told me, okay, you can also participate. Let's try our luck. So from there, I tried my luck, then I got a call that I'm one of the winners. So, and I'm so happy.
This is how we celebrate Nigerians on Hit List and Cruising. What you need to do right now is download the app, that's Hit List and Cruising app. Answer the question. If you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you and then celebrate you just the way it is right now. Answer the question first. If you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you, get a list of what you need, we'll buy and bring to you. You're watching Hit List and Cruising, the best and the most rewarding TV show in Nigeria.
The only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit list and cruising, feel the fire inside. Vibe so lit, come on, let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, nobody compete. Hit list and cruising, Nigerian's dream. Everybody inside, everybody get around. Move lit, come on, let's ride. Let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, can't nobody compete. Spin that track, let the rhythm explode. Hit list and cruising, we own the road. Watch, play, win, the spree's on deck. Hit list and cruising, cashing that check. Hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit list and cruising, hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're
download the app, and then you answer the question, and you got all this from a TV show.
It is really an exciting thing. It's just like downloading. Most opportunities come from something you never really put mind into, and you download the app, get to follow the instructions on how to play the game, and after playing the game, to have a very good call like you are the winner for the week. It's really something so exciting, and I'm really happy to receive all this. So to the Nigerians, Italy's and cruising is really making people happy, and I'm like I am right now. I'm so happy. So I'm telling you Nigerians to also keep playing this game, so you can also be a lucky winner like I do.
You can hear from my lucky one, he is very happy, and he said, and I quote, "Heelys and cruising is making Nigerians happy." Of course, Heelys and cruising is designed to celebrate Nigeria, and that is why we take the pain crisscrossing the country every week to look for that lucky one that we can celebrate on Heelys and cruising. Now it's late for you. Download the app, answer the question, and see if you can win my cruise.
Download Heelys and Cruising app on Google Play Store or iOS Store. Register and log in. After you log in, a question will be displayed. Pick the right answer from the option and click Continue. You will receive a confirmatory email after you're done answering the question.
To imagine a world with no boundaries. Just you and your dreams, running wild and free. Oh no, life can be easy. Smooth connection where they collect.
It's Young John, the wicked producer.
I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything When I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything God Jehovah cover me, Tibanja Liki my boss deliver me from my frenemies. I get them before no be property. So as I live on, give me better money. Deliver me from my frenemies. As I did, my boss pound sterling pẹ̀lú dọ́là kó wọlé. Tẹ́gbẹ́ mi bá náwó kí n má nọ́ra. Kí n má ṣakọ kí n má bùkà pẹ̀lú lọ́ntàlé. Ìṣàlù bá dé. Gaza kí n má Gaza. Feel good man I'm too fly. Praying alubarika everywhere good. Àgbà bọ́lá. Check me I smell nice classy. Check my new swag bá mi. Kápá ọ̀tá Makani. Olúwa cover me. Money and power they make person down. Fuck all of that passy. Give me bad girl too nasty. I'm on my body. I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything When I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything God Jehovah cover me.
Deliver me for my frenemies. I get them before no be property. So as I dey born, give me better money. Deliver me for my frenemies. As I dey die, my boss
Realize that true happiness lies within you. There is no happiness in having or getting, but only in giving. I know you love this show, but first, download the app, hit Listen and Cruise It app, answer the question, and if you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you, get the list of what you need at home, we buy and bring to you. This is how we celebrate Nigerians on Hit Listen and Cruising. Don't forget the time and don't forget the TV station where you can watch the show. My name is Musty Adenoy. I'll see you next week. One love.
Supreme Entertainment.
Listen and Cruising's hottest 5 videos.
Don't touch that dial.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
She gets if you know me now. Me with a king party, oh, you know me now. Oh, I know they feel just if it be go digga. Do me conny low, but you know me down. Enjoy that can jack and rest in my area. Say me mama mulo London if I'm married. If you two bamu when you day shiva. Oh, ni be kibi to bawa, baka digga. So Calibre, rest on my shoulder. Ilia wada, but follow me ladder. No holiday, so all day.
In the streets, don't count your good. One mistake, they go use and judge me. Skido. My new so bouquet, pido. Asa samuke, pido, nisio. Skido. My new so bouquet, pido. Asa samuke, pido, nisio.
Every day me I stand with the gram, me no they reluctant, stubborn like militant. If you know be money, me no want you to charge me the credit all up plenty. Feed the account, me na showstopper. Mogomba, but I no get it, I no supper.
My dream be in my pocket filled with green salad. MIA, me I can give you my AT&T man. No time for beefing anybody, no be waiting, bring me come here. I know like that. I better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I don't need gather my funds. Me and my guys they on soft. If you dey hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your turn. Yo, I'm dripping. Belly water Fiji, Balenciaga Ricky. Girls no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in this case. Willie T. Push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. Oh yo.
Give me love, my money. Say na kele we go such yo. Spread the moolah for a party. Sometimes me I realize I need a woman for my life. Money matter make you come alive. I go always stay online. Erukuya padan dey my side. You know say me I know the lie. If you try if you shut down, you go collect, don't know the lies. One day, won't feel me bow. Oh, long bow, let it in me. Okaraton spitting fire. Then this is me, I go retire. I said the boy down my own.
Bounce on my body, baby. Fred boy, I'm a giant low, but I'm take for the game. We stubborn, and I know if tell you all the mouse, man don't run. Now I'm what I do, man non stop. I'm on a jade place, I'm on no idea. Oluwale, live your life and enjoy. Over today, my son play, all up in what. Signaturetv, apply knowledge, make you build your kingdom. Over today, my son play, all up in what.
I dey drop Kelly, I be for Ghana song. I dey sample each and every Casa, because for the turn up. After the club, me I must lie low. I go carry you go.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signaturetv.
Do I have an interview for you? I told my guests that I stereotyped him because I did not know that he was possessed of so much depth, so many layers, so much nuance and wisdom. And he's barely 23, 24. The things that it took me 2 decades or more to learn, Tobe Season has learned so early in his life. This young man left Benin to come and build a career in Lagos without his parents' knowledge because he didn't think they would understand. He tells me that when he was younger, he would consider himself a short black boy, short fat boy. He didn't think he was attractive. He would not look at the mirror. He wouldn't take pictures. And when he did, he would literally cover his face so that people would not see his face. And now he's one of the coolest kids on the block. He's part of the gang, which, as you know, has one of the coolest Gen Z creators. He has worked with everybody, including Meta and Spotify. He has become a sensation. What are the emotions that led him here? How did he overcome not feeling good looking? How did he overcome the fear of the camera? How did he even overcome the fear of oversharing? How does a young man become so wise so early? You know, how does he balance that with being a creator of funny, relatable content? How does he have such a vast emotional vocabulary? How can he be this and still be so authentic and connect to so many Gen Z? Yeah, and in between, of course, I ask him, what's happening with the gang? You know, is the gang still ganging? You know, has he ever felt worried about people saying that he is in ENUGU's shadow? And what's going on between him and his bestie, Hawa? One of the most textured, most beautiful, most thoughtful conversations I have ever had with Tobe Uge today.
Come for me.
Thank you for joining me. You know, I just finished reading over the past few weeks a bunch of your interviews, and then I realized something. I like you.
Thank you so much.
You have such good, authentic responses to interviews that I don't expect, no shade, from Gen Z influencers as content creators. Yeah, do you know that? Are you aware of that? That your answers are different from the norm. Okay, let me explain. So you share without oversharing. So it's not as if most people are like, oh, you don't want to overshare because you don't want your fans. But I'm like, no, but there's somebody who is actually speaking from a heart without necessarily oversharing, which is very strange with Gen Z creators these days. Are you aware of that?
So I've never looked at it from the angle of other creators. I I think I'm quite vulnerable.
That's
as
such a
person.
trivial answer. I don't look at the angle of other creators. Yeah, go ahead.
But I think I'm quite vulnerable as a person, and I think it just seeps through.
Yeah.
Even in my interviews. So
I love something you said. You said I very much enjoy being myself.
Oh, yeah. So.
I think the interview you were doing for the Meta Creators of Tomorrow campaign.
Yes.
Was that your line?
Yes, it was.
Tell me that. Explain that to me. I thought that was so profound. I really enjoy being myself.
Whenever I'm on interviews, I like to just say that. And you listen to the seconds, you're like, oh my God, this was so pseudo deep. He's so fake cool. Like, oh my days.
Yeah.
But I think more so, we're not taught a lot how to be ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think it's quite funny because we're taught a lot of things, but not how to be ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think when I began to do social media more, social media has a way of robbing you of your identity when you don't, because at the end of the day, social media is just a tool. So when it's not done properly, it could rob you off of your identity. And I think in my beginning phase of social media, I didn't really enjoy how I looked.
Yes, you said so.
And so for me, I think right now I'm in the phase where I just want to be myself. So whatever that might be, I always say, like, I don't want to be cool. I want to be myself. And I think that's what matters more. Instead of so many adverbs and adjectives to describe yourself, I want to be me. And when people ask me, what's your niche? I always say it's to be.
Right.
That's my niche. Like,
yeah.
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't know what else you
can possibly mean.
Yeah, I just want to be myself.
Did you always know that you didn't want to be cool? Or did you discover later as you were getting, I mean, you're still young now, but you've done a lot of things in a period. Did you, as you get older, that, okay, no, I actually don't want to be cool? And what led to that, if that's the case?
Okay, so to be honest, I grew up fat, black, and short. I wasn't stereotypically cool. Like,
right.
Growing up in JSS1, there was no way I was rolling with the cool kids.
Right.
I mean, luckily I was. I don't know how.
Right.
But I wasn't stereotypically cool. I didn't have the broad shoulders like other people.
Yes.
So I think for me, there's an in-between line. When you don't fall, it's like revenge. If I don't, so it goes both ways. You could say, oh, I was not cool in secondary school, so I swear I'm going to be cool.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, that's what it was for me. When I would take pictures on Instagram, I was more so. When I actually started Instagram, I didn't used to show my face because I didn't like how I looked.
Yes, you have a post where you were talking about, and it got a lot of engagement. And you were explaining that, you used to cover your face. So it didn't hit me until I got to slide 8 or 7. And I saw you actually do that. And I thought, he's not being metaphorical. He literally wouldn't show your face.
Yeah, I didn't really like how I looked growing up. And I find it very funny because my parents would always say you're beautiful. But the thing with Nigeria is your parents can only do so much. Socialization will take place. And also because your parents will try their best. And I always think of it. I say, why did I really hate myself? And I don't know.
You've not come to an answer for that.
I haven't. So I think it's also in shared. The more you grow, the more you find yourself. There are certain things people say, and there are certain things I read, and I just pause. And I say, damn, that's pretty phenomenal. So I think on some days I feel like I know myself. But other days I'm like, okay, maybe this is why I act the way I do. Maybe this is also a stage I'm going to grow out of. I'm very open to learning. So yeah.
Who is the person that you say is most responsible for you being able to think about life?
I would say myself. I don't like to give people credit where it's not due.
Where did it come from, though? Because yes, I know you said you talked about that you used to read, you read Chimamanda's book when you were younger and all that, but it didn't seem to be like it came from reading. It felt like reading is one of the things. What did it come from? Like spending time overthinking? What do you think? Was it books? What?
I think I've just realized that people overshare with you. You're such a brilliant question asker.
Thank you.
I've met brilliant storytellers. But you're a brilliant question. I don't think a lot of interviews. You're making me think. That's an interesting question. It's something I'm going to ask myself. I'm going to use it as a general prompt when I get home.
Okay. Do you want?
Yeah, let's come back to that.
Let's come back to it. I think as we're talking, you will think about it.
Yeah.
So a lot of things I want to talk about. Now, the looks part, because I even looked at that picture of yourself as a teenager. You were not fat or particularly short in that video.
That's also the thing with body dysmorphia.
Yes, right. So did you look back at the picture and think, I don't know, my perception was distorted?
I did. And I look at it ever so often and I'm like, was I crazy? But I think it's also the reality that when you internalize so many things, it's harder to see yourself as what you want to be. You see yourself as what people have said you are. So to be fair, there was a point where I was in fact on the big side, right? And I wasn't very tall. But I think I just internalized it so much that it became my personality.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? I don't like to speak about this in interviews anymore because the part of me just says, oh, but that's not who I am anymore. But the part of me also says, but there are young people that think that way.
Yeah.
And it's fair that you use your voice. So if you're watching this, it's probably the last time
I'm going to talk about
this.
it.
But it is what it's okay.
I think it's important because my book is coming out maybe around the time this interview is out or just after. And there's an entire chapter about me dealing with feeling ugly in therapy, you know. And there was something, and I'm just like, I'm so angry at this young man because he discovered too early what it took me 20 years and payment in therapy to figure out. There was something you said that was so profound. You said, take pictures more. And it was what many years ago that my former boss, Fumi on that, said to me, Chude, you don't take enough pictures. I can sense that you don't like seeing yourself in the camera. And she says, play with your looks. Play with your mirrors. Fall in love with yourself. And I was annoyed first. I'm like, please, I'm a counselor. You can't be telling me to love myself. But then I realized that, if you're not spending time looking at the mirror, there is a reason for that. So again, I'm going to repeat the same question I asked you before. In another way, was there something that made you realize? Because take pictures sounds simple, especially in the picture generation. But you know what you're saying when you say you didn't used to do this, but now you do it. Again, did something lead to that? Or again, it was just you realizing by yourself that part of what you need to do is to fall in love with yourself in the mirror, fall in love with yourself in the camera?
Okay. So this actually ties back to why I became an influencer. I feel like there are many stories as to, and all of them are true. I'm not even a liar. God, I hate mushy conversations so damn much. I just want to laugh.
You only have to do it once.
Yeah, just so for me, when I started Instagram, it was very, I've always thought I could dress. I feel like that's the one thing that
even through all of that,
even through I could dress. I grew up in a very, everyone in my house is, my sister is a medical doctor, my two brothers are engineers, I studied law, we're just very academic focused, do you understand? I was talking to my friend recently, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to get my master's, and I want to do 2 masters. But that's the type of home I grew up in. But I'd always liked dressing up. And so when Instagram came around, I still wanted to dress up. And now I saw people were dressing up on Instagram, but I just didn't like how I looked.
Right.
And it was just such a thing. Some people say, oh, you don't smile, oh, we don't see your face. And I was like, what face? There's no face card now. Do you like my outfit?
Right.
And I think because fashion was such a shield for me. And sometimes when people say, oh, Toby, you dress so nice, I'm like, well, because for the longest time, I thought that's all I could do, dress up. I didn't make my first talking video until 2023 because I didn't also like how I sounded.
Right. Yes,
so it comes from a deep place of, and I don't know how to explain it because I meet so many young people and it's the same thing. And well, in actuality, we try to edit parts of ourselves. And I don't think it's a young person thing. I think it's
just a
thing.
Yeah.
The idea of best foot forward is so funny because sometimes you forget you have a second foot. You always want to put the best foot. Stop it. You forget you have a second foot. Yes. So I think for me I became so warped in the idea of looking a certain way.
Yes.
I had to always look how, I couldn't smile, I couldn't show personality, I couldn't. So when I had figured that, okay, I need to show my face in at least some pictures, even if it's side view. So around the time, lucky for me, people had come in and people would say, oh, you look good. Oh, you look good. So it was easier. It was easier on me that when I post the pictures, no more just fire emoji. It's fine boy. Yeah. So it became easier. So puberty came, so I could show my face. But I had such a problem speaking. I had such a problem because I also didn't grow up with a lot of friends. So I'm not very social as a person. So mind you, I'm also dealing with this and I'm like, because also Instagram is very funny. Social media is very funny, especially when you're young. You're also wondering, I have people I speak to every day, but I don't see these people. Are they my friends? Are they Instagram friends? What's the line? The lines are very blurred. So when I started out, my older brother, always says how funny I am.
Right.
He would always say, oh, Toby, you're so funny. So
when you say people ask you for permission to put it in the content.
Yes. And I remember seeing, oh, wow, you're red. I don't know what interview I said that, but I did say that, you're red. Yeah. And I remember the first I wanted to talk, oh my God, on Instagram, I was like, the problem is me, I like money. I just wanted to make it, man. I saw it was some Jimbo. I said, damn it. Taking this picture won't take me far. I need to go to LA.
Yeah.
I need to make it out. And I
Right.
was like, okay, I need to start speaking. Also because I'm very aware how if you fail to evolve, you will fail. Like that's something that you need to evolve.
Keep evolving, yeah. Tell me, because you're one of the coolest kids on the block.
Stop. Thank you. I like it.
You are. And this is not just you. There is a pressure to camouflage depth. You know, which is the reverse thing. Like I was interviewing your boo, Hawa, at Wichude Live. And then you can see that Hawa is about to be deep. And she's like, let me crack a joke.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So what is happening there? Where you people... Is it that you people are afraid of being called aspire to perspire? Is it that it damages the uncool brand? Is it that this generation doesn't have patience for that? What is it?
So to be fair, I can't say what it is for everyone, but I can't say what it is for me.
Right.
Because I think sometimes I'm scared to be too much. What is the line of too much? I'm not scared of oversharing, but I have had conversations. I like to say I'm a feeler. I don't like to say, I'm sensitive or I'm a deep thinker. I like to say I'm a feeler because I think everything comes from the fact that I feel and I feel well and I feel a lot and I don't think it's a disadvantage.
Right.
And for me, I'm like, well, there are not people that feel on that same wavelength as me. I feel like as humans, we have gifts. Certain people are more intellectual, certain people are more creative. I think I know how to feel and I know how to describe emotions. And
stop it! You cannot be 23 and be giving me these lines. Wait, we have to do this. I think I know how to feel. Like people don't know that being able to feel your emotions fully is a superpower in this world, especially now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And even when sometimes I speak to my friends and they say, oh, I feel a certain type of way. And I tell them, like, oh, the name of that feeling is like ambivalence. You love and you hate this person at the same time.
Some people say me, I'm upset. And I'm not upset. I'm disappointed.
Yes. And I always correct my friends. Sometimes they say I'm angry. I'm like, you're not angry. You are sad. Yes. Anger is the bodyguard of sadness. You wish you wanted. Did
you say anger is the bodyguard of
sadness? Yes. It is a...
I'm going to walk out of myself. Yes, because go ahead. Yes. It's
because for me, it's a... So I always ask people when they say, oh, I'm angry. What are you angry at? Are you angry that your boundary was crossed? Why are you angry that the boundary was crossed? Because you feel like you didn't set the boundary well enough. You are sad. So that's the primary feeling. So anger is what covers it.
Yes.
It's what makes it acceptable.
Yes.
Because you can't say, oh, I feel very disrespected by what you did to me.
Yes.
So what is easier is to shout at them and say, oh, I don't like how you did that. Yes. So I think, because I'm a feeler, I've researched about feelings and I know. So even when I have conversations with my friends, I'm like, well, that's not what you're feeling. And they're like, to me, please let me rant. You can give me advice later.
You can analyze me after.
You can analyze me after. And I think so. The problem with why we crack jokes sometimes when we talk about feelings is because not everybody wants to hear it. And at the end of the day, at my core, I don't want to feel stupid.
Right.
I don't want to be the topic of, oh, he's always too deep. Yeah. So whilst I don't mind this with people that feel safe. So in this conversation, I feel safe. Right. So I don't mind it. But if I'm also in a room full of people who don't share that belief in me, I'm not going to be pseudo deep. I'm going to be surface. I'm going to crack that joke. You are going to laugh. We are going to laugh and we are going to go home.
Right.
So I also think it's the idea that you're not for everybody and that's okay.
So is that thing where people say, so, God, I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting it, but it's even more than I thought. So is that thing where people are like, I want to be myself all the time. And you're saying, actually, is that sometimes I say to people, no, performance is part of what it means to be human.
Yes.
So you choose where you perform.
And you choose
where you...
where you can just be.
Yeah.
I was listening to Creatorium, amazing podcast.
Yes.
Salem
My you too.
Yeah. And when
all of them, I love it.
Yes. And when Ada said she spoke about instead of extroverted and introverted.
Yes.
Why that is so brilliant? Because it's reality.
Yes.
You do have to kind of perform. When people tell me, when I see you outside, you're always happy. I'm like, well, I am happy on the inside, but I do know I have to be. I need to act the part because that's what makes me welcoming. Yes. And I know that. I can say, oh, I'm tired. I don't want to be happy. But I know it matters more to you that I'm happy. For me, it's another day. But for you, that's if you look at me and you say, I love to be as a creator, it's a lifetime for you. It's more than just I met another creator.
Yes.
So it made me feel special. And that's kind of what you hold on to.
Yeah.
Especially when you're coming up as a creator. When I meet younger creators, when I meet creators in general, I try to be the warmest because the world can be so unkind. So when you just meet people and I want to be the face that I say, oh, a little bit at the event, I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to be besties, but I got you.
Yes. I think the difference is, so it's like a cloth you wear, as long as you don't forget to take off the cloth.
So let me tell you why I have a problem with kinetic clothes.
Tell
Because that almost makes it feel full. It makes it feel like it's so easy to take off.
Right.
So for me, it is born out of passion in the sense that I started off Instagram. So for me, it is empathy. It is compassion. So it's not like I have to put it on and take it off.
Right.
It is from the.
It's an extension. It comes from you.
Yes, that is my version of kindness. I don't believe in niceness. I don't believe in like niceness creates.
Yeah.
So for me, kindness is I want to be warm to you because that matters more. So I don't have to do it. It's almost
it comes naturally.
Yes.
So it's like So it's like maybe you have like 10 amulets or 10 charms, like or 10 talents, and you can choose to bring out the one that fits the moment.
Yes, exactly.
That's amazing. I want to talk about this. The first time you got on a plane.
Oh my God!
You talked about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to come back. You know, and I loved what you explained. I remember the first time I went to America for the first time, and I was coming. So I had the opposite reaction than you. I come back from America the first time. I said to myself, I was in the plane coming back to Nigeria, and I said, if I die now, it's okay. Because it's okay. Because I didn't just go to America. I was on a US program. I visited 7 states. I just felt I had experienced a flavor of life I didn't even think was possible.
Yeah.
Now, in your own case, you said the first time you entered the play for a second, you took so many pictures because suddenly life
changed.
Tell me about that.
So, first time I entered a plane when I was way younger was Nigeria to London. Yes, I think so. Lagos to London. But the first time I would enter a plane, it actually changed my life. So I didn't fly for a while. Mind you, my parents, serious academics, all of us academics.
Yes.
I had got some extra money and I was like, now I'm not taking a bus back to Uniben, I'm taking it. And that's because everything I said, I became. Like I told myself one day, you're never taking a bus back to Uniben when you're going to class. You're always going to fly. Flights then were like 25K, but it was just such a deliberate, also because I'd read about the power of just saying things, right? And I said it. I remember my first ever flight, also because, especially when I sit here in a finely tailored suit, nice shoes, you don't realize like I'm just normal. And that's just like, nothing distinguishes me. At the end of the day, we're just we're all just middle class people trying to and that's what I think is so funny.
Yeah.
Because my first flight I was like, do I need to get my international passport? I think it was 17A.
Right.
Because I don't think I ever forgot it. It was the seat beside the window. And when we were taking off, I was scared, my ears were ringing. But when we mid-air, I just said, damn. I think it was in that moment I just knew that I was made for more. All my life, whilst I've believed in myself, it's always on the angle of, it's easier to believe in yourself. Do you know it's always easier to believe in yourself than to actually do the work to become who you believe in?
Oh, yes.
It's so easy to say, one day I'm going to
keep talking about it, but not doing it.
It gives you the same feeling.
Yes.
Talking about it gives you the same feeling
Yes.
as doing.
Yes.
And so I think in that moment, I was just like, damn, I'm the last child. I have started motivating my older siblings that leave home, take that flight, please. I think on that flight, I just sat and I'm like, something broke in me that day. Like, when I went back, it was just so, damn. There's something about seeing the sky when you're in the air for the first time. Your life will never be the same after.
Yeah.
I just said, it's time.
It's time.
Like it is. It was such a manifestation of God's goodness in my life.
Yeah.
And I remember I took so many pictures, not of myself, of the sky, because I wanted to remember the feeling. And I was excited. And I think that really broke me. That flight, 17 it did something.
So, okay, let's go back, because you mentioned your parents. Okay. So it looks like your house was full of a lot of love growing up, but your parents didn't support your career.
So what's funny is, I would never have known if he supported me or not, because I never told him. Because it was I was shy to say it. Like, I didn't know how to explain it to him.
You didn't want to break his heart.
I didn't want to break his heart. And because I really love my parents. And when I say this, people always say, oh, yes, we love our parents. But I say, no, I really love I will go home. Loved at home, but loved by home also. Like, I will go home. My parents are, like, I'm not, Father's Day, I went to my short video with my daddy. Like, that's my dad. Like, that's my bestie. Do you understand? And because I care about how they feel, so I personally, I like to see my parents as people. Right. So even when I talk to my parents, I say, well, Daddy, are you telling me this from a place of fact? Or are you telling me because you're older than me and you want me to listen to it? So my parents also encourage conversations, and I think that's why I really love them.
Right.
So we see them as people.
Yeah.
I think of how privileged I am. That my parents, they never forced us.
They never made you do anything that you didn't want to do, right?
Everything I did was, and so I told someone, I I didn't enjoy law school. And they're like, so why did you do it? I was like, well, because I think that's what success looks like. I want to be a lawyer.
Stop it, because it's the same answer I give people all the time.
Oh, are you for real?
Like, I wanted to do this difficult thing.
Yes.
To prove to myself
so that I
could
can.
do it.
And people say, oh, your father forced you.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, no. But if that makes it better, if that makes me be able to sit with you guys, yeah, my daddy forced me. When I started out, I didn't even know if my dad would support me or not. And let me tell you what the irony is.
Right.
I didn't tell him.
Yes.
For 2 years.
Yes.
My daddy's friends
told them that you were doing fashion in
I told them so at the point I did have a clothing brand, crumbled. There was one time I went for Fashion Week and I think BBC posted it or CNN, one of the big stations.
Right.
And my dad would say, Tuwe is doing big things. And I say, in law? In uni? In law? Is he the secretary or something? In law, sir? Law Students Association?
Yes.
He said, no, in law, sir. In Lagos, it's okay. This campus is doing
the same
competition. Is he the general secretary? He didn't tell me he won an election.
Right.
That big things how?
Yes.
And they're like, no.
He didn't know.
He just didn't know. And why it broke my heart is because I kept it hidden for so long.
Yeah.
When he found out, he bought me my first camera. A Sony A7II. And it was so funny because it was a Christmas gift. My dad, I also grew up around parents that gift you for Christmas. So now I'm older, I gift them for Christmas. Right. And he was like, oh, I'm not, like, do you?
Yeah.
And it was the first time that I was like, oh, wow, why was I scared? And what's funny is he didn't understand what influencing was.
Yeah, of course.
He couldn't grasp it entirely. And I remember the first campaign I did for Coca-Cola. So this was the first time I could
explain what it might be.
And I sent him the video and he was like, oh, I'm so proud of you. He didn't understand the concept of it.
Yeah.
But he was so happy.
Yeah.
So now, when I hit 300,000 followers, my daddy says, you have hit 300,000 followers. Thanks be to God, my son. Your TED Talk was amazing. I have seen children before, but this is my greatest gift. And what's funny, he does it for all my siblings.
Right. Thank you, Toby. I look forward to more conversations with you as the years go by.
Much.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves. I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora. Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with the diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Signaturetv, news in your pocket.
In what many see as a growing political trend, more governors and key political figures have continued to defect to the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC). The last to decamp was Bayelsa State helmsman Doye Diri, following Peter Mba of Enugu State, while Taraba State Governor Akpo Kefas is on the wings to say goodbye to the PDP. The recent defections have shifted the political landscape, tilting power heavily toward the APC, which supporters argued strengthens governance by uniting interests under one umbrella. But critics warn it could weaken opposition voices, reduce checks and balances, and edge the country closer to a one-party system and eventually stifle democratic competition and accountability. A security expert and public affairs analyst, Jackson Leko Oju, condemned in strong terms the massive defections to APC, which he described as unfortunate and capable of taking the nation to a state of anarchy if not checked. Ojo said that democracy is not about the politically privileged few, but about the masses, saying the defections have demonstrated the level of greed and lack of respect for the party that brought such people to power.
Number one thing is because these people are not principled. The people that are decamping, they are not principled. Number two, they don't have respect for those people that has elected them into office. Number three, is the issue of corruption. Possibly the ruling party is kind of flashing at them their corrupt document. And the only way they can be forgiven, whatever offense you commit, that immediately you join the APC, your sin will be forgiven.
He also decried the threat by some governors against those who fail to decamp along with them, which he said is a denial of their fundamental human rights and breach of the Constitution.
Why is it threat? If you are no longer comfortable and I'm comfortable, why not let us work together? Because the state belongs to all of us. So all these things, they are kind of threat to democratic principles. And when people no longer have trust in democracy, what do you think people will do? Then people will take to self-help, and self-help will never be positive anywhere in the world.
National President, South-South Youth Initiative, and a political affairs analyst, Imiabe Victor Oscar, also warned against a drift to one-party system. He condemned the way and manner the ruling All Progressives Congress is dealing with the opposition parties in the country, saying that a true democracy thrives in opposition.
It's against the Constitution that once you are defecting from Party A to Party B, automatically the Constitution says that you will lose your position or you will lose your mandate. That is the expectation. So ordinary, the people of Bayelsa and the legislature, if not that they have all joined hands to join the governor Doye Diri to APC, they were all supposed to work currently with the deputy governor that have refused to defect. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And that's why we say that we are not practicing a true democracy in this country. That's why I said we don't have democratic system of governance in our country. That's why we are also saying that our Nigerian constitution and our rule of law is not being respected, not just by the citizens of this country, but also by those in the principal office.
Convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ebogidi, also noted that the spate of defections to the ruling party runs counter to the ethics and principles of true democracy. Ebogidi called on the politicians and public office holders to be more people-oriented and purposeful in pursuing political power by allowing viable opposition to thrive.
Ordinarily, it's something that should be condemnable because we need a very vibrant opposition that should be able to put the incumbent in check. But based on this contest, then you may want to soften that rigid position. Let's see what the implication of all of this will be. But I can also tell you for free that with what we have seen based on antecedents in the country, that a governor defects to another party, whether at the center or even a smaller party, due to whatever reason, doesn't always guarantee that his people and his immediate supporters will also join him.
As the 2027 elections draw nearer, political analysts say the trend underscores the need for stronger party ideology, internal democracy, and reforms that will make politics about service, not survival. Whether these defections will bring stability or further erode the democratic space remains to be seen. What is clear, however, is that Nigeria's democracy thrives best when diverse voices are allowed to compete on a level playing field.
To Southeast News on Signaturetv. I am Barry Kumo Ado. I think the Harmattan is really getting on, and people are beginning to feel refreshed by that wind. But as I usually say, stay safe is the best option. In the headline, ex-aviation minister Stella Odua arraigned over 5 billion naira corruption charges. Stay with us for this and more.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signaturetv, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signaturetv. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU state government is to restrict tricycles and yellow buses from several major highways in ENUGU town. Announcement has generated mixed reactions among transport unions. Signaturetv's correspondent Chinemere Mikegmunam reports.
A major shift has come into ENUGU transport sector just months after the commissioning of the 5 modern bus terminals and the unveiling of 200 CNG-powered buses. The state government is now working towards full deployment and dedication operation of its BRT buses across major roads in ENUGU. Under the new arrangement, tricycles, yellow buses, and mini buses will be restricted from operating along high-traffic corridors across the city. The Commissioner for Transport, Dr. Obiozo, who announced the new measures, listed the affected corridors to include Obara Avenue, Abakaliki Road, New Haven Junction, Naira Triangle to Emene Airport. Also affected is the Ogui-Chime Naira Triangle axis, the New Haven Basilica, Rangers Avenue, Ogui Presidential, Wayek, Mpokete, and the entire Abani Road stretch. The commissioner maintained that the tricycle were never designed for high-speed highways, as their presence on major roads threatens both safety and efficiency.
The BRT buses have been operating skeletally for the past 90 days, and as a holiday approaches, the program wants to, of course, roll out in earnest. So there was some level of miscommunication between the ministry and some critical stakeholders, including the union. From National Union to return to the Amalgamated Tricycle Union. And of course, we've been in partnership for a long time, and we decided to come together to clear the air and address some of their concerns.
The government said it has procured 200 CNG-powered ENUGU State Rapid Bus Service (BRT) and 4,000 electric taxis, many of which will be assembled at Anamco. 84 new bus shelters have also been completed, and the card payment system is being expanded for cashless commuting. But while stakeholders acknowledge the government's vision, many union leaders did not wholeheartedly agree, raising strong concerns about the impact on their members.
Even if this thing will come to pass, let it be given a second thought. One, to provide another means that is an alternative for those who are going to be, yes, those who are going to be victims of, because keke is not even cheap. Those who bought keke with their own money, some of them sell land to buy the keke. When once you say that in a palm, that person don't finish you.
The chairman of the Road Transport Employers Association, Chidebere Aniago, urged that pushing out members of the union from the routes will force them into unemployment and hunger and worsen insecurity.
There's hardship, everyone knows that. If we can check the time, we are just trying to advise. We know we don't have the capacity to stop government on what they want to do. But we are advising because everything is about local. We are the one that used to discuss with all these poor masses. You might be here, you don't know what is going on locally. The whole information flow from us. If we can check the timing. Two, you know, business, monopoly is not good when it comes to business. Even if government wants to bring 50,000 BRT, we are in support of it. It's good. But if they can allow the minibus to apply those routes, I believe if there's competition, business will move.
The chairman of the National Union of Road Transport Workers, Augustine Ago, argued that without involving seasoned transport operators, the reform risks instability and mismanagement.
We are graduates, for crying out loud. We are not, gone are the days when you pick up people from anywhere and say, come and lead a union as big as union or return. We are graduates, for crying out loud. And we present to the ministry, we can manage these things. If not completely managing it, we can partner with your company, the company that the government brought, to make this thing work efficiently and effectively.
The union leader said the reforms, though promising, could worsen hardship if workers are excluded from the new transport economy. Responding to the concerns, the general manager, Femodec Express, in charge of ENUGU State Rapid Bus Service, Omishore Abiodun, noted that no transport worker will lose his job under the new arrangement. He said opportunities under the new transport system will be open to all based on merit.
We should be open to change. I have seen this practically. We've seen people crouch in tricycles because they are struggling roads with high capacity buses and trucks. It doesn't work like that. And the system is not taking you out of job. Please note, the system is creating a more conducive atmosphere for us to run simultaneously. For you, sir, you might not know where all your tricycles are right now. We can tell you where our buses are right now because of the system being put in place. We can track drivers with the bus code on those buses. I can tell you who drove a bus on a particular day. I can tell you the amount of revenue that is generated on that buses. What is the time for maintenance? We have those systems in place.
The commissioner later inaugurated a joint review committee comprising ministry officials and union representatives to finalize operational details ahead of the BRT launch. The ENUGU state government insists the reform will modernize transportation, reduce travel time, and strengthen safety, while union leaders warn that their members must not be sacrificed in the process. In ENUGU, Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
State Police Command has banned the sale and unauthorized use of fireworks during the festive season, warning that violators will face prosecution. Commissioner of Police Maman Giwa emphasized that the measure is crucial for public safety, stating that the ban is intended to prevent criminals from exploiting fireworks to commit offenses or create panic. Police are also warning against bush burning during the Harmattan season, describing it as hazardous and capable of endangering life and destroying property. Residents are urged to remain vigilant, cooperate with security personnel, and report suspicious persons or activities. Uchechi, wife of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of indigenous people of Biafra, said her husband is fighting against forces darker than those Nelson Mandela faced in South Africa. She emphasized that Kanu was not a terrorist, but Africa's greatest freedom fighter, maintaining that he is the leader of millions of Biafrans scattered all over the world. Kanu is currently serving a life sentence at Sokoto Custodial Center after being convicted by Justice James Omotosho of an Abuja Federal High Court for charges related to terrorism, stemming from his agitation for the actualization of the sovereign state of Biafra. Former Minister of Aviation, Senator Stella Odua, has been arraigned before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on 5 billion naira corruption charges. Odua was put on trial by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, on 5 counts relating to advance fee fraud and conspiracy. She is accused of obtaining 2.4 billion naira through Broadwater's resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation and collected 1.6 billion naira and 839 million naira through fraudulent means. Odua denied the charges and was granted bail on self-recognizance. She must deposit a traveling passport with a court and not travel outside Nigeria without permission. And now to Anambra State, where the police command has arrested a 26-year-old armed robbery suspect, Gochukwu Uzo, during a major offensive operation at Iowa Odepe in Ogwaru local government area of the state. Uzo is said to be the leader of several criminal gangs operating across Anambra and neighboring states, and was apprehended by operatives of the Rapid Response Squad, or KUZO, after he was heavily injured during the operation. A locally made Beretta pistol and 11 live ammunition rounds were recovered from the suspect, who confessed to his involvement in the abduction and subsequent murder of a member of the Anambra State House of Assembly, Azuka Justice, on December 24, 2024. The police have described Uzo as a notorious and dangerous criminal with a long history of violent offenses, and his arrest is seen as a significant breakthrough in the fight against violent crime in the state. The police have urged the public to remain vigilant and cooperate with law enforcement agencies in the continued fight against crime. Still in Anambra State, the police command has warned that any resident found with unauthorized police kits, including uniforms and other accessories will face immediate arrest and prosecution. A new enforcement measure aims to prevent impersonation, extortion, and other security breaches involving fake security personnel. According to Commissioner of Police Ikioyo Rutugo, security uniforms remain classified government property and the unlawful possession constitutes a criminal offense. Police will intensify visibility policing and conduct thorough verification of personnel identities during operations. Residents are urged to remain vigilant and report suspicious individuals impersonating security personnel. Directive follows a recent incident where gunmen posing as security operatives attacked a convoy belonging to a former governor of Anambra State. That's the news. When we return, we'll start our conversation. What are we talking about? When you join us, you'll find out. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Back, and here we are. Everywhere in Nigeria, there is a talk of insecurity. And when you talk about insecurity, there are so many things that people talk about and so many that are left not spoken about. Today, we happen to have in the studio with us someone who does not only look at insecurity from that perspective, but is looking at it from a perspective of a poet, perspective of an author, perspective of a writer. Most of all, is drawing a line. For many in Nigeria and the international community, what happened during the reign of President Jonathan, what I would term the Chibok affairs, was something that was stunning, and nobody could believe that over 200 people could be abducted at the same time. But did it happen? Yes, it did. Did we learn lessons from it? We may claim we did. But with the recent happenings, it does appear as if lessons learned, but what happened after? Probably not lessons properly learned. But that's also by the way. For my guest today, Gregory Olisa Odiakosa. He's a man of many parts, but I'll leave that for him to introduce himself. But one part that is unique is the art of writing poetry, art of writing poems that reflects the current situation of things. Right now, he's going to introduce himself. I won't do that. Greg, you're welcome. But please feel free and introduce yourself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here on Signaturetv, news in your pocket. Gregory Odiakosa is my name. My friend Barikumo has rebaptized me Olisa. That one is Osaji.
Osaji.
Olisaji, yes, my Igbo name. So I have been in the media for quite a while, a long time really. I was a broadcaster, got climbed to an administrator, and after 35 years, I've retired, and right now I'm doing my little things, private things, along life.
Along life. I like that part of along life. I remember that one of those things that you do that has to do with a long life is something that shows the element of patriotism in you.
Yeah.
Padu good.
Yeah. It's been a long journey. I started it quite a long time ago. Padu Good is a character that is worried, loves Nigeria with passion, loves the people, but is disappointed at the showings of particularly our leaders. He's not happy with the way things are going because he believes that things can be right, because we are so endowed by God that nobody in this country should be suffering at all. Should be no kind of deprivations. But unfortunately, so Padu Good goes around, talking about different issues, which he normally does, sometimes in a humorous way, sometimes in very serious ways. But Mr. B is Barikumo. At some point, I actually got so disenchanted with everything, I decided to, maybe it's time to give it up.
Really?
Because you're talking to adults who are not interested. So I said, maybe it's better we start working with children so that you can catch them from the very cradle when they're still young and not too formed. Because adults, is very difficult to change a personality at that age. But all said and done, the ache is still there. The love for the country is still there. But we have learned to take it easy. Do the little part you can and then leave the rest, and then continue to hope that one day it will get better.
So, as a poet, is it always lamentations, especially looking at it from the perspective of over 200 girls abducted, and at the end of the day, the count is still going on in that some have still not been rescued. So, what angle do you take when you remember the Chibok girls?
Well, Mr. B, the truth is that the artist, the creative artist, the poet, if you're a dramatist, you are in a society, you're part and parcel of the society. You see what is happening, you feel it. The only difference is that probably you have this, you think deeper, can see beyond. Sometimes I even tend to ascribe some kind of prophetic utterances from those who write and speak and perform, because everybody is endowed with one gift or the other. There's a talent that you think you have, and if you dispose yourself to positively use that talent for the good of society, always art ordinarily is normally against evil and will promote truth and goodness. So as somebody who has this consciousness, you're ill at odds most times to represent the mirror what you see the way it is. But like you said, it is also possible for you to also look at another angle. Beyond complaining about darkness, you light like a candle, which is what I intend to do with Chibok Virgins. Because if you look at the book, and the book virtually says everything that is happening right now. It was a book that was written 2 years ago. I've not been able to present it publicly, but if you read it from beginning to end, it's just what we are seeing today. And why are we at this juncture? Because we are so laid back, especially our leaders. This is something that ought to have been nipped in the bud, but it was politicized. People are not here on Signaturetv. Your first question is, what do I offer my audience? Your first is always thinking about your audience. What do they want? What will satisfy them? What will bring them up? But those we purportedly re-elect and elect all the time appears to forget the fact that they're actually supposed to be serving us, our interests, our well-being. Look at the basic, today is World Human Rights Day. Basic fundamental rights of humans. Do we have it really? Security, food, freedom of expression. Was it not on Tuesday, some people, some women who were peacefully protesting were spied in a country that is practicing democracy, a country that is secular? There are so many things to complain about and cry over in this country, but we keep. Yes, I was going to say that this book wouldn't stop here. I also intend to, and it's already finished, bring out a good number of other things from it. We're going to have a workshop workbook for teenagers, especially girl child. There's also going to be a music album that's going to come out of it to kind of give them. Some people are trying to destroy and put them down. These follow-up projects will be aimed at lifting them. Lifting up. Yeah.
Okay, now let's have a little insight into, because you said 2 years ago and it's happening now, it's like being prophetic. Let's have an insight into some of those things that you said 2 years ago that is in this book and are becoming prophetic.
Okay, the second poem, for instance, paints a picture of Aso Rock and paints another picture of Sambisa as another country. In fact, there's a poem in one of them called "The Country Called Sambisa."
Can we get a sneak?
Okay. That's the Sambisa, right?
Yes, the Sambisa.
The country called Sambisa. They went to war in Liberia, in Sierra Leone and Somalia, and won them freedom. At our doorposts, in their backyards, the mayhem plus atrocity of brothers against sisters is bred, buttressed, and condoned. They wiped mucus from others' noses, but couldn't staunch our bleeding noses. I see guns and grenades falling, uniforms running and diving, running home for dear life, only to get home and dance to Idris' classic country, jaga jaga, everything scatter scatter, 4 months suffer, bossa bossa, gunshot in the ear, not air, ear, living in the land of deaf ears, not yet to Huru, Sambisa. Well, this the first one actually. This is what I should have. This is what will portray this better. Sorry.
Okay.
Deaf ears and dead hearts at Aso. If only the rock at Aso could be transformed into a long, solid bridge and a fast ambulance train, so they could race over to save us. To save some dying youths. I wish the throne at Aso had some wise ears, large enough to eavesdrop on our miserable slave cells, to hear the endless screams punctuating every 5 seconds of our daily lives dreary. At every corner of this cursed camp, of 100 maidens' pride and future careers sacrificed heartlessly in the Sambisa rival palace. What does their envoy who visit the Sambisa throne really tell them?
I like the way you ended. What does the envoys who visit the Sambisa throne really tell them? Many a times it's easy for us to. There was a report we carried yesterday where in one of those IDP camps, you find a situation that is not only intriguing. On the surface, it looks okay. But when you hear the storyline, it's demoralizing. How? In this situation, you find where those who were victims and are now in the ID camps are still victims. But those who are repentant Boko Haram people are the owners of shops in the IDP camps.
Really?
Yes, we carried out reports on Signaturetv, and something struck me. Because during the interview, both parties were interviewed. Those who were repentant and those who were the victims. And what struck me was the fact that it does appear as if once you are a victim, it takes forever to change your faith. Now, given that scenario and what you just painted, what can we tell the younger generation? What legacy are we leaving for the younger generation? You are the poet. You are the one that can use words to paint pictures of pain, paint pictures of happiness and joy. Given from that time and 2 years ago when you decided to embark on this, do you think we have hope?
A lot actually depends on us, the people.
I like that positive attitude.
Yeah, because Barry, to tell you the truth, if you let these guys, this will continue on and on and on and on. Because there's a saying that goes like, it's a cliche, who will remove sugar when they put inside a mouth. So we have so much laid undue emphasis on the plums of office. Fat salaries, fine cars, latest cars, all those extraneous things. Instead of focusing on what did I come here to do? What am I supposed to be doing? How am I serving my people? Those questions are not asked. And the unfortunate thing is that those of us who are not in the corridors of power are not making them to be accountable enough. Nobody asks anybody any question. The chief executive of any state can wake up and do whatever he wants to do. Send you. It has now gotten so worse now that even if you decide to protest, you have roadblock. If you're not maimed, you get killed. Is it the court you will run to? But who knows that one day the trumpet will sound and our people will wake up. You know what I mean by the trumpet sounding. The trumpet at Trump got interest, yes. And people sat up.
Is it really that people sat up?
What is it? What you had pretenses after the complaints.
I like that word, pretenses.
Yes, and then you started hearing stories that having this people have been capital. Yeah. But these are all window dressing.
Okay.
We're not serious yet.
Okay, Greg. I like the way this conversation is going. I want to believe more positive things will come out of it.
So, sorry, I didn't lie though. So I was saying that...
Are you taking off?
It depends on us, the people.
Uh-huh.
We need to begin to ask questions. We need to start using the powers the Constitution gives us. We need to stop pandering to people who bring money, give you money during elections and so on. Because we have seen that it doesn't work now. It should dawn on us that they keep you subjugated, they keep you poor. At the end of the day, if they give you 5,000, you accept it. They will go back and start living like kings and queens.
Let me pause.
We need to wake up.
Let me pause you there. Take you to just November 8th. You know where I'm taking you to?
No.
To your state.
Anambra.
Anambra elections.
I was not
was
there.
held, no problems. Was held on November 8th. But the beautiful thing is just what you are talking about. Everybody was enlightened enough to know that they can vote for whoever they choose.
Yeah.
But they decided to sell their votes for various amounts of money.
About Hunger Day.
Many were caught on camera.
Hunger Day.
So
Hunger Day.
Hold it. We're talking about accountability.
Yeah.
Now, if you feel that there is hunger in the land, and I feel there is hunger in the land, how do we get those we've elected into office to be accountable to us? How do we hold them accountable?
I think we all need to increase our momentum in terms of complaints. Let's stop complaining and begin to educate our people, do some more enlightenment campaigns. And already, I know Signaturetv is doing, and all other media houses need to start doing that. We need to even start having NGOs and groups, religious groups, that their work will just be to begin to, let our people know, activate their sense if there's anything like that. Let us begin to think with our brain. If we can do that in a very massive way, I believe that people will consciously now begin to know and do the right thing, especially when it comes to electing those who will represent us and be in charge of our fate for 4 years, 8 years. I think that's just we just have to keep talking and training people, through all sorts of maybe jingles, even music. Our musicians, I don't think they are doing enough. Most times, they're just talking boy, girls, love, in quotes. But some of them are doing well, though. And I respect Idris. There are a good number of them who knows it is part of what they ought to be doing to conscientize our young people to get more politically conscious, to want to be active in what is happening around you, not all this European League and people just spend their time sometimes, wastefully, forgetting the main basic. It's just like, problem plenty. It's just like this constant incursions in people's bushes and stuff, and many people are just sitting down watching, but people are invading your community. stopping you from farming, stopping you from going to school or work, endangering even the heads you have, and you're not doing anything about it. Meanwhile, there are hierarchy of leadership from community level to state, and everybody's keeping quiet. Those who are supposed to be talking are not talking. Bros, the problem is deep. I'm telling you.
But even if it's that deep, it's not insurmountable. You know that the Igbos, I'll paraphrase it, say that if we complain that something is wrong with the community or the land, some people are getting the profits from it. So let's just ask ourselves simple questions. This is the Southeast. And when you talk about the Southeast, there is a phrase they use that buru-buru. Gidi bueze. Now, if it is, why are we losing the trend? And why are we losing the thread of coming together as a people to ensure that things are done properly? Let's remember this. You know, you did say that there is problems and it's deep. But let's step back a bit and ask ourselves, if our homes and various households, we've done enough talking and teaching in our households, when they come out to the streets, to the stages, they'll be the one that will represent us. They'll be the one that will say, it's time to stop selling your votes. But if we all are laid back and our children come out, they want to follow the trend. They want to boast that others were paying 5,000 per vote. I got 20,000 for my vote.
That's why I said we all need to see it, first of all, as a duty. This is something, a duty that is obligatory on all of us. Those who are educated, those who are highly placed, those who are influencers, you know, all of us should know that this is. And if you see the way sometimes I get disturbed about this thing, especially the Igbo factor that we've just came through now, the Igbo person, the pride has become so much, it's become so too loud. But there are some basic things that we fail to look at, and I don't know why our thought leaders do not ask themselves questions like, why don't we ever get to speak with one voice? Why can't we ever get to be united consistently? All the time you're finding people who are more interested in sabotaging group interest, corporate interest of Igbo for the benefit of, for their own selfish interests. They're ready to go to any length. I don't want to start citing examples, but this is an obvious fact. So I think there's a need. It is something that has been ringing in my head. I think there's a need for us to begin an Igbo-ness consciousness now. Because even at a point, it became as if the Igbo person was an endangered species. We've all seen what has been happening. You know, yet we're not doing anything consciously, strategically about it. If it is in places where we have people who are, you know, I don't know what, I don't want to say, because that may sound derogatory to the rest of us, but we have seen enough to wake us up into having a conscious movement to gather ourselves together, gather our wealth together, to build our area economically, socially, or what have you. Some people have to start that, and I'm getting the prompting to do that.
I think that's the problem. The problem is, you just said somebody has to start.
Yeah.
You know the story of who bailed the cat?
Yes.
Oh, after the long meeting, and everybody said, just bail this cat. Once this cat is bailed, by the time the cat is coming, we'll all hear the sound and we'll all escape.
There's another one about they came to take the Marxist. I kept quiet.
Mhm.
They came to take the, different kinds of ideologies.
Still kept quiet.
Until it came to my...
So-
that is the thing.
So-
Somewhere, there's one proverb. Do you speak Igbo on your channel?
Feel free.
Okay. Mili don neju, don wanketa. It is there. It is something we need to do, look at and begin to forge for ways, of circumventing.
You know why I have an issue with forge, because we're still going back to who bails the cat. Let me give you a typical example of what's at play. When Sit at Home started, it was like it will end the next day. It didn't. Businesses crumbled. Some people died. Some barely survived. But that was not the issue. The issue was, could the Southeast have come together to forge a path that would have made the Southeast one? Remember, when a similar situation sprang up in the Southwest and was headed by one person, there was this rallying around by the elders of the Southeast to change the situation.
Yeah.
But in the Southeast, it didn't happen. And now, all your suggestions are great, but which group
Maybe Ohaneze.
Ohaneze, for example, I'm not...
I was joking.
No. For example, the last election, yes, they have a new national president. But are you also aware that there is another faction also claiming that their election held in Port Harcourt?
I don't take this seriously.
No. That's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is, Greg, we've been talking for so long. Is it not time for each community? You just talked about people are there, and then they say some people have been attacked in the various communities. Is it not time? While you said something, there is an hierarchy. But why don't we start small? Start small. For example, my community is small. And if we are going to be attacked, we should be the first line of defense.
Some people are already doing it, sir. Some people are already doing it.
If we are the first line of defense, by the time they get to your community, and you're also the first line of defense, they'll begin to know that resistance is there.
Maybe everything has a time when it will unfold. Some skip makers have started urging people to go to churches with arms. I don't know if you've seen any of those kids.
That may work, may not work.
No, but if you're pushed to the wall and you have nothing else to do, what?
Do you know what I'm saying?
You might decide to do what you, in your rational state, you'll be surprised you did.
But it's a two-way thing. Why is it a two-way thing? Some people may decide not to even go to church and say it's safer at home.
Yeah, sure.
But they can also be attacked at home. So wouldn't the safety ideology begin with... Shouldn't it be, with the fact that we can begin to think of a security ideology right here, right now, and it works out that
I
way.
think maybe, Victor Hugo said, an idea whose time has come, nobody can stop it. I have also told myself, probably I may have to start somewhere too and begin to do something. I will also continue praying so that God will enlighten some minds and, increase them, give them the enablement to begin to bring solutions to these problems, even if it is in the immediate term. And then in the long run, I tell you, we need to have an Igbo think tank that should project our 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, condition in this economically, socially, and otherwise. Let's pray it will happen soon.
All right, Greg, I need to let you go now. Thank you very much for coming on to Southeast News.
God bless you.
It's been
I
a
hope you
pleasure.
invite me again.
And we will, definitely. Why not?
Thank you.
So that's how it's been on this edition of Southeast News. And Greg has been our guest. We hope to invite him again. Greg, I've not signed off.
Okay, I thought I'm not seeing myself there.
No, that's Greg for you. All right, Barik Mwado is my name. We'll be here tomorrow. Thank you.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing
Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Governor Fubara says he left the PDP because it abandoned him when he was in trouble. The ENUGU government inaugurates task force to tackle gender-based violence. Gunfire heard in East Congo town of Uvira as Rwanda-backed M23 rebels enter. And Israel reopens border crossing with Jordan. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The ENUGU state government has inaugurated a task force to address rising incidents of gender-based violence in the state. Task force, which has members drawn from various ministries and interministerial departments, was inaugurated at the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development. Correspondent Chinemere Mikegbenam reports.
Across communities in Enugu State, reports of gender-based violence ranging from sexual assault, physical abuse, emotional torture to economic intimidation have continued to draw public concern. Recent figures from civic society groups indicate a disturbing rise in cases, especially among women, children, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. In what the state describes as a swift and structural response, the Ministry of Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development has inaugurated the Enugu State Gender-Based Violence Task Force Team, a unified body designed to prevent, respond to, and completely scale up interventions against all forms of violence in the state. The task force team is mandated to harmonize all efforts, enforce zero tolerance for gender-based violence, and sensitize residents about violence against persons prohibition law (VAR), ensuring that no citizen is left without protection or access to justice. Chairman of the newly inaugurated team and Commissioner for Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, Ngozi Eni, said the task force is ready, well armed, and determined to end gender-based violence in Enugu State. She maintained that silence, stigma, and fear will no longer be allowed to overshadow the dignity of victims.
Today's gathering is not just an official launch, it is a bold declaration. A declaration that gender-based violence has no hold in Enugu State. A declaration that we will no longer allow silence, stigma, or institutional gaps to rob survivors of justice. A declaration that the safety and dignity of our people are non-negotiable. Gender-based violence is not an abstract statistic. It is the lived reality of our mothers, daughters, sisters, sons, elderly people, and persons with disability.
The Anglican Bishop of Nike Diocese, Right Reverend Dr. Christian Onya, provided a biblical foundation for the fight, stressing that the Church must remain actively involved in protecting the vulnerable.
God from day one have commanded us to go and fight for the poor, for the oppressed, for the violated ones, for the depressed, for the rejected and the ejected ones. And so it didn't just start. It originated from the Bible, where we read. And I want to thank the executive director of ESAC, Reverend E.K. Chukwumogu, for pushing this with all his strength and might to this level, engaging with the government and foreign donors to make sure this awareness is created. But coming to church, I have said it, I'm re-emphasizing it again, there can be no society morals without engaging with the church.
Representing traditional rulers, Igwe Samuel Asado pledged the full support of traditional institutions, commending Governor Peter Mba for what he called a visionary intervention.
So with this now, and I know it's been talked about, that I want the members of the press on Nigeria to support that, because some of us came in to add value, not to take. We came in to add value. because the community, we love the community and the community loves some of us. So we are going to make a very big difference in this. So gender-based violence is something that is endemic in the society. We want to eradicate it, we want to subject it to somewhere it can be manageable a little bit. So it will be just something. It could be, if you see something, say something. It's something anybody could be affected for. So that's why I'm here today.
A member of the committee, Onyimama, urged the team to work selflessly, passionately, and with total dedication to the cause.
But I think I would ask all of us to be completely selfless as we do this work. Not think about profits, not think about money, not think about name, not think about being recognized, and not think about being neglected. When you do this work very well, what will speak for you is highly spiritual before it can become physical.
The event also featured the signing of multi-ministerial memorandum of understanding, signaling a new era of coordinated action between government ministries, civil society organizations, law enforcement agencies, and NGOs in ENUGU. Chinemere Mikebunam, Signaturetv News.
The federal government on Wednesday arraigned a former Minister of Aviation, Stella Odua, before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory on 5 billion naira corruption charges. She was put on trial by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, on 5 counts related to advance fee fraud and conspiracy. In one of the counts, Stella Odua was accused of obtaining by fraudulent pretenses a sum of 2.4 billion naira through Broad Waters Resources from the Federal Ministry of Aviation. She was said to have fraudulently claimed that the money represented a cost of technical supervision in January 2014. In another count, Stella Odua was alleged to have collected 1.6 billion naira and a further 839 million naira through the same means, contrary to Section 8 of the Advanced Fee Fraud Act. The former minister was docked along one other accused person, however denied the charges. Justice Hamza Muazu admitted her to bail on self-recognition, but ordered that she must deposit a travel passport with a court and must not travel outside Nigeria without the court's permission. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has frowned at what he sees as excessive deployment of security operatives around the family of President Bola Tinubu, warning that such overreach undermines Nigeria's security priorities. Soyinka was speaking at the 20th Wole Soyinka Center for Investigative Journalism Awards in Lagos, recounted his recent encounter with what he termed a battalion-level security detail attached to the president's son at a hotel in Ikoyi. He said he had initially assumed the film was being shot on the hotel premises due to the sheer number of heavily armed personnel he saw. Soyinka said it was alarming that about 15 heavily armed officers formed the president's son's security cordon, which according to him was sufficient to take over a neighboring small country or city like Benin. The playwright added that he was so disturbed that he attempted reaching the National Security Advisor to verify whether the deployment was official, insisting that while heads of state often have families, such privilege must never be abused or allowed to distort national security structures. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday issued clear directives on his order stopping special police security for Nigeria's upper class at a Federal Executive Council meeting, gave instructions to the Vice President, National Security Advisor, and Ministry of Interior to make sure that these directives are implemented. Correspondent Chimeze Nzedima reports.
The issue of withdrawal of police escorts for VIPs seems to be of particular concern to President Tinubu. He said that for the directive to be varied, it must be with his express clearance.
If you have any problem of security because of the nature of your assignment, please contact the IGP and get my clearance.
The president, however, acknowledged that some public officers may need extra security to undertake some assignments. That was his reason for providing the window of request and clearance before any such deployment. He stated that the security situation in the country required all hands to be on deck and advised that the National Security Advisor and the Ministry of Interior to explore the option of using personnel of the Civil Defense and Forest Guards to meet such special needs.
The Minister for Interior should liaise with IGP and the Civil Defense structure to replace those police officers who are on special security duties, so that you don't leave people exposed. NSA and DSS to provide further information and form themselves into a committee and review the structure.
Another directive which the president revisited was the open grazing. The president said that it bordered on constitutional assignment of responsibilities. The states own the land, but open grazing is creating a security challenge which has no respect for states' boundaries. He called on Vice President using the instrument of the National Economic Council to recover some grazing reserves to turn them into ranches to stem header farmers' clashes and mainstream animal husbandry into the national economy.
Again, especially livestock reform, I think the Vice President should get the neck, first of all, to see which village or grazing reserves that can be salvaged or rehabilitated into ranches, livestock settlement.
The president's return to these two issues is a pointer that he may not be satisfied with the outcome of his earlier directives on them. In Abuja, Chimeze Izadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Nigeria's First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, has addressed the public. Discussions surrounding her encounter with Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke during the 10th coronation anniversary of the Ooni of Ife. The reaction follows the widely circulated video from the event in Ile-Ife, Osun State on Sunday, which coincided with the First Lady's installation as Yeye Asiwaju Bobo Ile Odua. Posting a picture of herself standing with Governor Adeleke on her Facebook page, Tinubu noted that public figures are often judged harshly for actions that might otherwise be overlooked. A remark has done little to quell the online backlash. Senior Special Assistant to the Governor Bureau of Social Services, Akindude Bello, said the First Lady should be cautioned, insisted that a gesture towards an elected governor was inappropriate. Still to come, PDP reacts to Fubara's defection to APC, described move as self-inflicted injury. Accord Party declares Adeleke as sole candidate for Osun 2026 governorship election. These and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has reacted to the defection of the River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara to the ruling party, describing the move as a self-inflicted injury and a voluntary departure with no grounds for complaint. In a statement, the PDP's National Publicity Secretary, Comrade Ini Emenobong, said the governor willingly traveled the path that led to his defection, cannot accuse the party or any group of abandoning or failing to protect him. Mobong added that the party, civil society organizations and Nigerians had actively supported Fubara throughout the political crisis leading up to his decision. Statement cautioned against what it called Stockholm Syndrome, warning the governor against developing undue attachment to his new political allies. Mobong also criticized the broader political environment, describing it as a testament to the dysfunctional nature of a country's democracy, where individuals stronger than institutions manipulate federal power to suppress opponents. He warned that such actions threaten democratic norms and called for unified condemnation from all well-meaning citizens. Fubara, while announcing his defection from the PDP to the APC, stated that his interest and that of his supporters were not protected by the PDP while they were in trouble, and said the only reason why he still remained governor today was based on the protection from the president. Earlier today, the member representing Obiakpo Federal Constituency at the Niger Delta Youth Parliament, Amadi John Dove, spoke with my colleague Christopher Lele on the defection of the governor and implication to politics in River State.
Talking about our governor's defection, you know, anything happening in the political terrain in Nigeria and River State, there is always a justification for them. Like he said, it was for the interest of Rivers people, and truth being said, wherever our governor goes, there we go, irrespective of the fact that most persons will kick against saying you're against this APC system, how come you're joining them? So if he said it's for the interest of Rivers people, then it's for the interest of Rivers people.
All right then, but then has the governor, Fubara's defection to the APC officially drawn the battle line between him and Nyesom Wike within Rivers politics?
Personally, for me, I don't think there is any battle line anymore. It's just, I would say it's a normal political misunderstanding and some point miscalculation. So I believe River State will experience more peace and calmness now that the governor and the FCT minister are, let's say, likely on both sides, because the FCT minister is there to say that he's completely in APC, irrespective of the fact that we know how the movement is going, the whole PD, APC stuff you get. So for me, everything is normal.
But do you think Fubara's move to the APC truly strengthened his stance against Wike's growing influence in the PDP?
It's a bit dicey. For me, I would say it's 50-50. For me, I would say it's 50-50, because at the end of the day now, I think the remaining percentage to add up to the 50 rests in the sole hand of the federal government.
But are the people of River State the real beneficiaries of this move? Or should we say it's merely spectators? They're merely spectators in the battle of personal ambition.
When two different fights, the ground suffers. I will say, I wouldn't say all Rivers people are happy with this move, because at some point most Rivers persons are even more happy with the way Fubara was going head on with the FCT minister. So coming to this halt at the end of the day, some persons won't be happy, but it's for the progress and for the interest of the state.
All right, but how do you feel, by the way? Let me get your personal opinion, because River State is known for being a PDP state from 1999, and this is a change in the political party for the state government and the state entirely. How do you receive this news?
Personally, I at some point I was not happy, because just like you said, the state has been a PDP state all this while. But be that as it may, there is always room for change. And I believe as an individual, I welcome change, and I also advise Rivers people to welcome change. That's only if we really believe and trust in our governor. I believe he knows what he's doing. I also believe it's for the interest of Rivers people. So wherever he goes, we follow for the betterment of Rivers State.
The People's Democratic Party also suffered another high-profile loss on Tuesday with the defection of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke who said he has joined the Accord Party as a new platform to seek re-election in August next year. Adeleke made the announcement in a post on his verified X handle, and just a few days after resigning from the People's Democratic Party. The governor disclosed that he joined the Accord Party on 6th November 2025 as a platform to seek re-election in 2026 following weeks of consultation and deliberations with stakeholders and opinion leaders. Said he opted for the Accord Party because its mission of welfarism aligns with its passionate focus on citizens and workers' welfare. Stakeholders and residents of Osun State, it said, are aware of why he is taking an important decision, saying his second term would enable him to complete ongoing delivery of good governance and democratic dividends, which have been applauded at home and abroad. Meanwhile, the screening committee of the Accord Party has declared Governor Ademola Adeleke as the sole governorship candidate of the party in Osun State. The development was confirmed in a statement by the chairman of the screening committee and national organizing secretary of the party, Ibe Thangod. Thangod said Adeleke met all the requirements for nomination, was subsequently declared as a sole aspirant for the party's governorship ticket. Certificate of clearance was presented to Adeleke by the committee's chairman. In response, the governor thanked the screening committee and the party leadership, saying it was ready to lead the Accord Party to victory in 2026. President Bola Tinubu says bureaucracy or lack of access to opportunities will limit the potential of the Nigerian youth under his administration. The President was speaking at a presidential villa at a Startup Grant Awards of the Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative. Correspondent Wabes Njoko reports.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was represented at the Grand Awards by the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, said his commitment to the development of the Nigerian youth was not a political calculation, but a personal commitment. He said the commitment arose from a clear understanding that the future of Nigeria and its capability to play in the international arena rests with the Nigerian youth. He pledged to remove every barrier that can limit the potentials of the Nigerian youth, explaining that remains the driver of the reform agenda of his administration.
We carried out extensive regulatory reforms to remove bottlenecks for small businesses and new tax laws that will ease compliance for young entrepreneurs. Our administration is also providing incentives for founders in the digital and creative economy and expanding access to consumer credit and enterprise financing for millions of young Nigerians. All these interventions are shaped by one vision: to build an economy where the ambition of a young Nigerian is never limited by bureaucracy or lack of opportunity.
The coordinating Minister of the Economy and Minister of Finance, Wale Edu, said that by 2050, Nigerian youths in the age bracket of 18 and 25 will make up 25% of the world's workforce, and by 2050, about 50%. He stated that no government could afford not to equip such an important segment of its population if it wants to be relevant in the global economic and social space.
But in terms of the economic reforms, you are all aware that the country has changed. It's now a level playing field. For young people like you starting out, you don't have to know anybody. You just have to have your talent and your determination. There's no privileged access to certain things, no privileged access to foreign exchange like before, giving you a better chance to implement your entrepreneurial dreams. And of course, the administration of President Tinubu is providing you the raw material, the wherewithal that you need. You need data, you need fiber optics, you need technology, you need automation. And that is what is being provided to you. There are so many training programs going on. There's 1,200 kilometers of fiber optic network being put in place. And what does that mean? It means you stay in Nigeria and you provide services across the internet.
The Minister of Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, whose ministry is spearheading the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, said that over 2,000 youths drawn from both the formal and informal sectors of the economy will receive grants of either 1 million naira or 500,000 naira each as start-up funds for new businesses.
We have the New Year Academy, we have the New Year Job Fair, we have the New Year Startup, and now we are having the New Year Gig. All this platform takes the young people in Nigeria to a complete circle where they can get a skill to build a business, to earn meaningful income. And also, we are not just putting this alone, but to achieve a meaningful life personally. We are here to start up a Nigerian young people of over 200,000 in the formal sector. We are here for the first time in the history of this country, including the informal sectors, to make sure that we provide a tools and a living wood for them.
The Nigerian Youth Academy Initiative, NIA, a social intervention program, aims at two goals. One is to reduce the unemployment pressure which drives deviancy, and the second is to create a critical mass of skilled labor force that can make the Nigerian economy competitive in a world driven by technology and innovation. In Abuja, I'm Wabuze Njoko for Signature TV News.
For many young Nigerians, the journey to financial independence begins with opportunity and guidance. That opportunity came on Tuesday in Abuja as a non-governmental organization's Conversations for Change graduated a new set of trained entrepreneurs ready to step into the world of business. Correspondent Nasir Usman reports.
The graduation ceremony was a fitting cap to 1 year intensive training in areas such as clothing, fabric care and fashion design, cosmetics and skin care, leather works and shoemaking. It was also a time to remind the young entrepreneurs that the world could be at their feet if they are driven by quality and a focused determination.
You have to do your part. Nobody will make you succeed except yourself. And when you are succeeding, trust God that God will make it. And I pray that in 1 year, what you will achieve will be more than what you have ever achieved in the past. If you are selling water, sell it as if you are selling to God, and therefore you will not go and pump pipe water and then sell it. If you are making soap, make it so good that people will rush to you because you are doing it as if you are doing to God.
If you go and fold your arms and lie or pray from morning till night, you commit what I call God abuse. Try to struggle, and if God sees that you are making efforts, He will bless your efforts.
As much as you rely on God, you must do your part. You must do your part. Success is about collaboration with God. You do your part, and God will do His part. And part of God's part is what has happened with your fellowship. That's God working for you, working with you, using other people to work with you. So the ball is in your court.
Many of you will come across difficult situations that may seem impossible. At that point, do what? Go and think about it. Spend time and think about it. Definitely there must be solutions. So I leave you with this. May God help your career, and in a few years' time, I will see billionaires out of you.
The Executive Director, Conversation for Change, Dr. Kechi Ogbuagu, said the young graduates were equipped with skills to drive the development of social entrepreneurship among young people everywhere. More than 130 fellows have graduated since the inception of the program.
Our estimate is that we have probably gone through the program at least 130 young people. That is a number. And as we persevere and grow, and who knows, if people, good-minded citizens, come to support us and put money in the program, we will take in more. These are the crop of people we need for this country. This is a different breed. We have this recipe for success, sustainable success, capacity and enterprise that will last, that will turn into mega businesses, that will provide employment and jobs for others.
Some of the graduates shared their hopes and feelings about the training.
It was really an impactful one, whereby I got the opportunity to learn more in my field. I'm a pig farmer, so it gave me the opportunity to actually expose myself to the training and the rudiments of pigs. So it was more of like a life experience for me, whereby I had a better hand, a first-hand training with pigs.
So it's really been a 1 year of, strengthening what I never knew I had inside of me. So a lot of building, like someone who is going to the gym to get a good instructor to give him that muscle that he can be able to, stand, to be able to even compete like on a global stage, maybe Olympics or any international competition. So I can beat my chest and say the journey for me this 1 year is like standing out to compete globally. I feel inside my heart now I can compete with my fellows in China, my fellows in the United States, in a positive way.
The new graduates are expected to reduce the number of Nigeria's unemployed youth and even become employers. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Amnesty International has called for a transparent and impassioned investigation into the killing of at least 9 women protesters in Lamodi local government area of Adamawa State. In a statement posted on X, the group alleged that the military opened fire on women who were demonstrating using live ammunition without any warning, which it claimed that several other women were injured after being hit by bullets in different parts of their bodies. It described the incident as horrific and accused security forces of handling civilian protests in a dangerous and unacceptable manner. Amnesty also criticized the government's handling of a growing ethnic conflict between the Bachama and Chobo communities, which reportedly started from disputes over land and the theft of a motorcycle. According to Amnesty, even in cases where security agencies responded to violence, their approach often resulted in more casualties and destruction instead of restoring peace. The House of Representatives has expressed concern over the non-utilization of 109 licenses issued for electricity distribution in the country. The House Committee on Power Reform stated its displeasure at a meeting with some electricity sector stakeholders. Correspondent Princess Ken Ochoma has the details.
The issue of epileptic power supply in the country has continued to be a source of concern to many Nigerians. The situation has not only stunted economic growth, but also hampered the desired development of the country, which can be enhanced by improved power supply. The situation and the need to make it better prompted the electricity sector reform, which gave rise to the unbundling of the then Power Holding Company of Nigeria and the creation of 6 generation companies, GENCOs, 1 transmission company, TCN, and 11 distribution companies, DISCOs, and of course the regulatory body, which is the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The House Ad Hoc Committee is questioning what has become of 109 inactive licenses issued out of 288 applications and the poor performance of electricity distribution companies since privatization.
Most customers don't have meters. There are subjected to the vagaries of and the imagination, sometimes even blackmail by the discourse. They'll just write a bill arbitrarily, submit to customers, and demand prompt payment. In most cases, when the payment does not come immediately, customers are disconnected. And from your analysis, information you just gave us, the metering is not up to, you talked about 3 million.
The Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance for the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, Dafe Akboneye, who represented the Commission, disclosed that only about 7 million of 20 million connected households are metered. He highlighted poor grid quality as a reason why many industries rely on captive power. Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Power Reform, Al-Mustafa Aliyu, directed the Bureau of Public Enterprises to submit a performance report on all discos within 48 hours for further legislative action.
Relation to the activities of transmission companies, generation companies, discos, and regulators, their remittances, tariff regime, and to ascertain the effectiveness or otherwise of the privatized power sector to the country. This is very important. This is a very important policy issue.
And right inside the chamber, the House again failed to resume its suspended constitutional review debate, postponed next week after lawmakers requested more time to study the proposals. The House proceeded to a 2-hour closed-door meeting with the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. While the details of the meeting were not disclosed, some observers speculated that the discussion may have centered around the non-payment of indigenous contractors and delays in implementing the capital component of the 2025 Appropriation Act. As a result, the House stepped down consideration of about 42 bills slated for first, second, and third readings. The Speaker later announced the defection of Mansour Musa, member representing Aliero, Gwandu, Jega Federal Constituency of Kebbi State, from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress.
The All Progressive Congress offers a more coherent and disciplined platform, one that aligns better with the aspirations of our constituents and provides the stability required to deliver development and meaningful governance. My defection is therefore an act of responsibility. It is rooted in principle, strengthened by faith, and anchored on the overriding need to serve my people without any encumbrance.
Efforts by a member to raise a point of order was not acknowledged as a defected member joined the leadership and other APC members to take pictures. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signaturetv News.
Next is business news.
The federal government has launched a 590 billion first tranche bond under the 4 trillion NBET Finance Company PLC bond program to settle debts owed to Gencos. The tranche includes 300 billion naira cash bonds for public subscription and 290 billion naira non-cash bonds directly allotted to Gencos. The Series 1 bond, advised by Cardinal Stone, will be issued between November to December 2025, featuring a 7-year fixed rate, semi-annual payment, and amortizing structure. It will be listed on Nigerian Exchange and Financial Markets Dealers Quotation and qualify under the Trustee Investment Act. The Central Bank of Nigeria's governor, Olayemi Cardoso, says agriculture must take its rightful place in Nigeria's financial system, noting it currently receives less than 5% of banks' credit despite contributing over 20% of GDP. Speaking at the inauguration of the new Agricultural Credit Guarantee Scheme Fund Program, Cardoso said the scheme, guaranteeing up to 75% of agricultural loans, has been strengthened through a 2019 amendment that raised its capital from 3 billion naira to 50 billion naira and expanded its mandate. He said the reform aims to end underfunding, boost inclusivity, and improve lending to millions of farmers. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has inducted 1,600 accounting technicians at its 63rd Accounting Technician Scheme, West Africa Induction Ceremony in Lagos. Its largest cohort ever, surpassing the previous record of 1,303 in July 2025. The event drew senior ICANN leaders, past presidents, and guests including Corps Marshal Shehu Mohammed and 58 ICANN President Malam Tijani Isa. ICANN President Malam Haruna urged the new inductees to uphold the responsibilities and professionalism expected of accounting technician holders. Chairman of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, Joseph Tegbe, has assured that Nigeria's new tax system, set to begin next month, will be rolled out responsibly and humanely. Speaking in Abuja after the committee's inauguration by Finance Minister Wale Edun, Tegbe said the team will consult widely with business groups and professional bodies. He emphasized that the new tax administration will not harm businesses, but instead provide incentives to support growth and attract both local and foreign investments. This is business news in Global News. Chimeze Zadima reporting for Signaturetv News.
Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have entered the eastern Congo town of Uvira, an important base for the Congolese army near the border with Burundi. 4 sources, including 2 residents, told Reuters on Wednesday. Uvira is situated under the shores of Lake Tanganyika, that served as the headquarters of a Kinshasa-appointed government in South Kivu after the province capital Bukavu fell to M23 in February. M23's seizure of the town could allow it to advance towards other sites beyond South Kivu. The latest milestone in the rebels' advance through the mineral-rich region comes less than a week after Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame met with President Donald Trump in Washington and affirmed the commitment to a U.S.-brokered peace deal. Rwanda denies backing M23 in Congo, saying its troops are in eastern Congo for defensive measures, although Washington and United Nations say evidence of Rwandan support for the rebel is clear. It was not clear on Wednesday afternoon whether M23 was fully in control of Uvira, as residents reported hearing gunfire. However, a Congolese government source stated that the military will not react in order to protect civilians. Trucks were seen crossing over from Jordan on Wednesday after an Israeli security official said on Tuesday that Israel was set to reopen the Allenby crossing with Jordan to the passage of goods and aid. The border crossing has been closed for aid and goods since September, when a driver bringing humanitarian aid to Gaza opened fire and killed 2 Israeli military personnel before being killed by security forces. The security official said the crossing would have tightened screening for Jordanian drivers and truck cargo, and that a dedicated security force had been assigned to the crossing. The Allenby Bridge is a key route for trade between Jordan and Israel, and the only gateway for more than 3 million Palestinians in Israeli-occupied West Bank to reach Jordan and the wider world. Crossing reopened to passenger traffic shortly after the attack, but had remained closed to aid trucks. The UN says the crossing is a major route for bringing food, tents, and other goods into Gaza. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said on Wednesday that Europe was strong and united behind Ukraine after the United States published its national security strategy, and President Donald Trump said it was a decaying continent. The strategy published last week warned that Europe faced civilization erasure and must change course. In an interview with Politico, Trump called Europe's political leaders weak. Responding to questions by a British lawmaker in Parliament about the US national security strategy, Starmer said Europe was strong, Some also paid tribute to a member of the British Armed Forces who died in Ukraine on Tuesday while observing Ukrainian forces test a new defensive capability, according to the British Defence Ministry.
The whole House will join me in sending our deepest sympathy and condolences to the family and loved ones of Lance Corporal George Hooley of the Parachute Regiment, who died yesterday in Ukraine. Lance Corporal Hooley was injured in a tragic accident away from the front lines while observing Ukrainian forces testing a new defensive capability. His life was full of courage and determination. He served our country with honour and distinction around the world in the cause of freedom and democracy, including as part of the small number of British personnel in Ukraine. On the question of Europe and President Trump's comments, what I see is a strong Europe, united behind Ukraine and united behind our long-standing values of freedom and democracy, and I will always stand up for those values and those freedoms.
Next is sports news.
The Cranes of Uganda have become the first team to arrive in Morocco ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, sending a clear signal of intent as preparations intensify for the continental showpiece kicking off on 21st December 2025. Head coach Paul Polt says his squad has undergone a major transformation in belief, character and competitive mindset. A shift he believes will make Uganda a difficult team to beat when Group C hostilities begin against Nigeria, Tunisia and Tanzania. Polt's early arrival strategy is deliberate, a move to ensure the Cranes acclimatize quickly to Moroccan weather conditions, adjust to altitude and fine-tune their tactical framework long before the tournament kicks off. Liverpool bounced back from a damaging roll with Mohamed Salah by beating Inter Milan 1-0 on Tuesday and kicking their Champions League campaign back into life. Liverpool had won just 4 times in 15 matches in all competitions coming into Tuesday's match, but Inter failed to pile any early pressure on the opponents. Tuesday's win puts Liverpool on 12 points from 6 games and inside the top 8 positions, which offered direct qualification for the last 16 ahead of Wednesday's fixtures. Chelsea's automatic Champions League last 16 qualification hopes were dealt a blow after a 2-1 defeat at Atalanta on Tuesday. On a night when Chelsea needed a win to put them in a strong position to finish in the top 8 of the league phase, the visitors had to withstand a barrage of early pressure from the Italian hosts. Pedro nearly grabbed an equalizer at the death, but the defeat saw the West London team drop to 10th in the table, 2 places outside the round of 16 automatic qualification spots. In cricket, former Pakistan captain Shahid Afridi has offered a gracious response to Rohit Sharma, surpassing his record for the most sixes in one-day international cricket. Reflecting not only on the milestone but also on his personal memories of Rohit, Afridi recalled their time together at the Deccan Chargers during the inaugural edition of the Indian Premier League, saying he had sensed earlier on that the young Mumbai batsman was destined for greatness. Rohit eclipsed Afridi's tally of 351 sixes during India's ODI against South Africa in Ranchi on November 30. Afridi's record had stood untouched for 15 years, testament to his own flamboyant power hitting and the daring stroke play that defined a generation. Arina Sabalenka weighed into the participation of transgender athletes, saying it would be unfair for women to face biological men in professional tennis. The WTA Tour gender participation policy currently permits transgender women to participate if they have declared their gender as female for a minimum of 4 years, have lowered testosterone levels, and agree to testing procedures. In 2024, the Lawn Tennis Association updated its rules to bar transgender women from competing in national and inter-club female competitions. In the past 2 years, several sports federations have launched their own studies or changed rules to ban anyone who has gone through male puberty from competing in the female category in an elite level. That's Sports News on Signature TV. I am Christopher Lely.
Let's join Queen at Mokonta on entertainment news.
Ekiti-based Nigerian chef Damilola Adeparusi, popularly known as Chef Dami, has officially graduated from the Hospitality Business School in Lagos, marking a key milestone in her professional culinary career. Chef Dami, who gained public attention following her cookathon attempt in June 2023, completed the Professional Culinary Art Chef Diploma on a full scholarship. In a post on Instagram on Tuesday, she expressed her excitement and also acknowledged the support that helped her reach this point. Nigeria's global influence is accelerating, and in 2025, a new wave of leaders, innovators, creatives, and change makers is driving that rise. From reform-minded politicians to cultural powerhouses, redefining African identity, these individuals are not only visible, they are shaping how the world sees Nigeria. This year's spotlight reflects a blend of international acclaim and real impact at home. Nigerians featured on Time and Forbes list, tech ecosystems expanded with government backing, and music, film, and fashion continue to dominate global markets. With growing youth participation and bold private sector investment, influence in Nigeria now extend far beyond traditional politics. It is powered by ideas, talent, and disruption. As the country undergoes economic reforms and digital shifts, those steering public conversations across governance, entrepreneurship, entertainment, technology, and philanthropy are setting the direction of Nigeria's future. Together, they show how Nigerians are breaking boundaries and redefining what leadership looks like in a world where culture, innovation, and policy intersect. This list spans politics, business, technology, entertainment, civil society, sports, health, and youth leaderships, proving that in today's Nigeria, influence is as diverse as a nation itself. Boluwatife Balogun, popularly known as Champs and the son of Afrobeat star Wizkid, made his Glitch session debut this week, delivering performances marked by striking energy and artistic maturity. In an exclusive interview, the young artist spoke about the strong role family and friends have played in shaping his musical journey, from experimenting with beats at an early age to realizing his debut EP, Champions Arrivals, which recently topped the Apple Music Nigeria chart. The moment drew wider industry attention when DJ Tunes praised Champs' rising profile, describing it as a like father, like son milestone. Champs, however, dismissed any notion of pressure, emphasizing that his biggest motivation comes from his mother, whom he called his greatest supporter. Looking ahead, the budding artist hinted at future collaborations as he continues to build his presence in the Nigerian music scene. And that's the entertainment news. Queenette Wokunta's Signature TV News.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Stay with us. Signature Evening opens up at top of the hour.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Dike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome to Gender Perspectives. This is a program where we explore the realities, the challenges, and the triumphs through the lens of gender in today's world. Now, today we're diving into a topic that is often romanticized but rarely discussed in full, which is on motherhood and mental health. So stay with us as we delve into that right after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, many mothers face emotional battles that are hidden behind smiling baby photos and societal expectation. But here's the truth. Motherhood is not just a physical transformation. It's a deeply emotional and psychological journey. To truly understand the complexities of motherhood and mental health, it is important to look beyond the surface, look at the facts, look at the struggles and the experiences that many mothers face every day. So coming up next, we're bringing you a detailed background report that breaks down and reveals the realities of maternal mental health and the societal pressures that shapes a mother.
Motherhood is often celebrated as one of the most joyful and rewarding experiences in a woman's life. Yet, behind the images of smiling mothers and sleeping babies lies a far more complex and often hidden reality, the mental health challenges that many mothers face. The transition to motherhood, whether through pregnancy, childbirth, adoption, or parenting, is both physically demanding and emotionally transformative. For many women, it brings unexpected psychological stress, anxiety, and even clinical depression. In recent years, awareness around maternal mental health has grown, but stigma, misinformation, and systemic gaps in support continue to leave many mothers struggling in silence. This background report explores the realities of maternal mental health, the myths that surround it, and the urgent need for comprehensive care and societal understanding. Maternal mental health refers to a mother's emotional and psychological well-being during pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, also known as the perinatal period. Mental health challenges during this time can range from short-term emotional changes to serious conditions like postpartum depression, PPD, postpartum anxiety, postpartum psychosis, and birth-related PTSD. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, around 10 to 13% of women globally experience a mental health disorder during pregnancy or after childbirth. In low- and middle-income countries, that number rises to nearly 20% due to factors such as poverty, gender-based violence, lack of social support, and limited access to healthcare. Some of the common conditions affecting mothers are baby blues. This affects up to 80% of new mothers and is characterized by mood swings, irritability, and tearfulness in the first few weeks postpartum. Postpartum depression, PPD, affects 1 in 7 mothers and includes symptoms like hopelessness, severe sadness, fatigue, and detachment from the baby. Postpartum anxiety includes excessive worry, panic attacks, and obsessive thoughts related to the baby's safety or the mother's ability to care for the child. Postpartum psychosis, a rare but severe mental health emergency that can include hallucinations, paranoia, and suicidal or infanticidal thoughts. Without treatment, these conditions can have long-term impact on the mother, child, and family unit, including difficulties in bonding, developmental delays in children, and strain on relationships. One of the most significant challenges in addressing maternal mental health is the social stigma and unrealistic expectations placed on mothers. Cultural ideals often portray motherhood as a naturally blissful and fulfilling role, leaving little room for vulnerability, exhaustion, or emotional distress. The concept of the perfect mother, always patient, always joyful, always nurturing, creates a standard that is not only unattainable but deeply harmful. Mothers who don't meet these unrealistic expectations may feel guilt, shame, or fear of being judged as inadequate. Additionally, Social media has exacerbated the pressure to appear like the ideal mom. Curated images of smiling babies, spotless homes, and glowing mothers can make those who are struggling feel even more isolated. Many mothers face significant barriers to accessing mental health care, including lack of routine screening for mental health during prenatal and postpartum checkups, limited access to affordable therapy or psychiatric care, fear of judgment or stigma from family and society, concerns about being labeled as unfit or having their children taken away, a general lack of education about maternal mental health. In some cultures, discussing emotional struggles is seen as a sign of weakness, further silencing mothers who need help. To improve maternal mental health outcomes, a multifaceted approach is needed. Routine screening, mental health assessment should be a standard part of all prenatal and postpartum care. Education and awareness, public campaigns can help normalize emotional struggles and encourage help-seeking behavior. Policy support, paid maternity leave, flexible work options, and accessible childcare are essential to relieving the stress on new mothers. Community-based support, peer support groups, hotlines, and culturally competent care can bridge gaps in underserved areas. Motherhood should not come at the cost of mental well-being. Yet, for too many women, the emotional toll of caregiving, compounded by silence and stigma, becomes overwhelming. By dismantling myths, promoting understanding, and ensuring that support is readily available, we can begin to reshape the conversation around maternal mental health, from one of silent suffering to one of shared strength and healing. The mental health of mothers is not just a women's issue, it is a family issue, a healthcare issue, and a societal responsibility.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Well, that report highlights just how layered and often overlooked the mental health challenges of motherhood can be. But behind every statistic is a real story. It's a real person who is navigating the emotional ups and downs of parenting. So now let's go deeper. We're joined by Mrs. Uzamaka Nwachukwu. She's a psychotherapist, she's a mental health practitioner, she's the co-founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation and Koli Mental Health Academy. And she's here to bring us valuable insights into both personal and professional realities of motherhood and mental health. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
It's a pleasure to have you here again. So now I would like to know, first of all, what would you say that, or how would you say that motherhood and mental health is being understood in our society, and how well is it addressed?
Okay, I would say that motherhood is a joyful journey, and people are usually carried away with that joyful part of having a baby, 1 year celebration, the reveal of the baby. You know, people are more carried away with the facade, the social media facade, and neglecting the deep responsibilities and also the significant mental health impact that comes with being a mother. And in the society, I don't think we younger people actually understood what it's all about. We are still in that journey of trying to understand what comes with being a mother and not just the show people see. You have a girl, you have a boy, the pink dress, the blue dress, you know, the twins. Some people even tell I want to have twins, you know, a boy, a girl, you know. And like I said, it's so amazing and important that we talk about the mental well-being of mothers, because even the most resilient mothers struggle. They struggle with mental health. That's why I can understand when some people have come up to tell me, I'm not ready to be a mother. Before I used to think, this person doesn't know what she's saying. A mother gave birth to you and you don't want to be a mother. But you find out that they don't want to be that mother who wants to go through the responsibility, who wants to face the mental health challenges peculiar to being a mother. Some people wish like, oh, they should just give me a grown baby. Let me just start taking care of a grown baby. Because these mental health challenges are peculiar to mothers. And I don't know if I should go into talking about what are the mental health
Yes, I'd like
challenges.
you to expand more on that.
For example, let's start with identity loss.
Okay.
Being a mother, sometimes you lose your dreams, you lose your goals, you lose your identity. You are struggling to actually know, who am I? What am I doing? Sometimes you find out that some mothers have given up on their dreams because of the journey of motherhood. And you find out they're actually just managing or going through life just through that lens of the baby. That joy of having a baby. When they see their children, they are managing to be happy because my child is okay. Fine. Now, they have lost on their happiness, their hobbies. You could ask a mother, what are your hobbies? They can't even tell you. Like, I was somebody that loved to play lawn tennis, go for swimming. I can't even think of the last time I did that. But thank God for the joy of motherhood that helps to balance this identity loss, that some are resilient enough to also get back and catch up to finding their identity back. Also, we struggle with weight, appearances, looks of being a mother. Some are afraid of losing their so-called fantastic shape, you know, putting on weight, having to even take care of another human being, because the life of a child is totally dependent on a mother. So they find out that they are no longer happy with their physical look. So it's something that takes toll on both their physical, emotional, spiritual, psychological, and even social well-being. You find that some are even isolated from friends. Some mothers that used to be social good care of how they look, how they appear. You have up to 10 to 15% of that in mothers that must occur. And you find out that many times they don't even know what is going on with them. You find somebody who is happy to be a mother, and when the child comes, they are no longer happy. And it's way past the baby blues. It's no longer the baby blues. It has to do with persistent sadness, fatigue, irritability, isolation, and all that. But at this stage, the person needs counseling. The person needs professional help. And it's also dangerous to the well-being of the child, because the mother is now seeing the child, you are my problem. You created this problem. If I didn't have you, I would have been this, I would have been that, I would have gotten the promotion, I would have studied abroad, I would have gotten at the peak of my career. And if care is not taken, some may become suicidal, trying or thinking of how to harm their babies. For example, we had a recent outreach at a center at Ababa, where we talked to nursing mothers who came to immunize their babies. And we gave them time to talk about how they feel, what the challenges are. And we did this about last week, Wednesday. And you find out they complained about financial struggle, because it's no longer about you anymore. It's about the baby's food. And we're in the economy, you know, when it comes to pampers, wipes, and all that, we know all that. So the financial struggle, the financial dependency, the child depending on the mother, the family to get his or her own life. They also complained about lack of love from our men. Please, our men, we need to do better. In fact, they emphasize more on lack of care, support, and love from their partners, from family members, how they have been left alone to cater for things. You're attending to a child, probably you're pregnant or carrying a baby, the younger one wants attention and nobody's there to help them. That it sends them ablaze and all that. So we also have what we call postpartum anxiety. These are mental health, specific mental health challenges that mothers do face, whereby they are now a bag of worry. They are fearful for the child's development, the child's well-being. Oh, he's supposed to be talking. She's not talking. She's not walking well. Something has happened. We need to see a doctor. One tooth is coming out. Oh no, teeth. So the fear, the worry of how the child is developing, whether the child is feeding well or not feeding well. So all these puts in what we call postpartum anxiety. We also have another mental health challenge that is peculiar called postpartum. It's called postpartum. I'm trying to place the name again. Postpartum burnout. Okay. Yeah, because of so much lack of sleep deprivation, the mothers no longer sleep. And trust me, when you have a baby, even up till now, I can't remember the last time I had a good night's sleep. Like you go to bed and you don't wake up. You must wake up minimum of 2-3 times to check on the kids, to check on your children. So there is sleep deprivation, poor sleep, and you find out that most mothers are exhausted. They are exhausted. So they have what we call postpartum burnout, which affects them. They also have this issue of OCD, which also gives them what we call obsessive compulsive disorder. Is another mental health challenge that is peculiar to mothers, where they are going or struggling through what we call intrusive thoughts. They are going through this thoughts all the time, and they are being compulsive about their behavior. They're trying to be perfect. They are trying to have these strict rules. This is my child, this is my baby, so the cup needs to be this way, the cup needs to be washed, it needs to be sterilized. Before they know it, it becomes a disorder called OCD. So these are the common mental health challenges that are common with mothers in this society as well. And the society is not also making it a fair place. There's another one we call the mom's guilt.
Okay.
Yes. Where, when a child is not doing well, the whole finger points to the mother, who is the mother of the child, because the home is the immediate environment of every child. So somehow, fingers point to the mother, who is the mother. So there is this mom's guilt. Am I a perfect mom? Am I doing a good job? My children are not turning out well. This thing, I'm not liking it. This is not what I want for them. And in a bit of doing that, you find that you are making a mistake, or you're affecting even the child's self-esteem, because you are trying to be the perfect parent for your child. So you are easily overwhelmed with guilt, you are easily overwhelmed with shame and all that. So these are the peculiar mental health challenges facing our mothers.
That's quite a lot. I didn't know that it was this. I thought it was just postpartum depression and maybe anxiety, but I didn't know that OCD is also, because people who are mothers also suffer from OCD, but I didn't know that it was also peculiar.
Very much peculiar. Burnout, exhaustion, or guilt,
wow,
shame.
That's a lot.
Yes.
So, but how do you think, looking at our society, Nigeria, how do you think it is something that is even being given that much attention? How do you see the way it's addressed?
I don't think it's addressed much, because I don't see a lot of mother support group coming up where they discuss the real issues, the realities on board. And another question is, how much knowledge do they have about mental health? Do they have much mental health awareness, knowledge, and education? So sometimes you also see some women's group and they discuss other things. You understand? They do their parties, they do their August meeting, they do all manner of things. Probably they discuss whatever, but are they championing the mental health and well-being of mothers? Bringing in younger mothers, younger generations to tell them, prepare them for motherhood. Even the single mothers, even the expecting mothers, this is what motherhood is all about. So we expect more from our elderly mothers to actually form groups, or even in their groups to start looking at topics like mothers, maternal mental health, the impacts and the way forward. So no, I think it's still downplayed, because probably of the general lack of awareness and education on what mental health is and what it is not, because there is still this stigma and misconception that mental health is mental illness,
Yes.
which is not. So I think that knowledge needs to be shared so that they will understand, so that in those their meetings and more support group for mothers, for women, this kind of topics can be talked about.
Right. Now, earlier on, you mentioned you when you were talking about was it postpartum depression? You said it's not baby blues. Yes. So I'd like to know, what's the difference between baby blues and PPD?
Okay, the difference is baby blues can go away. It just be a minor mood swing, mild mood swing. Okay, it's because of baby, I'm not feeling hungry. Maybe the next day you're okay to eat. But when you know it has gone into depression, is that there's no longer pleasure in anything. Even in the things you love doing, you no longer find pleasure in doing them. There is now irritability. Everything around you irritates you. People around you irritate you. There's this aggression. There's this tiredness, fatigue. You don't feel like getting out of bed. You don't feel like going to work. You don't feel like doing anything. So then you need professional help. So it's quite different from mild mood swings of having a baby. Yes.
Yeah, but some people might have issues differentiating the two.
Yes, that is why I mentioned there must be persistent sadness.
Sadness
that okay. Even when they bring those things that you used to like, that gives you pleasure before, you don't feel like doing them anymore. And there is this withdrawal and isolation. You don't like people around you. People now irritate you. You know, things around you now easily irritate you. You're more aggressive. You're shouting at people, transferring aggression and all that.
Yeah. So what are the early warning signs to know that a mother is starting to develop some form of mental health condition?
Okay, first of all, when you look at your baby, how do you feel? What do you feel? Some feel guilt, some feel shame. Like I said before, some feel that their future has been stolen, some feel that their dream has been shattered. So when you look at your baby, do you feel joy or do you feel guilt? Do you feel shame? Do you feel blame? You are blaming a child that that the child has cost you your dream. So then secondly, behind that joy, is it affecting your productivity as a mother? Are you becoming irritated? Are you distancing yourself from the baby? Because this is a real issue we are talking about. Some mothers don't like breastfeeding their baby. They will have a baby and you are begging them to breastfeed their baby. But we don't understand the struggles they are going through. They can't deal with the baby's cry. They don't want that connection with the baby. They don't want to build that connection at all with the baby. So when we start seeing such signs, the baby starts irritating you, people around you start irritating you, you are becoming aggressive. When you look at the baby, you're not happy. There are some doubts, there are some guilt, and you're always sad. You're always sad. Even when the people around you tries to make you happy, maybe buy the things you like, it's no longer you. There's no joy anymore. These are the early warning signs you need to then unexplained tiredness. All of a sudden you're tired of being you again. You're tired of looking good. You're tired of making your hair. You're tired of even getting out of bed. These are the early ones.
Yes. So now I'd like us to go a bit more personal. I know you've, as a mental health practitioner, you've, had encounters with mothers who have suffered. So is there any particular one that is striking to you, and, how did that turn out? Can you share with us?
Okay. The one that is striking is mothers to special needs children. Sometimes you don't know how to help them because it's a case of the whole life of that baby is totally dependent on the mother. The mother can't turn left or right without looking at the baby. Some have had babies who couldn't walk, they're still on the wheelchair. Some are still wearing diapers. Some are diagnosed with autism, Down syndrome, if you understand what I'm talking about. So some speech impaired, hearing impaired. So when you see a mother who has a special needs child, her case is on another level. It's on another level. But what do you do? What I try to do, people, is that there are things within your control and there are things outside your control. This has happened. Should you now allow this to affect your functioning? Should you allow it to affect your decision making? Should you allow this to affect you? Why don't we look at ways we can turn this into positivity? Like, let's try and concentrate on the areas of strength in this child, what we can do to help you and the child, and not focus on the problem. Let's be hopeful and work on these potentials that we have seen in this child. So when they come the challenges are peculiar. Some feel that, okay, Nigeria doesn't have the facility to take care of special needs children. The schooling is a problem, the support is a problem, the cognitive structuring is a problem for the child. So all these adds to the pressure and the stress of the mother, and it's quite overwhelmed them. They are just managing life, they're just barely living life. So what we do is to, like I say, channel them to know that they are important and that this child is dependent on you. So you need to be okay for this child to be okay. This has happened and is now out of your control. So let's start doing things that are within your control that you can do to help yourself and also the baby. Because trust me, babies feel our emotions as mothers. In fact, the first thing a baby feels is your emotion, not even your actions or your word. It's your emotions. They feel your emotions, how you feel. And an unhealed parent is the first adversary of every child. So if you're a parent that is not healed from trauma, probably you had your own trauma.
Okay, like your own personal trauma.
Yeah, personal trauma.
Okay.
In fact, you are transferring it to the next generation. They are feeling it, they are getting it. It's echoing through their own generation. So you are like the first problem the child is even facing.
Yes. So those are the striking ones: mothers with mental health, mothers with children with special needs,
and addictions as well. Because
addictions.
Yes, a lot of children are also going into addictions.
Okay.
Because of some family dysfunctional families, parental neglect, academic stress. So you find out that even it has gone down to primary school, abuse, and all that. Yes, in fact, I've had the case of someone in primary 4 that was being abused in the school toilet, a girl. So we've seen so many cases that has affected the mother and also the parents' mental health.
Yes. So what about you? Because you're a mother as well. I'd like to know, in your course of motherhood, have you ever found yourself in that situation where you are falling into a bad place and you had to bring yourself out of it?
Yes, very much. My second son had a medical diagnosis when he turned 5 years, before his 5 years, and it changed our life. When you have a child, that's why I said, when you have a child with a medical issue, that's why when some people come and their child is okay, the problem is maybe, maybe academic addiction and all that,
yes.
It's easier. But when you have a child with a health challenge, it's major, let me put it that way. You find that your life changes. When it started, we didn't understand what was going on. It threw us into deep anxiety, deep fear. And before you know it, you can go to what we call PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, whereby even as you are sleeping, you think you're feeling that your child is not okay. This is happening again. This is occurring again. You are waking up to go and check on the child. So yes, it has happened to us when our child started having some medical signs and symptoms that gave him some seizures, and we didn't know what was going on and all that. We thought it was malaria and all that. By the time he was diagnosed, our lives changed. We used to go out without the children, but we can't do that anymore because you have to be there. Although it's getting much, much better, but the initial stage, we were a bag of anxiety, we were a bag of worries. In fact, I don't know how to put it. You are always anxiety disorder, let me put it that way. Bag of anxiety disorder. Did it put me into depression? No, because I am mentally aware, and it also spurred me on to read more. That mothers need to educate themselves more to know how best to help your child. You don't sit and start nursing the situation. You have to, get up, see what you can do, get into some courses, seek for professional help to help support your child.
Yeah. Now, aside from your personal experience, as someone who also interfaces with mothers with these issues, does it take a toll on you, having to be a counselor or a therapist and having to hear all these problems and having to advise them or help them through it, with your own problems as well, probably going through something similar to what they are going through? How does that affect you?
Yes, in fact, there's one initiative and discussion I was having with also therapists on this. I said, who takes care of the caregivers? Who takes care of us? We fill other people's cup. Who fills our own cup? That it's time we need to come together as caregivers as nurses, as doctors, as therapists, as counselors, and have our own support group, because whether you like it or not, yes, it affects us emotionally, psychologically. If you're not careful, you start seeing the image, you feel the image is playing out in your own life, is playing out in your children's life because of what you've heard. You are now presuming on this happening because somebody have told you this about their child or their family. You just start seeing the image or picture appearing in your own life when it's not true. Yes, it affects us psychologically, so much more it affects us. And like I said, there's a lot of work to be done. This initiative should come on who takes care of the caregivers support, us coming together as a society to care for each other, build our own support group, share what we go through and how best we can support ourselves through retreats, through workshop, through training, through self-care activities. Yes, it does affect us.
Now, I'd like to know, is there any difference between how these mental health issues affect first-time mothers as opposed to mothers who have had more than one child? Maybe they have 2 or 3, so they've had a bit of experience on that. And first time, is there any difference between the mental health issues or any kind of issues arising from?
There is really none, because you don't really prepare for motherhood. Like I said, anything can come up at when a child is 2 years, 3 years. A child can have a fall at 1 year. Do you understand what I mean? Anything can come up at any time, and you now have your own peculiar mental health challenges. That's why I say you never really prepare and say, oh, I know I have this, I know this, I know that. Anything can happen to a child, even from the womb stage, delivery stage. It can happen at any stage. So there's really no difference. It's when life throws something at you, you start getting ready.
Wow. Sometimes when you hear these things, it kind of puts this fear in young women who are yet to be mothers, because they think, is this what I'm going to go through as well? Anyway, what about partners and family involvement? What role do they have to play?
Yes, the society has a major role to play. For example, we need to stop judging mothers, rather start supporting mothers in any way we can, especially in today's society. Before, it used to be better, where they say that the whole village trains a child. Even when you are not around, somebody is looking after your child. But because we are overwhelmed with activities, jobs, getting money, nobody is taking care. You're even struggling to take care of your own child, not to talk more of another person's child. So you are like, please, everybody take care of your responsibility. May I face my own? So no, but society, we need to go back to that era where you see another person's child as your own child. It's rather than judgment, pointing, accusing fingers, putting up blames and all that. Let's start supporting mothers by putting in, looking into their maternal care, child care. I remember growing up, when our parents used to work, even in organizations, they used to have daycare for the children of the staff, because, a child starts school from like 2 years, 3 years. But these days, nobody cares about where you keep your child to come to work. So you find out that somebody who is barely struggling, managing her salary, is thinking of employing a nanny to pay how much, for God's sake. But during our parents' time, each organization used to have their crèche for the child of their staff. Where they come, they have people, caregivers that take care of them so that they could work. They don't need to start hiring nanny, paying nanny, and also worrying about the well-being of the child in the hands of strangers that you left in the house. So I think the society needs to come together and start putting these things back in place. Organizations, workplaces should start looking into how they can support mothers to make their life easier. Take, for instance, going to immunization center. You hear that women need to pay for their child to be immunized. It used to be free before, but many centers, they now pay. This is like what is happening. So a mother in a community who is struggling to feed a child is also worried about immunization. Everybody is a collective effort. The government, what are they making to make the life of mothers easier? That they now have to start paying for immunization, sometimes antenatal care and all that. So the society needs to come together and find ways of supporting our mothers and the development of children.
Yeah. Now, do you think social media has a role to play in all of this?
It depends on what you want to get out of social media.
Okay.
I know why I said that. we are quick to blame social media, but there are also good things you can learn from social media, depending on who your mentors are, who you are listening to. So it's a broad area. It depends on what you want to get out from it. So if you want to be carried away with people's facade, you know, about having babies, the whole enjoyment, nobody shares where they are suffering, nobody shares their children's diagnosis, nobody shares their mental health challenges on social media.
Yeah.
All you see is the outing, the summer breaks and all that. Good for you. Yes, it has a major break. When you don't have digital literacy, when you are not social media intelligence, of course you could be carried away and deceived.
Now let's look at traditional African culture. How do you think that in Africa, our culture, our traditional culture, let's bringing it down to here in the East as Igbos, do you think that our culture has a role to play in how mothers are seen and in how mothers see themselves?
Yes. Like I said, you know, you call it societal responsibility. We have a major role to play. Like I said, when we stop playing the guilt game, the shame game, and start knowing that a child is a child of a community. You know, this is our child. This is a community child. No longer is this family, it is this mother. Anything I know is best for this child, I can do it, rather than where is this person coming from? This family. This family is known for this, so I don't want to get involved. Yes, a child should also be seen as the child of the community. When it's well for this child, it's well for the community. So yes, we have a major role to play as community, as Igbos, and let's start going back to helping mothers, back to inculcating values, because it's not enough for a mother to raise a child. There is responsibility of the church, there's responsibility of the school, yeah, majorly from the home, but it's a community effort to raise a child, and we have a long role to play, major role to play as a community.
All right. Now, this issue of mental health, like you said earlier, there's this stigma around mental health, and most people see it as mental illnesses. Now, what would you say are the barriers that are stopping women from actually accessing mental health care in situations like this? Because there are a lot of mothers who go through this. Some don't even know that they are going through issues like this. Their families don't even know, and they just tell them, you're a mother, I just do it like that. So what would you say are those things that are hindering them or stopping them from actually seeking help or speaking out or looking for people to talk to or counseling or the likes?
What is also helping them, affecting them, is still this fear of judgment. When you don't understand what's going on with you, that is why we need to champion professional help. Talk to a counselor, talk to a doctor. Talk to a doctor. A doctor will not say, okay, this is what is going on around you. The stigma is because nobody wants to be seen as, I have a problem. Everybody wants to be seen as things are working out well for me. And also what is fueling the stigma is still that lack of awareness and education. We need to do more campaigns on mental health, the impact, especially on mothers. We need to champion the education in schools, in communities. And our foundation, we are doing them already, but the job is so much. It's so much. And we really don't have mental health institutions down here, or rather I've not seen one that are active doing that. And it still boils down on, are people really aware of what mental health is all about? So we need to start having that conversation, start making the conversation normal, open, for mothers to understand that there's nothing wrong in sharing this. And that is why I still talk about support groups. When mothers come together and form a group and talk about the challenges, obviously they may get help or advice, or somebody may say, I'm going through this, this is what we can do, this is what we cannot do. So we need counseling, we need more support groups, we need awareness, we need education, we need campaigns on mental health and its impacts on everybody, especially mothers, because they are directly responsible for another individual.
Exactly. Now, how can mental health practitioners like you prepare themselves adequately to support these women or these mothers that come to them for help?
Just like we've been doing. This month, we've given out free counseling for pregnant and nursing mothers. We usually give out free counseling because at the end of the day, it's a funnel. How do you sustain this? How do you, because it's not enough to state the problem. After stating the problem, what next? So the end of the funnel is the counseling, where the person gets his or her tailored tools to help them with exactly the particular mental health challenges they are going through. So we've been doing a lot as an organization. Like I said, we've been going to different health centers, talking to pregnant women, their antenatal days, going for the immunization days, talking to them, assessing them to also find out if they are going through anxiety disorder or depression. We have the assessment forms for that. We also do that privately, and we also offer them one-on-one counseling on the spot after assessing them, but willingly, because they need to understand. Sometimes they don't even understand why they need counseling, because sometimes when you give free counseling, they don't show up because they don't see the reason or why they should come for counseling, because they don't understand the impact of mental health. So the challenge is still on knowing and understanding what mental health is and what is not, the impact it has on them, and how it affects their productivity, their decision making, their relationship, and their family life. So we are doing a lot. Next week we'll be at Ebony, a center there, to also have this psychosocial outreach for parents of special needs children. So we'll be doing quite a lot, community-based, helping our women in the community.
Well, that's a very good one. Now, finally, because of time, what if you could give one message to struggling mothers or women who are going through these things, but they don't know what to do about it? What would you say to them right now?
What I would say is learn to speak up, learn to speak help. Most especially, look for a support group, learn to speak up, learn to seek for support.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. It's a very enlightening conversation, and I enjoyed my time with you. Thank you so much.
The pleasure is all mine.
All right, we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, Gender Perspective continues. Do stay with us.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Well, after hearing those powerful insights, it's clear that many of the challenges that mothers face are not just emotional. They are also shaped by myths and misinformation that surround motherhood and mental health. So now we'll ask how much of what we think we know is actually true. Well, let's set the record straight by looking at the myths and facts.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, motherhood is a journey filled with love, filled with challenges and profound change. And mental health is an essential part of that journey. Now, today we've explored the truth behind the myths we've heard from experts and shed light on the silent struggles that many women face. But the conversation doesn't end here. If you or someone you know is struggling, remember that help is available, and reaching out is a sign of strength and not weakness. Well, thank you for joining us on today's episode of Gender Perspectives. And until next time, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. Enjoy the rest of your day.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
This is Diaspora 5, where we spotlight bold voices and African excellence across Europe and America. Big wins, big vibes, fired every week, just for you. Across Europe and America, a vibrant story is unfolding. From the boardrooms to the dance floors, from red carpet premieres to cultural festivals, Nigerians and Africans in the diaspora are making waves.
I am Ike Udechime. Join me as we highlight the voices and victories of Africans living in the diaspora.
Welcome to Diaspora 5, where home meets the world.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signaturetv.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
In what many see as a growing political trend, more governors and key political figures have continued to defect to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. The last to decamp was Bayelsa State helmsman Doye Diri, following Peter Mba of ENUGU State, while Taraba State Governor Akpo Kefas is on the wings to say goodbye to the PDP. The recent defections have shifted the political landscape, tilting power heavily toward the APC, which supporters argued strengthens governance by uniting interests under one umbrella. But critics warn it could weaken opposition voices, reduce checks and balances, and edge the country closer to a one-party system and eventually stifle democratic competition and accountability. A security expert and public affairs analyst, Jackson Lekon Oju, condemned in strong terms the massive defections to APC, which he described as unfortunate and capable of taking the nation to a state of anarchy if not checked. Ojo said that democracy is not about the politically privileged few, but about the masses, saying the defections have demonstrated the level of greed and lack of respect for the party that brought such people to power.
Number one thing is because these people are not principled. The people that are the campaign, they are not principled. Number two, they don't have respect for those people that has elected them into office. Number three is the issue of corruption. Possibly the ruling party is kind of flashing at them their corrupt document, and the only way they can be forgiven whatever offense you commit, that immediately you join the APC, your sin will be forgiven.
He also decried the threat by some governors against those who fail to decamp along with them, which he said is a denial of their fundamental human rights and breach of the Constitution.
Why is it threat? If you are no longer comfortable and I'm comfortable, why not let us work together? Because the state belongs to all of us. So all these things, they are kind of threat to democratic principles. And when people no longer have trust in democracy, what do you think people will do? Then people will take to self-help, and self-help will never be positive anywhere in the world.
National President, South-South Youth Initiative, and a political affairs analyst, Imiabe Victor Oscar, also warned against a drift to one-party system. He condemned the way and manner the ruling All Progressives Congress is dealing with the opposition parties in the country, saying that a true democracy thrives in opposition.
It's against the constitution that once you are defecting from party A to party B, automatically the constitution says that you will lose your position or you will lose your mandate. That is the expectation. So ordinary, the people of Bayelsa and the legislature, if not that they have all joined hands to join the governor Donyediri to APC, they were all supposed to work currently with the deputy governor that have refused to defect. But unfortunately, that's not the case. And that's why we say that we are not practicing a true democracy in this country. That's why I said we don't have democratic system of governance in our country. That's why we are also saying that our Nigerian constitution and our rule of law is not being respected, not just by the citizens of this country, but also by those in the principal office.
Convener of Rivers Peace Initiative, Obinna Ebogidi, also noted that the spate of defections to the ruling party runs counter to the ethics and principles of true democracy. Ebogidi called on the politicians and public office holders to be more people-oriented and purposeful in pursuing political power by allowing viable opposition to thrive.
Ordinarily, it's something that should be condemnable because we need a very vibrant opposition that should be able to put the incumbent in check. But based on this contest, then you may want to soften that rigid position. Let's see what the implication of all of this will be. But I can also tell you for free that with what we have seen based on antecedents in the country, that a governor defects to another party, whether at the center or even a smaller party, due to whatever reason, doesn't always guarantee that his people and his immediate supporters will also join him.
As the 2027 elections draw nearer, political analysts say the trend underscores the need for stronger party ideology, internal democracy, and reforms that will make politics about service, not survival. Whether these defections will bring stability or further erode the democratic space remains to be seen. What is clear, however, is that Nigeria's democracy thrives best when diverse voices are allowed to compete on a level playing field.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this morning. Today is Wednesday. We're already in the middle of the week. I remember when we said Happy New Month, and now we're 10 days into the month of December 2025. Quinsley.
Good morning and welcome to the morning show. Of course, we are 10 days into the month of December, and that's just how time flies.
Of course.
I always tell myself that the concept of time is just an illusion. If you want to go with it, then you'll be amazed at how fast these things go. But nevertheless, welcome to the middle of the week. We are about 15 days to Christmas.
Yes.
Happy Christmas in advance. So many things has happened over the night, like waking up this morning to realize that PDP has lost its 26 years in Rivers State to APC.
Honestly, I think we've been
amazing.
anticipating it, because during the headlines, yesterday and a couple of days back, we've been hearing that almost everybody, has defected.
And the meeting with
State
Fubara and the president.
So we're already anticipating that there is a possibility that this could happen. And now it has happened. I mean, the PDP, I don't know who is left.
To be very honest, I don't think PDP still stands a chance come 2027, because at this point, if you've lost Rivers State to APC, what else do you have to hold on to? And you can see the excuses the governor has made.
I was about to talk about.
And why do I call them excuses? Because they're excuses.
There are his reasons. There is motivation. First of all, he said it's for stable governance. He wants to align with President Bola Tinubu and support, his movement.
Vision, exactly.
And then the one that caught my attention the most was when he said that the PDP failed to protect him during that period of political crisis and instability in Rivers State. And I'm wondering,
what kind of protection did you need exactly? Did you need guns, blazing in the air?
Maybe he wanted them to support him and maybe speak for him or fight for him in that. I don't know what he was expecting.
It felt more like a personal thing, if you ask me. But nevertheless, you still need the protection of your party in whatever situation, just so you feel like you belong to them and you're still part of them. But what chance do they have against the ruling party in this particular situation?
Well, that means that 26 years of PDP rule in Rivers State is over. Now we have APC. I wonder how many years the APC will rule in Rivers State.
26 years is a whole lot to just let go of. But I mean, things happen, and this is politics. And that's the best that we can give you for. Every other thing is going to come during our newspaper review. I am Quinsley Rowland.
I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Coming up next, newspaper headlines and review.
Good morning and welcome back. It's time to look into the papers this morning. And on Daily Trust, we have Bene praises flag over troops deployments. Interesting.
Now, International Human Rights Day. Why violations continue to rise in Nigeria?
Court sentences police to death for killing students.
Protest in Adamawa community over killing of women.
Over to the Nation's paper, boldly written, of course, Fubara joins APC as Adeleke picks Accord Party tickets. Finally.
Wow.
Something from Adeleke.
And it's not APC.
And exactly.
Now, education budget has risen by 1.98 trillion naira in 2 years, says Shetima.
Fabwemi, 860 terrorism convictions secured in 7 years, and this is on the news page 3.
And just beside that, we have two headlines: 1,660 delegates to pick Osun APC candidates December 13th on page 5, and below that, ECOWAS laws Nigeria for Benin Republic intervention on page 2.
EFCC quizzes ex-AGF Malami over alleged terrorism financing with the right that my public record unblemished.
Now, looking below that on page 5, we have two headlines: release my husband's autopsy reports, widow cries out, and we have flights for Ekiti Airport.
Over to
the Punch newspaper. Let's look at what is on the headlines of the Punch. We see governors versus NNPC. Tension rise over alleged $42 billion oil revenue shortfall. With rider NNPC, governors, auditors trade blows over $42 billion under remittance accusation. FAC steps in, seeks review.
Just before the mass, we have PDP rages as Fubara joins APC, Adeleke shifts to Accord.
You know, this Adeleke shifting to Accord, I mean, it's kind of like a breath of fresh air.
Is it?
Because usually when we hear defections, it's usually to the APC.
To the APC.
And now this
so it feels different.
It feels us hearing something
different.
But
what's going to be the fate of Adeleke in the Accord party?
Well, as we progress,
I guess we'll never
know when we progress.
So right under that, we have reps summon ministers over budget underperformance.
Now, probe EFCC detains ex-AGF Malami, and finally, ECOWAS fears coup surge. Burkina Faso holds Nigerian soldiers, pages 2 and 20.
Over to the Nigerian Tribune. Over the mass, we have Nigeria, Saudi Arabia signed 5-year defense corporate agreement.
Now, Tinubu urges youths to dream big, sustain creativity, innovation.
Kogi government says 21 children rescued from suspected banditry training. Interesting. So they have trainings for these things.
Oh, wow. Okay. Looking down, we see, I mean, this Fubara defection is everywhere. Fubara joins APC. PDP loses out in South, Southeast. Adeleke joins Accord Party. Only 4 governors remaining in former ruling party, and those 4 governors will most likely defect in.
Okay, we have the Senate approves Tinubu's request to deploy troops to Benin Republic with rider community in a state of emergency. ECOWAS warns as coup insecurity deepens regional crisis. Applauds Nigeria for foiling Benin coup attempt. Burkina Faso did not group NAF. C-130 NAF clarifies.
And below that, we see that Senate condemns abysmal rise in airfares, summons minister, fan, airline owners, others. With rider, 1 ticket equals 5 months minimum wage, says Senate President. I mean, this is the Yuletide season. Of course. The prices of these things would definitely
skyrocket. So would you say Nigerians are their own problem? Because if over the months we've been managing and suddenly, because it's a Yuletide season, people just want to put the prices up there?
I think that is actually the case, because it's not just in the air with airlines, even like with the buses.
Exactly.
When you go to the market, something that was sold for 100 naira will now be sold for 1,000 or more.
I mean, shouldn't it be lesser, because now you should have more people patronizing you?
Exactly. I really don't understand the dynamic behind the price hike. Maybe because a lot of people are rushing in and a lot of people are planning to travel, so they see it as a means to make money.
More money.
I mean, the country is hard already as it is. We don't need to make it harder.
Okay, over to the Guardian papers. Boldly written, of course, Fubara Adeleke's exit shatters embattled PDP, deems 2027 hopes. And just under that, we have TCN faces reps panel, hinges instability on vandalism, gas shortage.
Now, thief communities file 100 billion naira suits against Taraba government, army over alleged forceful land seizure. And beside that, Soyinka condemns military intervention in Benin. Lagos demolitions.
Nigeria faces more shortage as Canada rolls out express entry for doctors.
All right, now ECOWAS lauds Nigeria for foiling Benin coup attempts.
Senate holds WAEC curriculum change over concerns for 2026 candidates.
Now, insecurity has no religious undertone, Fabemi tells visiting U.S. delegates.
Interesting. Okay. Aid accuses Cross River local government chairman of mismanagement and nepotism.
Oh well, let's look at the Vanguard newspaper and see what we have there. Now, airspace violations on page 5. Nigeria, Sahel states differ over detained aircraft soldiers. We have riders. Nigerian military aircraft violated Burkina Faso airspace, says Sahelian states. How France helped Benin foil coup d'etat. This is from Macron's aide. And FG to US delegation. With security challenges, not religious.
Kidnapping children lesser evil than killing soldiers, says, and this is coming from GUMI. And just beside that, still on insecurity, buck stops on your desk. Oenika Sheika Lemu Khan orders tells Tinubu.
Now, Nigeria-US ties are treasured, robust. This is coming from Sunday Diary. And just above the mast, FG limits bidders to 2 oil blocks.
Adeleke moves to Accord. Fubara joins APC. I think that is all we have on the papers this morning. The Oracle has joined us on the table to talk about the so many things that we are just seeing on the papers this morning. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Yeah, there's so many things that's happening.
So many things. You'll be
so
surprised.
Keep happening in Nigeria. I told you that Nigerian problem can never finish in one day. So we take them one by one. So take
the biggest. Adeleke Fubara. Adeleke has moved to the Accord Party, and Fubara has moved to the APC Party.
This is a complete script. Just first of the script completed. You know, in drama you have part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. So I don't know. We are counting down to 2027 drama. We have taken counts. I think we are getting to the crescendo of it because you can look back and see how many parties how many governors have defected, how many governors have defected to APC, how many new more that will defect. I said sometime, and whenever I play back on that signature morning newspaper review, when I said that many people will defect, many governors will defect, many more people, and I thought I was just being a ordinary prophet. Well, I'm not good at prophesying, but sometimes when, as an elder, you sit down, you know, what you sit down to see, even children, when they climb the Iroko tree, can see it. So I put 2 and 2 together, and I use empirical evidence of what is happening to predict. And I tell you, Fubara has just yesterday morning, I told you, he went to Aso Rock to see Tinubu to complete the script they've started playing. And then, you know, and just before the day completed yesterday, what we had was that Fubara has finally.
But he had his reasons, though. He said the PDP failed to protect him during the 6 months political crisis that he had, and also the problems in PDP just keeps getting worse, and he wants to join the moving party now to stabilize
and support
everything.
the president.
Yeah, anybody who want to rape a mother's daughter should go ahead. Let him not say because he walked across me and he just walked across my face, and that's why. Fubara has eventually defected. Whatever reason is given, who is protecting PDP? When if that's where the angle they want to come from, he and his godfather are the people who are setting fire on him. So who is protecting the protector? They'll just leave matter for Matthias. This is our politics. Politics ka alegu. according to Chijo Kembadujo of Anambra State, may God rest his soul, he said politics kalegu. The only issue that make us talk about it is the manner through which this politics is played in Nigeria. At times they play it in a very crude way, and they start telling people lies and go straight, do what you want to do. I mean, you are right to choose any party you want to be. Do it the legal way. It's not when a party put you in power along the line, start playing politics, useless politics among yourself, just to find reason to decamp. All the governors that decamped, who didn't protect them? Some of these governors were the people who are the backbone of PDP. And when the backbone is broken, what will happen? You lie paralyze, and they paralyze PDP and start giving excuses of who. Let them just go to any party they want to be. Let them not. Somebody said, "Don't provoke me with what you are saying." So let them take any action they want to take. If it's political good for them, is it political good for the people following them, the one who gave them the earlier mandate? But that doesn't play out in Nigerian politics. Anything. And that's why I'm asking Nigerian voters to be more careful. Of course, in the other way, even Nigerian politicians and the voters have become like NK. If they change the other way, the politicians will find a way of getting back to politics and positions without even the ordinary people. It happened in Nigeria. They have left the electorates and go to selectorates. After all, how many people voted the people who are in power up to now at all levels? When you compare with the population of Nigeria, would they come and swear and say Nigerians voted for them? What's the percentage? And they will model things up and get back to the position because they have the power and the way without.
Now, governors versus NNPC, it seems that there is a rift between them. Tensions rise over alleged $42 billion oil revenue shortfall. Now, NNPC and governors' auditors trade blows over, under remittance accusations, and FAC is stepping in, asking for review and the likes.
You only hear these stories. Do you know how much amount of money that whenever you talk about it concerning NNPCL, they will just model things up and confuse us with figures and they will die down. It didn't start today. During the days of Sanusi, the emir, the troubled emir and all that, Sanusi, as the governor of Central Bank, he mentioned how much that was not remitted. About $20 billion. Who asked for about it? NNPC did not remit. I say it again. NNPCL is a conduit pipe. And it was piped into the heart of Nigeria. There is no pipeline protector contract given to guard it. It is really piped. And they have milk in Nigeria dry, under different guises. And they come and go. In fact, the whole issue about Nigeria being a big national cake is all about NNPC. That's where I start. The major issue, and why probably some of us are still talking and shouting, is that only the privileged ones have their pipe connected. So, how much money within the last 6 months can NNPC not account for? Both the former, they change the board and the management, and then the ones that's so much, how much they spent on turnaround maintenance that don't yield nothing. 28 years of fruitless. And we say we're a nation. Of course, we are a nation. But the kind of nation we are is what baffles us. People are still studying what kind of country is Nigeria. That they sit and live near the ocean. They are taking bath with saliva. It's an error. And that error is deliberate. Deliberate by the corrupt leadership of the country. And they're looking for who will tell them. Everybody who gets there takes his own cut and do. But I'm saying, at the end of it all, Nigeria is owing so much. If we have finished paying all our debt and stop borrowing, you will say we have excess. After all, there was a point in Nigeria, a ruler of Nigeria said our problem is how to spend money, not even how to make it. Now, our problem is how to curb corruption. Because corruption is killing Nigeria And there's no issue about if you don't kill corruption. Now it's become obvious Nigeria corruption has got Nigeria to coma level, and they keep because the pipe is still connected and the draining. And very soon you hear rest in peace.
Nigeria and Saudi Arabia had just signed the 5-year defense cooperation agreement. Do you think this is going to stabilize the security challenges that we have in Nigeria to an extent?
Well, all I know is that Nigeria is an oil producing country. Saudi Arabia is an oil producing country. And Saudi Arabia is protected. It doesn't have the kind of issues we have here. Of course, Saudi Arabia concentrated, of course, under Saudi Arabian soil, all you have is mostly oil. What is the problem of Nigeria? Saudi Arabia can't solve it. The problem of Nigeria is insincerity and wickedness and greed. We have over 50 mineral resources under the soil of Nigeria. Over 34 of them are up north under their soil. Some of them hidden, some of them are not declared. So when the rat at home noticed that fish hanging over the fire, he went into the bush and told the one in the bush, "Oh, come on, there's fire over the mama's kitchen hanging on the fire." The bush rat joined. That is the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is not, you can sign multiple bilateral security, cultural, economic, religious agreements. We've been signing since the days of our independence. Now you ask yourself, how many of them are you there all result? Or somebody will just get and they confuse us silent. Bilateral agreement is when we see it yielding effective result. Let's not be so despondent. If signing security and defense cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia will stop our problem, my sisters, let's go. My own is whoever marries my mama automatically becomes my papa. What are we shouting and asking for? Nigerians are dying. Whether you sign a defense agreement up or down, let's see result. Let's see this thing stop. And then what else? Whatever. Like I keep quoting my friend from where he said, once he utter me, the motor barama. Once Nigerians have life, they continue in their resilience of hoping that one day it will be better because we are religious. We don't care about all these things. We are happy people ordinarily. Let them give us life. Now, we've been asking for so many things they didn't give us. Now, the thing has come to the heart of Nigeria where Nigerians are asking for life. Check. Since the beginning of the year, how many millions of Nigerians, documented and undocumented, that have died when Nigeria is not at war? Just because they are just Nigerians. They will come up and model. Now, one of the things that trouble my heart, since this thing started, government has been condemning attack. It's only within this time that the foreign international community, some of them have taken so much concern. Because it is same Nigerians that went there to make presentation with evidences that they are killing us. And if others are being killed and they want to go, some people went there. And I will tell you in good time that Christians went to US Congress. And the man who led it lost about 12 of his relations after he went there. People went and cleared his house and villages and the people. He's still there because he can't come back. And they say, we're doing like this. So if this is what happened now, is pushing Nigeria to look closely into our security issue and begin to sign agreements, whatever that will make this to stop, we should, and encourage the government to do it.
Right now, Senate condemns the abysmal rise in airfares, summons minister, fan airline owners. Apparently, the Senate president says that one ticket equals 5 months minimum wage.
That's wonderful. It's good that it's the National Assembly that is summoning them. It's only when they touch them. With the 29 million, they've been flying around. They didn't care that Nigerians cannot travel from ENUGU to one. They didn't care that people cannot move from Wete to Ababa. Now the airfare has touched them, they are talking. The same way they talked when the president removed their police orderlies. Some of them have not returned to the barracks.
They're still hiding in their places. Some of them are traveling incognito with that ID and their guns. They are still attached because they are afraid. This is the only time they remember if they are summoning minister. For minister to do what? When the A1, the aeroplane oil, the fuel they use for aircraft, was adding money, the National Assembly were cool because they could pay. When the things were modding up and rising, each time the president said, I want to borrow, I said, no, let's just borrow, sir, you know. What are we borrowing? This rising cost of facilities and utilities are cost of borrowing. Because you can't give what you have. If 10 is not at home, when 10 enter, I go. Thank God for the National Assembly, they've not woken up. One day they will vote out that their 29 million they earn every month cannot. They've not, you know why we still quote to that figure? They've not come to defend them, tell us how much they're earning monthly. They still find the monthly allowance because now it's no more the convoy drop me at the airport as a National Assembly member. Convoy pick me the other end. Convoy of police, army, DSS take me home. You visit, touch and follow, you go back to Abuja happy. It's no more that. It's even fine that when they take you to the airport, after paying for that convoy, you pay for the flight, 30 minutes flight to any port of Nigeria you go to. You pay heavily and you have to come back with your entourage. So the trouble is going round. It must go round. And it must get bad before it gets better. I don't care what they do. I'm only saying that for the last 1 year in Nigeria, National Assembly are discussing Natasha. They didn't see that the aircraft will rise, the plane of they will rise. And up to now, they were still, Natasha and Ababi are still thrilling them with birthday parties, bash, and they enjoy it. They are not serious. If they are serious, Nigerians will know. And I respect that they are distinguished. But the distinguished we have not seen in their behavior and actions. That's why we are shouting. Nigerians are in deep trouble. Look at the killings now, the way it goes boldly and all. So because they cannot travel again, they remember. But they can still travel. The only thing is that it won't allow them the convoy. Because they travel with convoy, go back with convoy. So they have to pay these tickets. Because when the house is collapsing, the roof cannot stand.
Thank you so much, Chris, for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know the time has just run that far. But it's okay. Thank you and God bless you as we are gearing for the Christmas and all the season and holidays. Say God bless everybody. It's only God now that is our only succor. And of course, we believe God is using every other machinery to guide and work for us. So we are praying God to extend His mercy unto us. May God bless you and bless everyone. Bless you, ladies, beautiful ones. Bless the signature team crew, both the ones in front and behind the camera. God bless me too, because I'm not doing more of that. But remember, God's blessings are meant for those who deserve to be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. This is where we draw the curtains and we'll be back shortly.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The issue of epileptic power supply in the country has continued to be a source of concern to many Nigerians. The situation has not only stunted economic growth, but also hampered the desired development of the country, which can be enhanced by improved power supply. The situation and the need to make it better prompted the electricity sector reform, which gave rise to the unbundling of the then Power Holding Company of Nigeria and the creation of 6 generation companies, GENCOs, 1 transmission company, TCN, and 11 distribution companies, DISCOs, and of course the regulatory body, which is the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The House Ad Hoc Committee is questioning what has become of 109 inactive licenses issued out of 288 applications and the poor performance of electricity distribution companies since privatization.
Most customers don't have meters. They are subjected to the vagaries of and the imagination, sometimes even blackmail by the discourse. They'll just write a bill arbitrarily, submit to customers, and demand prompt payment. In most cases, when the payment does not come immediately, customers are disconnected. And from your analysis, information you just gave us, the metering is not up to, you talked about 3 million.
The committee also raised concern about estimated billing on metered households and alleged extortion by some discos.
So a substantial, but the issue I want to raise is a substantial part of the customers have not been supplied, especially in rural areas. Your metering is limited to Abuja, few Lagos, Port Harcourt, few areas. What about the other parts of the country that are subjected to estimated billing, which is a fraud? It's a crime.
The session was chaired by Honorable Al-Mustafa Aliyu, chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Power Sector Reforms. The Commissioner for Legal, Licensing and Compliance for the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, Dafe Akboneye, who represented the Commission, disclosed that only about 7 million of 20 million connected households are metered. He highlighted poor grid quality as a reason why many industries rely on captive power.
In addition to the activities of transmission companies, generation companies, discos, and regulators, the remittances tariff regime, and to ascertain the effectiveness or otherwise of the privatized power sector to the country. This is very important. This is a very important policy issue.
Chairman of the Ad Hoc Committee on Power Reform, Al-Mustafa Aliyu, directed the Bureau of Public Enterprises to submit a performance report on all discos within 48 hours for further legislative action.
You are in the best position to inform the committee whether this is a success or otherwise after about 13 years of having the final privatization taking effect. And after about 20 years of the NERC being in charge.
And right inside the chamber, the House again failed to resume its suspended constitutional review debate, postponed next week after lawmakers requested more time to study the proposals. The House proceeded to a 2-hour closed-door meeting with the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning, Atiku Bagudu. While the details of the meeting were not disclosed, some observers speculated that the discussion may have centered around the non-payment of indigenous contractors and delays in implementing the capital component of the 2025 Appropriation Act. As a result, the House stepped down consideration of about 42 bills slated for first, second, and third readings. The Speaker later announced the defection of Mansour Musa, member representing Aliero, Gwandu, Jega Federal Constituency of Kebbi State, from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressive Congress.
The All Progressive Congress offers a more coherent and disciplined platform, one that aligns better with the aspirations of our constituents and provides the stability required to deliver development and meaningful governance. My defection is therefore an act of responsibility. It is rooted in principle, strengthened by faith, and anchored on the overriding need to serve my people without any encumbrance.
Efforts by a member to raise a point of order was not acknowledged as a defected member joined the leadership and other APC members to take pictures. I am Princess Ken Ochama, Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now, today being the 10th day of December is the United Nations Human Rights Day and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, this date was chosen to honor the United Nations General Assembly's adoption and proclamation on 10th December 1948 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the first global enunciation of human rights and one of the first major achievements of the new United Nations.
The former establishment of Human Rights Day occurred at the 317th plenary meeting at the General Assembly on 4th December 1950, when the General Assembly declared Resolution 423, inviting all member states and any other interested organizations to celebrate the day as they saw fit. The day is normally marked both by high-level politicians, conferences and meetings, and by cultural events and exhibitions dealing with human rights issues.
Besides, it is traditionally on 10th December that the 5-yearly United Nations Prize in the field of human rights and Nobel Peace Prize are awarded. Many non-governmental and non-governmental organizations active in the human rights field also schedule special events to commemorate the day, as do many civil and social cause organizations. Well, Quincy, happy Human Rights Day and Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I think it's a very, important day, and I think even in Nigeria as well, seeing a lot of things that are happening in the country.
I don't actually think days like this are popular among citizens. I think it's always the one that concerns boyfriends, girlfriends, Valentine's Day. If you ask someone what is today on the UN calendar, everybody's just clueless because they have no idea. And I think that's where the media has to do more in trying to sensitize the people on things like this so that they can be aware and also partake in this celebration.
And I think because most Nigerians are not aware of these celebrations, most people don't even know their rights. Exactly. And most people don't know when their rights are being violated, whether by their fellow citizens or by the security agencies and other parties and other bodies as well.
I agree with you absolutely.
So it's important to educate ourselves on human rights issues. When we see people's human rights being infringed, and it's important that we also advocate for these things and support human rights organizations as well.
All right, then we'll go on a short break and we'll be back.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Actor Regina Daniels' mother, Rita Daniels, has lost the Actors Guild of Nigeria (AGN) presidential election. Rita lost her bid for the position in the election conducted on Saturday during the Guild's annual general meeting in Benin, Edo State. She was defeated by the AGN National Secretary, actor Abubakar Yakubu, who takes over from Emeka Rollas as the Guild's president. Yakubu secured 116 votes to edge out Rita, who got 113 votes, with 3 ballots declared void. Yakubu's victory makes him the first northern actor to lead AGN since its establishment in 1990s. This came a few weeks after Emeka Rollas, who claimed that Regina Daniels needs help, advised Rita to prioritize her daughter's well-being rather than contesting the AGN elections. Controversial Anambra-based cleric Chukwuemeka Cyril Ohanemere, widely known as Prophet Odumeje, has sparked a new wave of debate after later openly challenging fellow pastors to public miracle contests. Addressing his congregation, the outspoken preacher declared himself the greatest pastor in the world, insisting that no other spiritual leader matches his ability or supernatural strength. Odumeje, known for his dramatic style and bold proclamations, said he possesses extraordinary powers, some of which he has not even deployed. He urged any pastor who doubts his superiority to step forward for what he described as a spiritual shutdown. His remarks have since generated reactions across social media, with many questioning his assertions and the intent behind the challenge. TikTok has unveiled a new generation of cultural trailblazers honoring Africa's biggest creators at the 2025 TikTok Awards Sub-Saharan Africa. The event, which was held in Johannesburg over the weekend with the theme New Era, New Icons, celebrated the creators reshaping style, conversation, and creativity across the continent, with Nigerians' talents emerging as the ninth biggest winners. Guests were treated to high-energy performances by Caesar, Lord Kes, Tuli P, DJ Fifla, and Tabisi. The 2025 edition highlights creators whose works have inspired, connected, and transformed audiences on and off the platform. Reflecting on the evening, TikTok's head of content operation for Sub-Saharan Africa, Boniswa Sidwaba, said that the ceremony brought together trailblazers who have reshaped what it means to be a creator in Africa, from Sokoto to Nairobi and from Accra to Pretoria. The event celebrated creators who transformed 60-second clips into cultural movements. She noted that it was an honor to recognize them as they amplify their voices and share their stories from Africa with the world. And that's the entertainment news. I'm Queenette Mokonta, Signature TV News.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The federal government has officially reduced the signature bonus required to participate in the 2025 oil block licensing round to between $3 million and $7 million, a drop from the previous $10 million benchmark. The reduction is designed to attract more local and international investors by lowering entry barriers and ensuring broader participation in Nigeria's upstream sector. The new licensing round covers onshore, shallow water, and deep water blocks, and bidders will be evaluated using a transparent, score-based system that considers bid value, technical competence, financial capacity, work program, and governance structures. All payments must be made in dollars, and successful bidders are expected to demonstrate strong operational plans to help revive production levels. The government hopes the revised bonus structure will boost confidence, increase competition, and attract more credible investors into the sector. Nigeria's transport and storage sector recorded a 9.87% growth rate in the third quarter of 2025, a slight slowdown compared to the 10.10% posted in the same quarter of 2024. Despite the slower growth, the sector's contribution to real GDP in the third quarter of 2025 rose marginally to 0.69%, showing continued activity but persistent structural barriers. Analysts attribute the deceleration to ongoing challenges in the sector, including aging road networks, limited rail coverage, rising operating costs, and security-related disruptions, especially for cargo movement. These issues continue to cause delays, increase logistics costs, and reduce overall efficiency for businesses and commuters alike. However, the sector still plays a major role in trade and mobility, and experts believe that policy reforms, particularly improvements in rail infrastructure, expansion of inland dry ports, and modernization of cargo handling systems, could stimulate faster growth in subsequent quarters. The federal government has announced that starting January 1st, 2026, all federal ministries, departments, and agencies will no longer accept physical cash for any form of revenue payment. From next year, Nigerians conducting transactions with the federal government must complete payments electronically, whether for licensing, taxes, fees, approvals, or services. A key part of this transition is the rollout of the Federal Treasury e-receipt, which will become the only legally recognized proof of payment for all federal transactions. The new system is designed to eliminate manual cash handling and reduce financial leakages across ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs. The government insists the cashless transition will curb fraud, modernize revenue collection, and ensure that every payment is traceable through a unified digital system. The Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) said it will launch a comprehensive recapitalization exercise for all capital market intermediaries starting in 2026. According to the Commission's Director General, Imomotimi Agama, the move is part of reforms aimed at strengthening institutions, boosting market growth, encouraging consolidation, and raising investor confidence. Under the recapitalization plan, the SEC will soon announce the minimum capital requirements for intermediaries, the baseline firms must meet to continue operations. The Commission believes this is necessary to ensure a globally competitive capital market that can support long-term investment flows and Nigeria's ambitious economic targets. And that's business news on Global News. In Abuja, I am Tomsinime Natus.
we have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out via for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian constitution, you'll find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching Signature Morning. Now, with the growth of POS in Nigeria, we've seen that this rapid expansion has also come with rising cases of fraud, unregulated agents, and concerns about financial security, which has led the CAC to issue a directive, mandating all POS operators to register. And so we would like to shed more light on what that is about with Francis Ibeto, who is the Anambra State Chairman, Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria, talking on the CAC threat to sanction unregistered and illegal POS operators in Nigeria. He's joining us via Zoom this morning. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Now, first of all, can you shed more light exactly on what this directive entails for POS operators, and what exactly is required for POS operators before, the deadline?
Okay. Thank you so much for having me once again. Most of Nigerians have been going through daily newspapers, must have noticed about this new directive from Corporate Affairs Commission that all unregistered POS operators has the deadline of 1st of January 2026 to register. Major newspapers have carried the news and other media organizations. So this is not the first time this kind of directive is coming up, but like I always say, it's a welcome development, although the directive has its own part of advantage and disadvantage.
So can you shed more light on what the advantages and disadvantages are? Just give us an idea of exactly what is going on.
Okay, personally, as an association of mobile money and bank agents, AMBA, we always welcome every government policy that will help to improve the lives of Nigerians, which this policy actually will help in one way or two way to at least restore confidence among POS users. The first advantage of this policy is that it will improve trust within the community of POS operators, because presently now there are a lot of irregularities happening within the space, and this policy will help to restore that trust, and it will also help to trace An individual POS operator should, in case if there is any financial fraud that occur within the person's vicinity. Then also it will help to build a stronger database for policy making, especially in the area of agency banking. It will also help to have a kind of better enforcement against these criminal actors that are taking advantage of POS operators to defraud Nigerians. So these are the little benefits I can mention for now. Maybe as we progress, I will mention more. Thank you.
All right, should the POS agents, many of whom are small business owners, should they have been given more time at least to gather some money and register, because they have just from now to the 1st of January 2026?
Okay, that is we are very much concerned with. Like I said earlier, at Amban, we always support every policy that we make that is coming from the government that will make our business to be much more better. But there are some certain things we need to put into consideration, because if you ask an average US operator, what is the relationship between CAC and the POS business? Most of them will tell you there is no such relationship, that the normal regulatory body that regulate activities of POS operator are CBN. Although CAC is citing CAMA 2020 as the act that that will give them that power to enforce this policy. And currently, we need to tell ourselves the truth. Currently in Nigeria, as of March of this year, we have over 5 million active POS terminals in Nigeria, and currently over 2 million Nigerians are gainfully employed via this POS business. But what we are yet to see is this. Most of times government agencies used to come up with their policies that are good, but enforcement and implementation becomes a problem. But what we are looking at, let this policy be phased in such a way that an average POS operator that is operating in the rural area can be able to afford this. Because just imagine a situation whereby a POS operator that is making between 1,000 to 3,000 naira daily. Do you think that person can afford to register with CAC? The answer is no, considering the fact that the rate of inflation in this country is going up on a daily basis. So we at Amban, what we are agitating for is this: the policy is good, but let there be a kind of time frame that will enable people in the rural area, most of them are not even aware of this policy yet, to be aware. There is supposed to be a kind of national, because it's a national enforcement, there is supposed to be a kind of national orientation on this policy, so that even an average person that is using POS in the rural area will have information about this. And we are also, as an association, we are pleading with CAC, if there is any way they can come up on a kind of policy that will minimize the cost of registration, so that an average POS operator can be able to raise money and do this registration. Because if I tell you this thing now, you may not be able to believe me. Most of these POS operators we are seeing, they don't even have capital of 100,000 naira to do their day-to-day business. Just imagine somebody that is making between 1,000 to 3,000 naira. How would that person be able to save up money to register? So what we are demanding from CAC is very simple. POS operators are law-abiding citizens of Nigeria, but we need a kind of collaboration between CAC, then CBN, and the fintechs that are giving out these terminals. And we also need a kind of time frame that will enable these POS operators to be able to raise money, register, and make sure that they are compliant to this new POS policy in regards to business registration. Every business owner that is operating with a POS is very willing and eager to register. But what we are asking for is time. Time is very important. Let there be a kind of face-to-face activities on how to do these enforcements. Because if CAC goes ahead to start these enforcements by 1st of January, there is a kind of implication that will come up. There's going to be an operational disruption. And secondly, it will push a lot of people out of business. Remember, like I said earlier, we're in financial inclusion. And if we need a well-formulated timeline on how to go about the enforcement so that it will give us time to register. Like I said earlier, it's a welcome development, but we need time. Thank you.
All right. Now, some POS operators are already registered in, like under the CBN or, some other banking and fintech systems already. So do you think that the CAC is right to also want POS operators to register with them? Would you say that they are overstepping their mandate by regulating POS operators who have already been registered under the CBN or other fintech systems or banking systems?
Okay. All right. This question that just raised now is a very important sign, because some of these POS operators presently have small business they are running in collaboration with the POS business. Some of them, this is the information we are getting from the grassroots. Some of them will be saying, why would CAC single-handedly want every POS operator to register as a POS operator when some of them already have business name registration or other forms of registration under CAC? So it's a very valid concern that needed to be looked into, because it will lead to maybe multiple registration of a single individual that is staying in one place that does not need a second registration to be able to carry on with his or her businesses. And secondly, there is another concern I need to raise up. CAC is talking more of a POS operator, unregistered POS operators. We have to also put into consideration some fintechs that are activating these terminals for unregistered POS operator, because it will not be fair if CAC will only go for POS operators, those small business, without putting into consideration the fintech companies that are enabling these processes. So as we are pleading with them, we know actually, like I said earlier, every POS operator is a law-abiding citizen of this country, that they should also look into the fintech, because if those fintech companies are not enabling these terminals, there is no how an average POS operator in the streets can operate without registration. So for us to strike a kind of balance, as they are trying to enforce this particular policy on the POS operators, they should also look into the fintech companies that are enabling this process, so that there will be equity and fairness.
Did you also affect the day-to-day livings of Nigerians that rely on these various POS terminals for their financial transactions?
Yes, so sorry, can you repeat what you just said? I can't hear you again.
I said this new enforcement strategy, how is it going to affect the average Nigerian that fully rely on POS terminals for their day-to-day financial transactions?
As if I get you correctly, what you are saying, how will this policy affect an ordinary Nigerian on the streets? Is that your question, ma'am?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. There is going to be a kind of a positive effect and also a negative effect. Let me start with the positive effect on an average Nigerian. It will help to build trust. It will help to eliminate to some certain level some criminal activities that are going on within this space, because we cannot deny the fact that such kind of activities exist. So that is the only advantage I think Nigerians that are our customers are going to get. But I will always say that registering POS operators will not solve financial crime completely. There is a need for collaboration between CAC, CBN, and the FinTech compliance team for us to be able to tackle this menace head on. Because if paraventurally we end up only forcing POS operators to register, the fraud aspect will not go away, because those guys that are into this business are professionals. They know how to maneuver things. So that is for the positive aspect. Then the negative aspect is this: if this particular policy is not properly addressed, if there is no proper timeline, if there is no collaboration between the CAC, the CBN, and the FinTech, it will result to us going back to Stone Age. Because like I said earlier, most Nigerians now access cash through POS operator. Just imagine a situation whereby over 500 POS operators shut down across the nation, or 1 million POS operators shut down. You will discover that there will be a kind of cash scarcity, and the availability of cash will not be like it used to be now. And lastly, it will trigger hardship among Nigerians. So that's why we are pleading with CAC. We need time. We need that a kind of a time frame that will enable an average POS operator that is operating, whether it's in the rural area or semi-urban area or urban area, to register. It's not something that will rush into, and it will create a negative impact that will just destroy years of labor to make sure that every Nigerian is financially included. So we will not get tired of begging CAC to find a way to work in collaboration with CBN and FinTech to make sure that this policy is properly addressed.
All right. Now, Mr. Ibeto, I would like to know how are the members of your association, reacting to this directive? How are they seeing it? What has been their reaction or their response to it from your interactions with the POS operators in your association?
Please, can you repeat your question? The line was breaking. Can you repeat it? Thank you.
I asked how your members in your association of mobile money and bank agents in Anambra State, how they are taking this, this new regulation about registering POS operators with the CAC. What has been their response to it? How are they taking it? What are their sentiments? Are they seeing it as something necessary or not? I'd like to know from your interactions with the POS operators in your association, what is their reaction? How are they taking it?
This particular policy, the announcement of this particular policy have created a lot of panic within our space. I will not doubt that. And most of them are seeing it as if CAC have single-handedly want to punish POS operators, because some of them are saying, why is it always all the time they just single-handedly point out on POS operators? Why are they not doing such kind of enforcement in other businesses? So, but we always try to address their concerns, because the job of AMBAN as an association is just to protect the interests of every POS operator in Nigeria. So the first feedback we have provided to them is this. Currently, we are educating them on the need for them to register and become a registered POS operator, which is very, very important. And we have also expressed, tried to express their concern by trying to bring down the tension and panic. So we always tell them, you don't need to panic. All you need to do is just for you to start making preparations to register your business on or before 1st of January to be on the safe side. So that is the information we are passing to them. Then we are also encouraging them, for those of them that have registered already, to find a place within their operational location to publish their document after registration. Then some of them are also complaining about the registration fee. So we are currently working behind the scene to see if there is any way we can be able to negotiate for price reduction for POS operators, so that an average POS operator can be able to afford to register his or business. But there is a growing concern. There is a high level of panic within POS operators, not just within Anambra State, but across Nigeria.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Francis Chinonso Ibeto, for joining us this morning on the Signature Morning Show. And we hope that from now till the 1st of January, that some of these issues will be resolved and we'll have like a beautiful ending to put all this together, not to affect every other person's business out there.
Well, I don't know. I can't hear you again. I don't know if it has to do with internet. I can't hear you.
All right, all right. Thank you for joining us this morning. This is where we draw the curtains on our topic that we talked on, the CAC threat to sanction unregistered and illegal POS operators in Nigeria. Our guest Francis Ibeto joined us, and he is the Anambra State Chairman, Association of Mobile Money and Bank Agents in Nigeria. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of
cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Signaturetv, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us. Now, in recent times, of course, Nigeria has witnessed rising incidents of insecurity, and this has led to, fear among the people. So today we explore the psychology of fear among Nigerians amidst this heightened insecurity. With us in the studio this morning, we have Felix Mweze, who is a clinical psychologist and social worker. You're welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So how would you describe, the fear and the emotional strain that Nigerians are experiencing today, looking at the security situation that we face?
Yeah. One is what is insecurity? One may think is just about fear. Yeah, insecurity is uncertainty and anxiety about one's safety, well-being, and the future. And if we should look at it from the Nigerian point of view, on the premise of the prevailing circumstances, then one will categorically say that there is fear, there is anxiety in Nigeria.
So this is just a build-up of everything that you have just mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, so how has the persistent exposure to insecurity also shaped the collective psychology and the emotional resilience of people, of Nigerians, the total well-being?
Yeah, insecurity, like I have already said, one's uncertainty about his future, about his well-being, about his safety, of course, will impose mental challenges on that individual. And such mental challenges include depression. And that is why if you check our statistics from 2022 or 2002, when the Jos crisis started, up till it developed to militant, to Boko Haram and all that, you can record consistent increase in depression among Nigerians. And what can cause this? One who experienced this violence of war, directly or indirectly, will be depressed. And that is why most often you hear people slump and die. And then it can also lead to what is called post-traumatic disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. It can lead to that. Being in the scene of that incident will definitely expose you to post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a mental condition. It, of course, also can lead to anxiety. One being absolutely fear going out to engage in your daily businesses. So, insecurity impose so many challenges psychologically. And also when we talk about insecurity, we also talk about economic insecurity. One is not sure of what is going to get tomorrow. One is not sure. That is why it is uncertainty. One is not sure what you are going to eat tomorrow. Fear creep in, and once fear comes in, your mental status are at stake. So, averagely, Nigerians are living in fear. When we say insecurity, economic insecurity, what do you call it? Ethno-religious issues, herdsmen clashes, all these things, violent crime, they are all insecurity. And people are experiencing it. Of course. And the problem is, we are not even having any plan to handle these things. Yes, violence may be inevitable, but what is the plan to handle affected ones? Yeah, it is good that we had government establishing what do you call it, internally displaced centers. Yeah, it is good. How healthy is those centers? How even secure is those centers? And what is the program in those centers? How do we engage the services of professionals, mental health professionals, to handle these people? Honestly, Nigerians are trying. We are passing a lot.
Yes, the way you said Nigerians are trying and we're passing through a lot leads me to ask, apart from, you know, these health issues, like you mentioned, the PTSD, anxiety, and the rest, would you say that this fear has caused an impact to the daily behavior of the average Nigerian, and, you know, the way we respond to things, even, you know, as in our day-to-day interactions with people as we go about?
Of course, there are things you don't even put into research because the answer is there. So, for one to ask whether it has shaped our behavior, our response, of course, yes. Before now, you can match somebody, and the person will turn and say, you matched me. And if you say sorry, say no problem. If you try today, before you turn to say sorry, he has slapped you. If you are dragging 100 naira balance from a keke driver, before you know what is happening, he jumped out of the keke and jack you up. We see, everybody is in shock. Everybody is experiencing this insecurity in one way or the other. So remember, our behavior most often is a determining factor by our thinking. We react because we think. So our behavior is overt, the reaction of our covert reaction. That is, our thoughts shaped our behavior. So because we are not, guided by right thinking or making right decisions, then we behave and react the way we react, aggressively. So if I'm relaxed and if I know that if I go back I will eat, and you are showing me bread, I will say, if I get home I will eat bread. But when I know that I don't have bread on my table, I will struggle to get the bread. And should I say that this is one of the weapons our leaders are using against the masses? Deprivation. That's insecurity. So because if you are not sure that you will work here and they end your retirement here, you will be coming work every day in fear. And even if Oga asks you to do what is unethical professionally, because you don't have choice, you will do it. But if you have choice and the system is there working for you, you can say no, this is not correct. So we are all victim of these circumstances. The rich, the average, the poor. If there is middle again, there is no middle again in Nigeria. So it's either you are up or you are down.
All right then. So looking at what the media projects concerning the insecurity challenges in Nigeria, I mean, every single day you go on the newspapers, you see that there's either abduction, killing, bombing, whichever one. Do you think that the media covering some of these insecurity challenges amplifies the problem or reduces public fear?
Okay. Yeah, one will say yes and one will say no. Yes, in the sense that those ones on social media, you know, there is quack everywhere. There is quack wife, quack husband. There are quack media practitioners, because I'm sure that professional media practitioners will be guided by rules of the profession, and they will not amplify any news or any event that will incite fear in the public. So the problem is that we like adopting foreign things, which is good, but without regulation, no control. The social media has got out of control, and do you know the funny part of it? It has eaten deep into our fabric, and it goes straight to our psyche. Most of the information may not have happened in Nigeria, but they bring it up, amplify it, that it is happening now in ENUGU. I remember during the time of sit at home, I was going to work. There was this rush. I was asking someone, what is happening? He said there was gunshot at New Market. Did you see it? No. But people were running from New Market. So they had it from Obete. They started running to Gariki. Those in Gariki were running back to, it's a chaos. And you find out at the end of the day, such thing never happened. But no one have sit down and calculate the impact of this social media on our psyche that will cause our behavior negatively or positively. No one have done that. Honestly, I'm advising our leaders to invest more in research. People, a good country, make policies based on outcome of research. And this is why you can give vaccination for polio. This is why you can give vaccination for HIV and the rest of them. Because there is data showing you the prevalence of this polio in a particular environment. So, would it not be good if we look at this social media impact on our behavior, to know the effect of this social media, and then sit down to analyze the best way to use this social media? Let me tell you, in the nearest future, we are going to have more problem than we are today, because family has failed, church has failed, institution of authority has failed. You know, so where are we going from here? That is number 3 factor or point about insecurity. As I said, insecurity is not about when there is Boko Haram or this kidnapping or all that. Fear about future is an insecurity, and it should be giving us concern. All of us should be having that anxiety, that fear about our future, because if you see what is happening based on this social media thing, parenting has failed. We don't have pattern of parenting again. Our parenting system is 100% in the hands of social media. If one person out there
tell your child to comfort you, that is the only way he or she will get freedom. The next minute, if you come back and tell him or her, stand up there and wash the plate, he will say no, that was then. This is what he or she learned from social media. I have a child that is under my custody. He said he read a book, and that book said the only way an African child will get freedom from the parents is confrontation. Is that true?
Well, let's not get to that. Now let's come back to the issue of insecurity. Now, you've mentioned, social media as one of the things that influence how people cope with these things. But let's look at other factors as well, because I mean, Nigeria is a very cultural and religious, community-driven area, and most of these factors tend to influence how we experience and cope with fear. In fact, Nigerians are so used to these things that we say we can survive it, with God, and we move and we just keep it moving. So how would you say that these factors, culture, religion, have affected how Nigerians experience and cope with this fear of insecurity?
Yeah, let me start with religion. Well, maybe if we are not too deeply religious inclined, we may have collapsed. Maybe that is a good advantage. On the contrary, we are deceiving ourselves with the religion, because if as a Christian you believe in God and you believe in the sanctity of human being, and as a Muslim you believe in Allah and in the sanctity of human being, what's the need to clash? This is just a simple question, and that needs simple answer. By the way, who are you doing all these things for? The same God, the same Allah that other religion can give different name, but it's one person. Why do you clash? So religion is even heightening the insecurity. And remember, the kickoff of crisis in Nigeria, as much as I know, 2002 is the religious crisis. We started from 1999 gradually till 2002, when it was obvious what was happening up to date. But I will say that our religious leaders have failed in their responsibility to preach the core value of religion. Then they allow miscreants to come in the disguise of religion to perpetuate evil. I am sure that no religion will preach killing. No religion will do that. But when you allow people to come in because they bring money, because they bring material things, then they control both your thinking, your behavior, and your decision. What will happen? You can't eat your cake and have it. So when they start doing those things, you keep quiet. And because you have sold your conscience, you cannot even talk again. And that is my problem with religion. That is my problem with it.
All right then. So what coping mechanism should people adopt in order to pull through in situations like this?
Well, first I will say that the system has to be strengthened. The people in authority have to know that mental health programs has to be expanded. there must be access to mental health services. Let us not deny the fact that it has caused problem. And if we are talking about coping mechanism, we must get into the hands of professionals. Before I forget, it also leads to substance abuse. And the people use substance as a coping mechanism because they have no orientation. They have no access to mental health facilities. So whether individual, government, there is need to expand mental health facilities, access mental health services. Very important. Anxiety, depression, substance abuse call professional treatment by mental health workers. We don't care about mental health. We only go to hospital when we are having malaria. But you here now, if you tell your boss that I won't come to work today because I'm depressed, wait and get his response. My friend, wake up downstairs and go to work. What do you mean by you are depressed? Depressed is not in the dictionary of any Nigerian. But depression is a serious mental illness that can cause death if not handled. It can cause, in fact, he doesn't understand that it can lead to low productivity or absolutely no productivity. Doesn't understand that is a serious issue. Therefore, I will advise one should identify his or her capacity. When there is a problem, look for professionals. People are not looking for psychologists. They associate psychologists to pastors. They are not the same at all. They are not the same. We should look for the services of psychologists. They are highly needed in the circumstances Nigeria is in now, because everybody is into it. All of us are into problem with this issue. Even those ones who are riding armored car, they're living in fear. They're living in fear. If they're not living in fear, let them go to any of the hospital. Let me not mention hospital. Let them go to any of our hospitals in Nigeria to get treatment, if not fear, because they fear that the equipment there are not working.
So now, apart from all of this, the average Nigerian, apart from meeting a psychologist or seeking professional help, what can one do in their day-to-day lives to help manage the stress and the anxiety and the fear that comes with living in the country and going about your daily activities?
It's simple. Manage your diary. Do things you can do. Leave things you cannot do. Identify your capacity. Identify your weaknesses. Don't live another person's life. Live your own life. If I am earning 100,000, I should make budget of 40 to 60,000 to save 40,000 or 50,000. I shouldn't make budget of 200,000 when I know that my salary is 100,000. That puts me into a tight corner, and anxiety, depression will increase. We have identified a problem. The problem is there is economic hardship. Yes. So the best thing is for you to come down on your budget. Live within your limits. Then improve on what you have. I think if we do that, we will on our own, handle this stress. Because stress, there are two components of that: perceived stress and actual stress. Perceived stress is what you think is stress. Actual stress is what is causing stress. if I perceive that coming to this place, we take me 30 minutes to drive here, and I look at my dashboard, my fuel gauge is showing me red, and I have 2,000 naira with me. If I want to solve that stress, I will park that car and enter public car. And that is all. But if I insist and get to a filling station and ask them to give me 2,000 naira fuel, even the fuel attendant will be laughing at you. He give you 2,000 naira fuel. You are under stress to drive that car to this place. So all these things is what we can do on our own, resolve. See, before now, as if these people knew this thing will happen. One of the musicians told us that we are suffering and
smiling. Thank you so much, Chief Felix Nweze, for joining us this morning. Of course, our conversation was on the psychology of fear among Nigerians amidst heightened insecurity. Chief Felix Nweze is a clinical psychologist and a social worker. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Of course, this is where we draw the curtains as we connect with the Abuja studio to take over Signature Morning from here. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. We're always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. I am Quinsley Rowland. Do have a nice day.
I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Abuja, and let me thank our colleagues from the ENUGU Center who are always doing a great job. My name is Mwabueze Njoko, and it's my pleasure, always my pleasure to welcome you to Signature Morning. Now, I'm going to be cautious this morning because my professional colleagues are going to ask me questions after this program. My media colleagues, with whom I've done this job in close to 50 years, will ask me a question. From theory in the classroom to practice in the field, how can you justify the topic and the treatment you want to give to it this morning? I will tell you why. But first, what are we discussing? We are going to discuss this morning the challenge of fake news. Why do I throw it up this morning as a matter for national conversation? But first, let us meet my guest. Our topic, the challenge of fake news. My guest this morning is Halima Olufade. Halima Olufade is of the Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative. Halima, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning.
Halima, before we came on air live, I said I will tell you a story. And I have just alluded to that story now.
Yes, you did.
Why am I bringing up a topic that my professional colleagues would almost clobber me when I leave the studio? Some 15 days back, right in the social media, early in the morning, there was this story that appeared that the presidential villa at Sorok was under attack, and that there was gunfire from different directions, and residents in Abuja were running for their lives. And where I live, it caused considerable panic. People who know me to be a news person ran down to my house and said, Mwabueze, what are we hearing? My first reaction to them, I was also concerned as a human being, but my first reaction was, if this is true, it will be on 2, 3, 4, 5 trusted networks. So I did a quick search. And of course, the story was not on any of the respectable or credible platforms. This morning, because you are an advocate for clean stories, fact-driven information, you are an advocate against fake news. In the course of your work, have you been able to interrogate why somebody will sit down and fabricate something he knows is utterly untrue, and which he knows or she knows will create challenge, and the person throws it into the public space? Have you queried the mind of the fake news purveyor? Have you queried it?
So it's difficult to understand what goes on behind the minds of people that put out fake news there. But from our research, we have seen that people do this majorly for different reasons. Some are just there to cause chaos. Some do it because of their own benefit gain. And often see how people also do this during, when there's an election coming, just to create mayhem in the city and ensure that people just for their own benefits majorly. So most things we've seen that when fake news are out there, most people do that just for their own benefit, personal gain, or maybe they have something they want to get out of it, or maybe they just want to, test the waters and just see what they can cause. So it's not really a psychological thing, because it's more about what they would gain from whatever it is they want to achieve. So whatever it is for them, we really do not know, but most times it's around personal gain. It could be maybe, okay, that an election is coming, I want people to hate this person so they can vote for me. Or it could be because I really do not like this person and I just want people to think badly of them. Or I just want to, disorganize the government and I want people to just, come outside, go out and protest and do all of these. So it could be for various reasons.
Well, I'm not going to ask you a question in respect of what should constitute a campaign issue. Because if a government is performing whether good or bad, that good performance should be its reason to be voted back.
Yes.
Its bad performance should be the reason to be voted out.
Yes.
Those are materials for campaign, for political campaign. Why bring in dishonest information as a means of gaining political advantage? It then means that politician is dishonest himself ab initio.
I agree, and because most Nigerians don't really fact check information, right? We just get it on our phones and we just go with it. Very few people go back to check, okay, is this information, like you said, many people could have also gone online when they got the news about the Astrowork to check online to see, oh, has this news station talked about it or not, before they even come to you. But we really do not do that as most Nigerians. What we just do is
we are wrong with it.
We rely on hearsay and what we can quickly forward on our phones and all of that. We receive a lot of information.
Now, let me draw attention to young people and let me give you a story. When the US military had used the computer software as long as it wanted and now decided to make money by commercializing it, I am told that the Indian establishment refused to key in initially and wanted to establish a culture of information storage and information retrieval as a matter of establishment culture, and then use the computer simply as an equipment to service that culture. So it took them some time to come in, and when they came in, they have come in as masters. Why am I telling you this story? The Nigerian youth, including all of you, with all due respect, smartphones have happened on them, and they hear that when your material trends, you make money out of it. And so they can decide to concoct a story that in fact the moon fell down in Omuano on Saturday morning and Mr. ABC were witnesses. There's no Mr. A or Mr. B or Mr. C. Of course the moon couldn't have fallen, and they have given you a location, and so people will start going to their site to check. What will you tell the youth who tend to be caught in the web of this fake news simply because they want to trend?
So I would say that youth should understand. So first of all, we need to understand the gravity of fake news. We need to understand the implication of it, how it distorts national peace, unity, and all of that, right? So if we youth are able to get that, we understand why it's very wrong to just go out information just for clout's sake. I want to get people to follow me, I want to get money out of it. It doesn't last, basically, right? And it's at your detriment, because when people get to know that what you do mostly is you put out fake news, then eventually your credibility drops, right? And most times when you do this, it's because they want to become an influencer. I want to influence people so people can use me as brand ambassadors. But no brand ambassador will come to you if they know you do what you do mostly is fake news, right? And that's why at our organization at Brain Builders, we are youth led, and we are very concerned about training people, creating awareness on why it's very important for you to be conscious of the kind of news you put out there, and also to understand how you can verify information by yourself. So you don't even have to wait to see, let me go to the newsroom. You can get the information and you can go on our tools. So we have created an AI tool called My AI Fact Checker. It's a web version and also a WhatsApp version as well, because you know how WhatsApp is, right? You get information very quickly. And I remember my mom, especially during COVID-19, where you had several information flying around, using salts to bait and all of that. Even have our parents, mostly my parents, sending information without not even checking, right? So it's easier for you to just forward that information to My AI Fact Checker on WhatsApp, and it tells you whether this information is real or not. And it also gives you viable links. So you have credible links, sources you could also by yourself go ahead to check as well. And so we did this because we understand that youth are mostly on WhatsApp, and they really don't have enough time to be going to newsrooms to check. So you can easily go on your WhatsApp and check, or use the web version. I also understand that not everybody has access to smartphones. And news travel very fast in rural communities where they don't even have access to, check this information.
They said.
Exactly. So we created this.
Okay.
Which is a flashcard, where we go online to teach young people on why rural communities, how they can understand what do you look for to see when you receive an information. How do you know this information is false? You look at the timing, you look at the what are the eyewitnesses they put there to see if these are genuine or just a manipulated information. So that's how we also encourage that youth are also more aware, and they take actions.
No, I just said to you that I was coming there, and I was coming there because that is the crux of this conversation. Something must have motivated your team to begin to think about what to do to fake news, what to do about fake news. What is it really that drove into it?
So we realized that before the 2023 election, during the 2019 election, we could see the amount of information that was flying around, causing violence. People, here and there, not having access to correct information. And we see how, and this is not to attack any of the newsrooms, how they also put information out there without not verifying it. And because people trust them enough to be media houses, trust them enough. Exactly. So people don't really bother themselves to check out this information. And we've seen how many newsrooms retract news after it has been put there. And like they said, the internet never forgets, right? So most people already travel with that information. They won't go back to see whether this was true or not. And so that's why we went back to the drawing board to see, okay, how can we help? How can we support the media houses to ensure that whatever information they are putting out there is correct, is real? And it won't take time to fact check this. So it won't be, it take us a day or two or less. You can fact check it in real time, quite on the spot. And to also ensure that people have access to it in whatever community you are, whether you're speaking English, Yoruba, Hausa, because My AI Fact Checker has several languages. So it has English, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Arabic, French, Swahili. So whatever language you speak, you can easily go there and speak to it, and it would help you understand whatever news you want to fact check. And so this motivated us to ensure that before the next 2023 election, this tool is out there to ensure that people use it to fact check information, and not just doing election alone. Any sort of information that you get, whatever it's maybe health, economy, like the Aso Rock news, whatever it is, you can actually go online and actually verify this information to be sure that it's correct before you start spreading it. And we know how news spread. Something happens here at Signaturetv TV, and before you know it, people in Adamawa, ENUGU already have the information. You're wondering, like, it's just 2 minutes ago this happened. And so this is why we think it's very important to have something like this to fact check information.
Now, just about 4 days ago, in an interaction with the National Broadcasting Commission authorities, who are our regulators,
yes,
one of the TV channels raised a critical question. He said, when the issue of fake news was brought up. And why I'm going to raise it because we are speaking to the outsider, the young people, those who create crisis for the authorities by pushing fake news. But the gentleman said, please sir, do you know that government is the first and most critical pusher of fake news? The commission gentleman said to him, I'll soon hold you responsible or liable for pushing fake news yourself. Can you give me evidence of government pushing out fake news? Halima?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure that if you go to the social media now, you will see a story. It means the whole world to Nigerians. It's been debated from north to south in all the media houses. A proposal said to have been initiated by the presidency on devolution of powers, on legal restructuring, on resource management. The presidency has not said a word about it since it has been the social media. The media houses like us cannot run with it because no person of authority has taken ownership of it. So we cannot interrogate it. From time to time, government flies kite to test the waters. That is fake news. What will you tell those in your group? How do you manage it? Because one criminal is not superior to another criminal. What will you tell those in your group?
Okay, so I won't say anything about the government, so they don't come and pick me.
No. But
what I'm saying, so what would tell people is, whatever information is not verified, take it that it's not correct until it's been verified and you have an authority to hold for it. Because you could decide that and say the government said they will do this, and the government can come back tomorrow and say they didn't say it and they can't do it, and already you've gone to fly with it. For instance, there are news and they would say, oh, government is giving out palliatives, you go and register. I think I saw a news maybe like 2 months ago, go and open with UBA or something, and then they would give you and stuff like that. And you wonder, like, where do people get this news from, right? And you, after like a week or 2 or 3 after you've done everything, nothing comes out of it. So it's more like definitely somebody would have said something, maybe from the parastatals or the MDAs and all of that, for someone to have gotten out to pick something from it. So the best thing is, we tell people we work with, and also youth that we work with, is whatever information has not been verified, do not take it as what is coming out from it until you're able to verify it and be able to link it to a certain MDAs have said this, then you can, say work with it and roll with it.
Now, I wrote down here the progression of the Cybercrime Act. The Cybercrime Act of 2015 provides in section 24, subsection 1, it criminalizes sending messages or content via computer systems, networks, that a person knows to be false if it is done with the purpose of causing annoyance, inconvenience, danger, obstruction, insult, injury, criminal intimidation, enmity, hatred, ill will, or needless anxiety to another. On conviction, as a fine up to 7 million naira or imprisonment up to 3 years or both. That was the 2015 Cybercrime Act. It has been amended now in 2024, and now it says the act now reads, any person who knowingly or intentionally sends a message or other matter by means of computer systems or network that is pornographic or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character, or causes any such message or causes it to be sent that he knows to be false for the purpose of causing a breakdown of law and order, posing a threat to life, or causing such a message to be sent. Does your group work with the consciousness of this law so that those with whom you interact, those whom you teach, the advocacy you make, takes cognizance of this law?
Yes, we do. So we work with, we have partnership with NITDA, NITDA, we have so we work with, and we also have the MDC code on, because we also train journalists, right? We have a fellowship, AI journalism for fellowship for journalists and media houses, to know what kind of news, for them to be able to detect information. And we're in the era of AI now, right? So people use artificial intelligence a lot, and they come up with generate images and deep fakes that don't even exist. And so what we do is our exec director is a lawyer, so she has helped in breaking down all these laws in a simple form for people to understand. And so what we do is, when we go for this training and outreach, is where people know the repercussion of when you go out there and put out fake images or fake news or misinformation or disinformation. And I understand when they say intentional, right? Because disinformation is when it is intentional. Misinformation is just when, oh, I hear you say something and I just go with it without not verifying. I'm not the originator of the news, I don't know anything. That's misinformation, right? But disinformation, when it's intentional. I sit down in my office, I decided to come up with a story that is not true and put it out there for people to run with. So we let people understand the implication of all of this and break it down for them to know the differences between misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, and how they can even use AI to understand when this thing happens. And they also know the effective of it. But the problem is with Nigerians, right? We have these laws, but we don't really implement them as much as we do. And so people sort of go scot-free when they put out some of this fake news online.
Halima, let me accuse you now. I'm going to be on the side of advocates of freedom of information, freedom of expression.
Okay.
To say that fake news will disturb public space is to say that the Nigerian is ignorant, undiscerning, easily manipulated, has no self-control, has very low judgment, that if you just put out something, he runs with it and begins to cause trouble. Just a minute, Halima. But that would be an insult to the Nigerian. He's a discerning person. Why doesn't you allow all the trash to be in the public space and allow the discerning, intelligent, knowledgeable, wise young people like you who have the capacity to discern to say, I won't wrong with this?
Okay, so we both agree that intelligence is not on the same level, right? And we have access to information on the different levels. So we can't just allow people to run with fake news thinking that everybody has the capacity to verify the information. So the way I use technology is very different from the way my mom or my dad uses technology, right? Sometimes I even have to call you to say, come and help me do this and help me do that. So my parents would not have the capacity to say they want to, most times, verify information unless I tell them to, and told them there's a tool now for you to verify information. Basically, they rather sit on the TV and watch the news.
Whatever we bring.
Exactly. So whatever you bring is what they take. They won't really have the time to. But now that they also use, most people are on Facebook and all of that, they also get their news from your news channels on these platforms. So they don't really have the capacity, or I won't say they don't have the capacity, but they don't really have the knowledge.
They have not developed the culture over time.
Exactly.
Unlike younger people.
Of checking. And even young people, because we are always in a hurry, right? We are very fast paced. We don't really have, doing a lot of things and all of that. So sometimes we also don't have enough time to fact check information. And that's why we're saying, don't even bring out the news at all when the news is fake. Why would you rely on people thinking people should use their intellect to determine it, to verify whether it's correct or not? Why bring it out in the first instance? And because we're already used to saying, fake news or bad news sells faster than good news. And so it really encourages people to say, let me just put it there so they can make quick money or get a lot of followers and all of that, which is quite not good, because it distorts the peace and unity of the country or even the society as well. And even won't allow people to, for instance, people in the rural community don't have access to this technology. There's already a gap. So we need to think about those people as well. And to enable us close that gap, we have to ensure that people who have access to give fake news don't give it. They don't produce fake news. And people in the community will rely more on listening to radios to get that information, get the correct information.
Can I tell you what you are doing? You are busy undermining the Nigerian Constitution. That gives everybody freedom to access to information. That information can be false. It's for him to, as he throws it in, he throws it out.
And that's why we also have the Cyber Act, right? To also tell them that even though you have a freedom of information, you are not allowed to peddle fake news.
That's why we're also quoting this act, that what the government is doing is to equip itself with a big stick.
So the government is not asking you not to speak, right? But it's asking you to speak with caution, right? So it's
fact.
Picked fact, because it's more for our own good. So imagine the day the news of the Aso Rock went out, and we have people, people moving, packing their bags, leaving Abuja, causing chaos because they think the news is real. Do you know how that would have affected the economy, security as well? And so those are the things the laws here are here to defend, to ensure that nobody sits in their room and come up with news. Even to human beings, right? You go out there and you see, like I said, we are in the 16 years of GBV activism, right? 16 years of activism, and you see people go out there. As I'm here right now and take a picture and post it, that people can decide to use AI to undress me. Do you see how detriment that is to me? How detrimental it is to me? So this is why these laws are there, and this is why we go out to do what we do, the advocacy around, because it's not just about whether the security, it's also people's mental health as well is at stake. And you can't just go out there and just think I can just put anything out there and go scot-free because I have freedom of speech.
I'm going to come back to you in respect of what you think, how deep you think this challenge of fake news has gone into. But you just mentioned something that drew my attention to a statement that was made about 6 days ago by the Nigerian military authorities, that one of the challenges the Nigerian military and security community is facing is the challenge of fake news. Creating situations that don't exist, exaggerating situations beyond what they are, and creating reason for useful personnel to react to what doesn't exist at all. Now, you are in this business of conversing with the youths, conversing with those who have the tendency to pervade fake news. Have you ever interacted with some of your colleagues, some of those who benefit from you, from the media houses that you talk with, on the security implication of peddling fake news and the challenge it creates even to the economy?
So it can be quantified on how bad it is when you create fake news and how it affects security, because we even have our security agencies are struggling already, and you go back there and tell them, if you go to Maitama, and Maitama is under attack, right? People can't go there, and it's not true. So imagine me that I'm going to my office to make my daily ends. I can't go.
You turn around and head home.
Because now children can't go to schools. Recently we have schools closing down because of the recent attacks on schools. And you will see people come and pick a fake news and say, oh, there's a school in Paris right now, it's under attack. And then people are running helter-skelter, and security people are trying to get there, and nothing is happening. So it's a really big issue that not only non-governmental organizations cannot solve. Like, the government also need to hold people. They have the resources, right? When people post something online, we've countries in Europe where they have banned Meta, like social media platform, from allowing news like that to fly. They bring it down immediately, it's being posted. And there's a way they can track and even know people that where the sources of this information is coming from. So we need to also, upgrade on how we track this news, ensuring that we able to hold this corporate and use them as an example, as a scapegoat, so people understand that you just don't put fake news out there and you go scot-free with it. To ensure that our security is already on a dancing scale, right? So we don't want the how fragile it is already to also be broken down. So we need to really ensure that people are more educated. We need to create more awareness, basically. People to understand that not every news you hear, you fly with. People will understand how they can fact check information, what they can look out for when information flies. And we also need to be able to punish people when they put out those fake news.
Now, I'll soon come to the mechanism that you've devised for checking, for authenticating, fact checking the stories. I'll come to that presently. But let me refer to what you just said, corroborate it with what former President Olusegun Obasanjo said in Jos a couple of days, if not some 2 weeks back. Obasanjo had said that if, while he was in power, while that was the language, he didn't say while we were in power, we were able to identify every major criminal in Nigeria and where he was operating from. But what they lacked was that to pick him up, they either had to fly or had to move by road. And within that time, the criminal could make some movement. But as for locating him, now I want to tie it to this fake news. The Nigerian establishment, the Nigerian security community, the internet system, is it difficult for it to locate the beginner of fake news?
With the right technology, it is not. It's just like I said, we just need to upgrade our. I don't know how the security system works in Nigeria. I'm not an expert.
But just go adjust the simple technology. Leave them in the security.
So,
but is it possible?
It's possible with the right technology.
You know, I raise this question because we're devoting 1 hour to converse on an issue that technology can pick out in a matter of seconds. And by the time you finish sitting down in your room and lying to yourself and putting it out there, the moment you put it out, you accept the consequence of lying to yourself. Now let me come to you. The brain builders, what do you do to tackle this fake news, and what mechanisms are available to tackle it?
Okay, so at Brain Builders Development Initiative, it's a non-for-profit organization, and part of the things what we do is, fighting against misinformation and disinformation and fake news, and we do it in a lot of ways. So we have our awareness and advocacy.
As we're talking
now, and we go to communities. We reach out to teachers, students, parents. We even make use of traditional leaders and religious leaders because they are very influential in changing people's mind. To teach them for them to understand what this fake news is and how they can curb it and how they can use our tools and resources to do this. We also have our AI journalism fellowship that we do for newsrooms and journalists across West Africa, where we train them on how to detect misinformation, how to use AI to understand generative images that are not real, fake news, and all of that. And like I mentioned earlier, we also have our AI tool called My AI Fact Checker, which is web-based. It has a web version and also a WhatsApp version. So the web version, you could go online, put these stories there, like the story of Asorok, or they could say something happened today. Go there and ask, oh, is it true that there's an attack on the Asorok? And it will tell you, oh, it's true, it's not. And it's also able to detect sentiments. And this is why it's very good, because it will tell you whether that news is negative or positive, or it is neutral. So you understand where it is coming from. Negative, you understand, oh, this news is to come and disturb, diffuse, and create problems. But if it's positive, you know, okay, yeah, this is a positive news, doesn't have any effect on the economy or anything. But you also understand why you can also check it. And we understand, and we've done a lot of research, and this is some of our reports that we've done around understanding the landscape and seeing what are the best mechanisms in fighting this. And and that's why we came up with, using my AI fact checker as a tool, and also the training for journalists, because it's good that we have the tool, but if they don't know how to use the tool, then it's also a problem, right? So we it's like a 3-month training where people go through to understand all of this. And we understand we also need to reach out to the grassroots people, where we work with the local communities a lot. So we have a radio program that we run through, teach people around fake news and all of that. And we also have our gamified flashcards. So because we understand we need to do this from the scratch, right? Don't think young people or young children hear this news and they go to school and say, oh, my mommy said this is happened, or I had my uncle saying this is happened. So we use this gamified flashcards on how people can, understand fake news. It's like a game, but you get it teaches you, fact-checking terms, how to spot fake content, fact-checking techniques, and to understand how content spread easily from social medias, and how you can, when you see these things, how you can curb it and fact check information. So basically, we're currently also running around the 6 geopolitical zones currently, running a training for different journalists and even civil society, NGOs, and I'm also a part of the International Fact-Checking Network. So it also helps us, and our AI tool, uses verified sources. It's an AI tool which gives you information in real time. It doesn't ask you to, go and come back to get your information. You get it in real time.
Now, I've seen the 2 publications which are outcomes of research over a period of time. As you just showed it to me, I said, let me ask Halima, in the course of your work, have you identified areas of national life that attract fake news the most? Have you identified the demographics that get involved in fake news? Have you identified either the demographics or the institutions that suffer from fake news the most? Let us start from the first.
Okay.
When, in the course of this research, which sectors of life, national life, tend to trigger the most fake news? Politics, economics, security, agriculture, education.
Politics, health.
Politics?
Health.
Health.
So you see, like, when there is, for instance, when there was Ebola breakout, you see people creating a lot of fake news around, oh, do this to cure Ebola, do this to cure whatever, and then it's COVID-19 that also happened. And then there is, when there's a health crisis, you see a lot of fake news coming from there. And then during election, and also security, you see a lot of fake news coming from security when it happens. So those are from our research, those are the areas we've seen lots of fake news coming from: health, security, politics.
Halima, I want you to continue, but please let me on the lighter side because of what you said. There's so much information on Bogonishe in the social media. Should I believe all those Bogonishe, or should I fact check them?
You can fact check them if you want, but like, I'm not an expert on herbal medicines, but like I said, you need to understand fact check. And there are lots of information around why you should be careful of what you ingest, basically, because you really can't say what kind of content is in there and all of that. So just do your background checks before you take any Bubonishi, basically, just to be sure you're on the safer side.
Okay. Now, which sections of life tend to take the greatest hit from misinformation, from fake news?
Women,
okay.
girls, the economy. People can't go around their daily activities because there's been a disruption. Women, especially during election, because they are not being allowed to, their images is being condemned, or they are being abused online. And it's funny because when you go, it's quite disheartening, because when you go online and they post something about a woman, we are here fighting for women to be able to take, hold more positions in power. But when information comes out, people don't even bother to verify what the information, they just fly with it, and that's it. So women and girls are mostly at the receiving end of misinformation and disinformation. And then people in rural communities as well, who don't have access to this technology to even verify it to start with. And I would say the government somehow, because it also puts them in a very bad light, and people don't bother to say, oh yeah, people and influencers, basically public figures, also at the detriment of this. When people put up news about them that is not real, nobody goes back to check to say whether this information is true or not. People just sort of like fly with it, and it causes damages. Even if you can't see it physically, also causes some, some mental issues.
Now, I'm looking at my time, just a couple of minutes more. Halima, for the second time, let me accuse you and your organization. Just for the second time. I won't accuse you again after this.
Okay.
Are you not busy creating a reason where government will clamp down on the youth and the people who use their smartphones?
No.
When you begin, as we are discussing now, they use them for fake news, they purvey misinformation, disinformation. The misinformation causes this. It affects women, it affects girls, it affects the economy, and the security, it affects it. The government will feel a sense of obligation not to allow those things to happen. And the moment they feel it, they go to this paper, Cybercrime Act. And a number of journalists have said the Cybercrime Act is the surest way to curtail freedom of information.
So I would ask that, and I'll just use this analogy. Even though we have a lot of road accidents, have we stopped using cars?
But we send bad driver to jail without bail.
Exactly, right? We put road safety out there, VIUs out there to caution how people drive on the road, ensure their car is good. The same way we would use with misinformation. That's why we are here, right? And telling people understand why it's very important for them to verify information, not ask people not to express how they feel or talk about things that they think it's not right. Just ensure that whatever you're putting out there, it's not fake. That's all we're saying. So I don't think the government will use that as an excuse to hold people from not preventing them from expressing themselves. It's just to ensure that people don't express.
Don't tell us lies.
Yes.
But wait, look at other countries, because from what you are doing, you must have some collaboration and some international exposure, because also it's good to compare. In the US, in the UK, in Germany, in France, I do not want to compare us with Burkina Faso. And no, let us compare with countries in Sweden, in Switzerland, that countries are free. I haven't spoken about Russia because not free that way. Are there laws like this? Are there mechanisms like this? Are there concerns like this about fake news? Is there an effort by the establishment, by government, to punish those who purvey fake neuse? Or do they allow existing mechanisms and laws to take care of a liar?
So I think
I'm not being fair to you because I'm not a lawyer.
Yes, and I was going to say that.
Yes.
I would leave that for my executive director to answer, because she's the lawyer.
Yeah.
But just to say that even in Europe, right, there are laws containing how you make use of social medias, right? And there are a lot of countries that even allow you to use WhatsApp when you're in their country. And it's not like it's a new law. Like, it's not like it's an old law. It came out when these technologies came on board, right? So there are laws there that guides how people, condemns hate speech. You can't just go online and put out stuff and people roll with it. Even in Europe, there are laws that bans some social media platform from allowing such informations to fly. You have to bring it down when this information goes there. So it's not just Nigeria that have the Cybercrime Act. There are other countries too. They also have laws that safeguard how people uses the social media and put information.
Now, this is your own turf. This is your area now. Since there are technological facilities, knowledge, applications that can quickly identify these fake news and pull them down, why is it that our own system, our own conversation, does not take the burden of pulling down the fake news to those who are making money from those fake news? Because if I put out a fake story, for instance, that if I drink a cup of urine every morning, I'll be as strong as a hippopotamus, and the thing is trending, and but it is a lie. Here you are conversing on why it should not be. Here the government is writing laws with public resources, printing laws. The parliament is busy debating and arguing on how to make these laws using public resources. Whereas some people who own the technology have made their good money from that fake news. Why don't we shift the burden and tell them, please, bring down these things and don't allow them at all? Since they have the technology, for instance, now with this you are teaching me now, I can check and say this is false. That is me, an almost 80-year-old man, isn't it? And here is the wizard who in the first instance created the technology, and he knows it, he can put it down. Why don't we shift the burden? So
that's where the government comes in, right? Because for every technological platform that comes into your country, you have a way to bilaterally have a discussion with them on things you don't allow and all of that. There was a time when Twitter was banned in Nigeria, right? So it's not like government don't have the capacity to do this. So, and like I said, in other European countries, they've had discussion with these companies to say, and they fine them if they don't bring it down. So it's something like the government can also do, which you're also advocating, to say that when information like this pops up online of national security and all, the government should be able to tell these technology companies to say, bring it down or don't allow you to operate in our country. Nigeria has over 123 million users, internet users, over. So we are really generating income for them. So we should be able to say,
have a word,
exactly, and say this can't fly in our country because it's of national security and all of that. So it's, and also not like, as the government can't bring down all news, right? So if I go online and say people should take urine every morning, government can't bring that down, because you have to use your own intellect to decide whether you want to take urine or you don't want to take urine. Stop. What government can bring down is things of national concerns or things that would damage people's images. Yeah,
but that company that owns the technology should be able to know that it's not true.
Exactly, and that's why the government has to have a MOU or memorandum with them to say, when things like that happens, you have to bring it down. Now, if you don't bring it down, there's a consequences for that.
Halima, I'm getting signal from my producer and I'm about to overshoot, but now I'm going to make a request of you, a last request. This tendency to enjoy pushing out fake news, it appears that it is stronger within the demography of young people, even though some old men also enter politics, get their fingers into it. Can you please have a word for them this morning? Tell them something.
Okay, so what I would say is fake news affects lives. It affects the economy, affects the country. If we really want our country to grow and be better, we need to do that ourselves. We just can't leave it to the government. We as citizens of Nigeria have a role to play. We have a responsibility to our country. So whatever information you see out there, before you share it, before you post it, before you do the next forward messages, please and please fact check. We've made it easier for you. You could go through my AI fact checker on website. It's on there. Just go on your Google or your Safari. Just check my AI fact checker and check the information whether it's correct or not. Thank you.
Well, in the past 57 minutes, my producer says, please apply your rate. I've been speaking with Halima Olufade. She is from the Brain Builders Youth Development Initiative, and our conversation this morning has been on the challenge of fake news. I have my perspective. I apologize to my colleagues in the media that I began from that perspective. A little worrisome sometimes when people bombard your platforms with stories that are outright not true, and they attribute to some organization that never knew anything about it, and some of it creates quite considerable panic. And our security community has been complaining very loudly that we should act a little more responsibly, except that some of my media colleagues say, we in the media, we are not doing it, and that's why Halima has been talking with me. If it's not mainstream media, then please, those of us who are engaged in fake news, don't just consider the enjoyment of it. Don't consider the pecuniary returns. Don't consider the excitement you get. My story is all over the place. But mark me please, it is my lie is all over the place. And there's nothing honorable about telling lies. Let me on your behalf thank Halima Olufade for coming to the program. Halima?
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome, sir.
And the conversation never stops and my name never changes. It's Mwabos and John. Please invest the rest of your day as usefully as you should. And have a great day. Good morning.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Brentemi market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
For your best music and entertainment, log on to our website, www.hitlistencruising.com.
Do not attempt to adjust your dial.
www.hitlistencruising.com.
Hello Nigerians, welcome to your show. The best TV show in Nigeria that celebrates Nigerians, the most rewarding TV show in Nigeria, Hitli's and Cruising. My name is Musty Adenoy. This week we are in Lagos, Nigeria, and the lucky one is waiting for his goodies. But first, enjoy the e-cruising. When we come back, you see where we are.
Hi guys, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Hitli's and Cruising. Don't touch that dial.
Let you know I'm loving now, they do me slow. Baby, cause I don't need you already know. Got every head turning, I see the press coming. So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? Bad girl, there's no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. Guess you never heard of me, I'm popping out like confetti. Nothing for me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. Guess you never heard of me, I'm popping out like confetti. Nothing for me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. Yes, yes. You want to know that girl have no ring. It's just time, yeah. Push out, push out. Step in the party, oh, balance, see body on my G's, they low-key pretty, take on easy on me, you get too much tease. If you give me body, I feel nearly empty. Black top off, girl, I'm a villain. Take me as a prisoner since you stand for justice. And if I ain't no bad person, we better go like girl, champion, graceful, shallow. You know say you get wrong, yes, I you know be body. Plans to go up and run away with you like my guess coffee. Normally you don't get any competition, but to the trophy, not trying to gas you. Everybody know this to the body. I said you know it, you copy. Bad girl, she the life of the party. Get a one link, cause they need assist. Say many girls them there, but no many girls sabi. She one of one, dangerous, and every time she got me like, who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's poppin'? That girl is no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. Never heard motivate like cancer. We were better line moves, fire line zoos, carry my tools. If you get in mind, fire back. If you get in mind, fire back. So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's popping? Bad girl, there's no stopping. What's coming? Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know.
They don't kidnap the director. Where's Okechukwu? Oh God, they don't kidnap Okechukwu. I heard, but I can't believe it. You can't believe it. You blind, you don't see people, they cry for you. Can't.
Mother, has Okechukwu been put out of circulation?
Out of circulation? Why do you make him sound like a newspaper article?
This is serious.
Yes, it's very serious. That's why we need to focus.
The press conference for This Is Not a Nollywood Movie was held recently in Lagos, bringing together industry stakeholders, stars, and filmmakers. The film, produced by Boma Akpore and directed by Wale Ojo, promises to challenge stereotypes about Nollywood storytelling while celebrating the industry's growth and global potential. The story is a satirical, yet thought-provoking commentary on African films, blending humor and realism. The cast, including Hanks Anuku, Julius Agu, amongst others, who shared their experiences working on the project, which explores themes of identity, art, and responsibility.
This is not a Nollywood movie. It's an action comedy. It's a mixture of bringing together the OGs and the Gen Zs. And you know, I am so happy and very proud of this film. I think it's going to be a real landmark movie.
This is not a Nollywood movie. It's got a lot of energy, suspense, goodness, blessings. And you know, the blessing of God make it rich. For everyone who's going to watch, this is not a Nollywood movie. It's going to be so rich.
My name now.
I know it.
Let's get it the Oscars legit.
Okechukwu. Okechukwu.
I didn't hear you.
This na my comeback. I know they play. I they tell you I know they play. I know they play.
This is not a Nollywood movie. It's set to redefine how audiences view African films, and the anticipation is building.
I played the role. A big role. I was a big man in the movie, yes.
This is not a Nollywood movie. I grew up watching these legends on TV. So imagine me picking up the phone and saying, my name is Boma Akpore and I want you on my film. They're like, who are you?
What are you saying? Hey, what up?
I beg you, Oga. Look, we discuss.
It was an unforgettable night at the Salute the DJ concert season 15, hosted by the ever-blazing DJ Suje, as he celebrated 15 years of frequency and musical excellence. The event brought together top names like DJ Roland, chairman of the DJs Association of Nigeria, Dijan Lagos, DJ Swagger from India, and several rising artists who lit up the stage. Fans turned out in large numbers to show love and support, enjoying a night filled with great music, energetic dance moves, and waves of nostalgia.
Salute the DJs, one of the biggest platform for every DJ and every artist on the highland here.
I'm happy this is the 15th edition. Suje has done really good. I mean, he has tried putting the entertainment in Aja on the global map.
I've counted so many editions and I've lost count, but I'm here tonight to support him. Nothing more than the best. That's what I expect for tonight.
This is DJ Swagger from India.
So yeah, I love Afrobeat. So the day I heard Afrobeat, I was like, no, this is my genre. I'm supposed to.
Salute the DJ. Season 15 episode is not easy. I started way back 15 years ago. Although it's supposed to be 16 years, because of the lockdown, I could not do it. So we are here.
To imagine a world with no boundaries. Just you and your dreams, running wild and free. Oh no, life can be easy. Smooth connection with the correct.
Come on, let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruise, ain't nobody compete. Turn up your screen, the hottest gems alive. Music videos dropping, making you vibe. Trivia's on, prizes for the best. Shopping spree's the deal, forget the rest.
You are watching Hit List and Cruising, the only TV show that celebrates Nigerians. Right now, we're at the shopping mall, and the list of the lucky one is right here with me. Walk with me as we shop for the lucky one.
Hit list and cruising, Nigeria's dream. Hit it, feel the fire inside. Vibes so lit, come on, let's ride. Yeah, all across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, can nobody compete. Yeah, spin that track, let the rhythm explode. Hit list and cruising, we own the road. Watch, play, win, the spree's on deck. Hit list and cruising, cashing that check. Hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Gems alive, music videos dropping, making you vibe. Trivia's on, prizes for the best. Shopping spree's the deal, forget the rest. Download the app, don't sleep, don't delay. Win big every single crazy day. The cruise is moving, shaking up the scene. Hit list and cruising, Nigeria's dream. Hit list and cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know. Today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit list and cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit list and cruising, feel the fire inside. Vibe so lit, come on, let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit list and cruising, nobody compete.
Nigerians are watching you right now, and I want you to tell them how you feel to be a lucky one on Hit List and Cruising.
I'm very excited to be the luckiest winner. I've been trying for a long time. So actually, my brother is the one watching the program every Saturday. So from there, he introduced me, we watched together. So from there, my brother now told me, okay, you can also participate. Let's try our luck. So from there, I tried my luck, then I got a call that I'm one of the winners. So, and I'm so happy.
This is how we celebrate Nigerians on Hit List and Cruising. What you need to do right now is download the app, that's Hit List and Cruising app. Answer the question. If you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you and then celebrate you just the way it is right now. Answer the question first. If you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you, get a list of what you need, we'll buy and bring to you. You're watching Hit List and Cruising, the best and the most rewarding TV show in Nigeria.
The only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know. Now you know. Today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit List and Cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit List and Cruising, feel the fire inside. Vibe so lit, come on, let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit List and Cruising, nobody compete. Hit List and Cruising, Nigerian's dream. Move it, lit, come on, let's ride. Let's ride. All across Nigeria, we bring the heat. Hit List and Cruising, can't nobody compete. Spin that track, let the rhythm explode. Hit List and Cruising, we own the road. Watch, play, win, sprees on deck. Hit List and Cruising, cashing that check. Hit List and Cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit List and Cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit List and Cruising, the ultimate beginner. Hit List and Cruising, Hit List and Cruising, the only show that celebrates Nigerians. Now you know, today we're in Lagos to cruise the winner. Hit List and Cruising, the ultimate beginner.
You download the app and then you answer the question and you got all this from a TV show.
It is really an exciting thing. It's just like downloading. Most opportunities come from something you never really put mind into, and you download the app, get to follow the instructions on how to play the game, and after playing the game, to have a very good call like you are the winner for the week. It's really something so exciting, and I'm really happy to receive all this. So to the Nigerians, Hit List and Cruising is really making people happy, and I'm like I am right now. I'm so happy. So I'm telling you Nigerians to also keep playing this game, so you can also be a lucky winner like I do.
You can hear from my lucky one, he is very happy, and he said, and I quote, Hit List and Cruising is making Nigerians happy. Of course, Hit List and Cruising is designed to celebrate Nigeria, and that is why we take the pain crisscrossing the country every week to look for that lucky one that we can celebrate on Hit List and Cruising. Now it's late for you. Download the app, answer the question, and see if you can win my cruise.
Download Hit List and Cruising app on Google Play Store or iOS Store. Register and log in. After you log in, a question will be displayed. Pick the right answer from the option and click Continue. You will receive a confirmatory email after you're done answering the question.
wicked producer.
I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything When I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything God Jehovah cover me, Tibanja Liki my boss deliver me from my frenemies. I get them before no be property. So as I dey born, give me better money. Deliver me from my frenemies. As I dey give my boss
Pound sterling pẹ̀lú dọ́là kó wọlé. Tẹ́gbẹ́ mi bá náwó kí n má nọ́ra. Kí n má ṣakọ kí n má bùkà pẹ̀lú lọ́ntàlẹ̀. Ìṣàlù bá dé. Gaza kí n má Gaza. Feel good man I'm too fly. Praying alubarika. Everywhere good. Àgbà bọ́lá. Check me I smell nice classy. Check my new swag by me. Kápá ọ̀tá má kà mí. Olúwa cover me. Money and power they make person down. Fuck all of that passy. Give me bad girl too nasty. I'm on my party.
I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything When I look fly, I look good, I just smell nice, everything God Jehovah cover me. Tibanja Liki my boss deliver me from my frenemies. Tibanja Liki my boss I get them before no be property. So as I dey born, give me better money. Deliver me from my frenemies. As I dey Liki my boss
Realize that true happiness lies within you. There is no happiness in having or getting, but only in giving. I know you love this show, but first, download the app, hit Lisa and Cruise It app, answer the question, and if you happen to be the lucky one, we will call you, get the list of what you need at home, we buy and bring to you. This is how we celebrate Nigerians on Hit Lisa and Cruising. Don't forget the time and don't forget the TV station where you can watch the show. My name is Musty Adenoy. I'll see you next week. One love.
Supreme Entertainment.
Hitlist and Cruising's hottest 5 videos.
Don't touch that dial.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
She gets if you know me now. Me with a king party, oh, you know me now. Oh, I know they fit just if it be go digga. Do me conny low, but you know me down. Enjoy that can jack rest in my area. Take me my mama London if I'm married. If all two bamu when you day shiva. Oh, ni be keep it to bawa. Bakadiga. So Calibre, rest on my shoulder. Really harder, but follow me like that. No holiday, so good all day.
In the street, don't count your good. One mistake, they go use and judge me. Skido. I know so bouquet, pido. I saw some bouquet, pido, nisio. Skido. I know so bouquet, pido. Asa samo que pido inicio.
Tiny dig bear me no they reluctant, stubborn like militant. If you know be money, me no want you to chat me the credit all up plenty. Feed the account, me not showstopper. But I no get it, I no stopper.
My dream big, my pocket filled with green salad. MIA, me, I can give you my AT&T, man. No time for beefing anybody, no be waiting, bring me, come here. I know like that, better pass me my cup. I just want to have fun. I know I worry too much. I know I worry too much. I don't need gather my funds. Me and my guys, they on soft. If you they hate, it no be my fault. Better wait for your turn. Yo, I'm dripping. Well, water Fiji, Balenciaga, Ricky. Girls no one leave me. Show money for my guys like I be in this case. Willie T, push your piece on low key. Don't play with me, I do this. I do this. Oh yo, oh yo.
Give me love, put my money. Send a kill away, go such you. Spread the moolah for a party. Sometimes me, I realize I need a woman for my life. Money matter, make you come alive. I go always stay online. Look we are bad and they my side. You know say me, I know the lie. If you try, if you shut down, you go collect, don't know the lies. Only, won't feel me bow. All long bow, only me. Mukaraton spitting fire. Then she say me I go retire. I said the boy jump my own.
Bounce on my body, baby. Fred boy, I'm a giant low, but don't take for the game. We stubborn, and I know if you tell you all the mouse, man don't run. Now I'm a giant you, I'm a man non stop. I'm on a giant place, I'm on no I say. Oluwale, live your life and enjoy. Signaturetv, apply knowledge, make you build your kingdom.
I dey drop Kelly, I be for Ghana song. I dey sample each and every Casa, Migos, for the turn up. After the club, me I must lie low. I go carry you.
An interview for you. I told my guests that I stereotyped him because I did not know that he was possessed of so much depth, so many layers, so much nuance and wisdom. And he's barely 23, 24. The things that it took me 2 decades or more to learn